Hey guys, here's a story called Patriot's Dawn. Summary: Uzumaki Naruto was born to be a shinobi. He was supposed to be a killer, a protector of unparalleled skill. His lineage and the demon in his gut ensured that. In canon, his growth was stunted. In here, he had a reason to be strong. He has to survive. AU. Enjoy. Chapter 1, Prologue. Questions without answers, they will hunt you. Uzumaki Naruto. Blue eyes, normally vibrant with energy, were shadowed, contemplative even. It was a sight to behold on the blonde-haired, blue-eyed 7-year-old, though no one was around to see it. A gust of wind gently ruffled the boy's hair as he overlooked the village from on top of the Yondaime Hokage's head. The eyes, while staring at the vast village below, saw none of it. They saw not the administration building, nor the Grand Archive, the Shinobi Academy, or any other building of note. They did, however, see the faint outlines of the numerous shinobi hurriedly entering and exiting the Uchiha district. The once proud, sprawling clan compound was now littered with the blood and corpses of its former members. And he had met the man who had done the deed. Why, what? The short blonde asked his uninvited house guest. The boy had experienced some frightening moments in his life, not the least of which had been what he had determined to be an assassination attempt when he was 4. This one was beginning to move up the list. Those red eyes were both awesome and terrifying, their burning intensity belying the churning emotions behind the emotionless mask his guest wore. They will hunt you, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Itachi spoke. His voice was nearly a monotone, lacking both emotion and inflection that was commonly used. They will hunt you. They will find you. And they will kill you. Just behind the terror he was feeling, only compounded by the blood-spattered Onbu armor the teenager wore, he realized that the shinobi was giving him a message. Why? Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked, his voice quavering. To serve as a warning. Those who would hunt you are both numerous and powerful, some far more powerful than myself, Naruto's once silent protector told him. There will come a time when the Sandaime's protection will not be enough, a time when this village can no longer protect you. I warn you now so that you may be ready for that day. Naruto, in his entranced state of heightened fear, could not even nod in acceptance of the teenager's point. Who? He squeaked. Inwardly, he mentally berated himself of showing such weakness in front of the teenager, though he really couldn't help it. An entire village full of people whose animosity was only barely concealed couldn't break him, so how could this lone teenager inspire such fear in him? Itachi paused, seeming to weigh whether or not he should tell Naruto, before, Akatsuki, and a man named Uchiha Madara. Abruptly, the sense of imminent doom and terror subsided, left with only confusion as the red eyes faded to black. The teenage Onbu made a single seal, before vanishing silently with a small gust of wind. His parting words were but a faded whisper upon a breeze. Survive, Uzumaki Naruto. Needless to say, he hadn't been able to sleep. That led him to where he was now, seated atop the stone head of Konoha's greatest hero. It wasn't the most common occurrence to find the blonde there, but it was one of the boy's few true haunts, a place where he could be alone to think, away from the judgmental eyes of the villagers. Naruto usually avoided this spot, preferring to spend his free time training or executing a well-thought-out prank on some unsuspecting villager, rather than thinking. Thinking was boring, and often painful. While many, his academy classmates included, would say this as confirmation of his lack of intelligence, it was far from the case. While not the sharpest kunai in the holster, Naruto was far from unintelligent. He merely applied himself to other pursuits. Thinking was painful because it inevitably led to questions. Tough questions, painful questions, and questions that no one seemed to want to answer. Not even old man Sandaime would answer those questions, and he was one of the few people who were nice to Naruto. Thinking led to questions like, who his parents were, and why did no one seem to know who they were when he asked? Why did a man in black try to kill him 3 years ago? Why did everyone seem to hate him, down to the last villager? With such unanswerable questions plaguing his young mind, it would come as no surprise to anyone that the boy did his best to avoid true introspective thought at all costs. He succeeded too. Not this time, though. This time, there was no avoiding the questions, though they were of a different sort. Who was Akatsuki? Who was Uchiha Madara? Naruto hardly felt that he could go to the Sandaime with questions like these. After all, he couldn't answer the easy questions, like who Naruto's parents were. Why would the old man be able to answer these? And why would Itachi tell him what he did? If nothing else, Naruto's thoughts were revolving around this one question the most. He had learned of the teenage Onbu's name when he had made his way to where he was now. He had heard many on-duty shinobi speak the name in whispers as he snuck by them. Others had cursed it violently for the destruction he had single-handedly carried out. The fact that the executioner of the Uchiha clan had warned him of people out to kill him only made the question that much more confusing, and the answer that much more tantalizing. Not for the first time in his 7 years of living, Naruto was confused. It wasn't a feeling he liked. He needed answers, and he needed them quickly, before he could decide what he was going to do. Unbidden, a statement from one of his senseis, he thought the scarred man's name was Iruka, made its way to his mind. Information is the backbone of the true shinobi. Without it, a living shinobi was soon to become a dead shinobi. His course set, he would gather the necessary information before setting a plan of action. According to Itachi, his life was in danger. This was a matter to be taken most seriously, even more seriously than his pranks and his dream to be Hokage. He couldn't just wing it like he usually did. Blue eyes coming back into focus, Naruto snapped his attention to the circular, black building that served as the Grand Archive. It wasn't a place that Naruto frequented often. Memories of his last visit to the archive made themselves known, and Naruto scratched the back of his head, letting out a nervous laugh, unknowingly dispelling the tension in his body. This may prove to be a bit harder than he had first imagined. // As the archive workers were still bitter about having their workplace desecrated, orange was a great color, in Naruto's opinion at least. He was left with only one option. It had taken him the better part of 2 months, but he had managed to master the Henge no Jutsu. It hadn't been easy, not by any stretch of the mill. As neither of his instructors, the scarred man was named Iruka, had consented to teach him the E-rank ninjutsu, they had said he was nowhere near advanced enough, he had had to resort to more extreme measures. His first had been his tried and true patented spying. He had snuck out of class in order to watch some of the older students practice the technique, and had inadvertently overheard what their instructors were telling them to do with their chakra. Now, Naruto was far more intelligent than his classmates and teachers gave him credit for, but he wasn't at the level to be able to reverse engineer a technique just by watching it and listening to some vague tips not meant for his ears. His second measure had been the academy library, small though it was. He had thought Suzume-sensei was going to have a heart attack when he asked her where to find a scroll on the henge. The mousy Chunin had looked put out at being forced to help the whiskered student, but had been unable to find a good enough excuse to refuse the blonde. From there it had been naught but nigh endless hours of training as he attempted to figure out the secrets behind the henge. It likely would have taken him longer, had fortune not smiled on him as he was listening in on a conversation between an older student and an instructor. Apparently, the trainee was using too much chakra for the henge to work properly, and the instructor set the girl to doing the leaf-sticking exercise, in order to help the girl limit her flow of chakra into the jutsu. The scroll had said nothing of the sort was necessary, and it was only sheer luck that Naruto had happened upon that gem of information. Once he had completed the leaf-sticking exercise, no easy feat for the blonde, he discovered he had a lot of chakra, more than all the students in his class. At least, the henge became that much easier, and the mastery of the technique finally boiled down to sheer concentration. And so, he found himself once more outside the Grand Archive, staring dispassionately at the symbol for fire that was engraved on the side. He took a strand of mousy brown hair in his fingers, quickly checking to make sure that the henge was still in effect, before striding forward confidently. Opening the double glass doors, Naruto felt the stale air of the archive brush over him, grimacing in distaste as the smell of old parchment and paper made itself apparent. Moving quickly, he wanted to spend as little time as physically possible in here. He approached the reference center. Stopping in front of the half-circle of wood, his presence was noticed by an attractive, auburn-haired girl who looked no older than 13. "May I help you?" she asked politely, her voice having a pleasant lilt to it. A smile appeared on her face as she took in the form of the 7-year-old. Naruto barely withheld a scowl. It had been this girl who had denied him entry 2 months previous, citing that he was banned until such a point when he became a full-fledged shinobi. She had been rather polite about it, but it didn't raise Naruto's opinion of her. "Where can I find information on the Uchiha clan?" he asked, using his best innocent look. It was complete with wide blue eyes, the only defining feature Naruto had left unchanged by his henge. The girl didn't bat an eye when he asked for information about the once great clan. He assumed that he wasn't the only one looking to become more informed of them since their rather untimely demise. "Right this way, dear," she said with a smile. It was a pretty smile. He followed the attractive girl to the middle of the library that had been marked and designated as clans. From what little Naruto understood about the archive, he knew that this area held all the non-classified information on Konoha's various shinobi clans. The information was far from sensitive, though it often contained some small amount of information about the better-known clan techniques. The majority, however, dealt with clan history. Hopefully, that would be all that Naruto would need. He quietly thanked the pretty girl who had helped him, receiving an offer for any future help that he may need. Her name was Mai. He tentatively opened the book that the assistant had gotten for him, and was promptly confused. The history book, like all others, started at the beginning. It was a general book, dealing with some information dating back before the founding of Konoha, though not much. It came as quite the surprise to find the name Uchiha Madara on the first page. Naruto sighed heavily. The book stated that Madara had been one of Konoha's founding fathers, alongside Senju Hashirama, Konoha Shodai. That made him older than the Sandaime by a few decades. It was going to be one of those days. That, of course, raised even more questions. Naruto highly doubted that Itachi had intentionally misled him. Naruto had had a few encounters with the Uchiha before that night, and it simply wasn't in the stoic teenager's nature to give misinformation. The boy had been the epitome of professionalism. Not to mention, he was in Anbu. Everyone in the village knew that those guys had no sense of humor. With all other avenues exhausted, Naruto's young mind was forced to wrap around the idea that either Itachi had been wrong, or that Madara really was alive. Regardless, he had work to do. Even if Itachi had been wrong about Madara, Naruto didn't think he would mislead him about having some shady organization after his head. Itachi had also said that some members were stronger than him. Now, while Naruto had no real idea of how strong Itachi was, he had apparently wiped out the Uchiha clan single-handedly. That took some serious skills. If people stronger than Itachi were after him, Naruto shuddered. He didn't want to think about what might happen. Hell, he didn't even know if these mysterious murderers were even stronger than the Sandaime. 2 months ago, he wouldn't have even entertained the notion. The old man was Hokage. He was the strongest. The last 2 months of observation and training had opened his eyes some, though, and Itachi's message hadn't done much to help him keep a stable worldview. The truth of the matter was, the old man was, well, old. While old didn't mean weak, he was still the Hokage after all. Being old certainly didn't make him any better. Not physically at least. He couldn't remember how many times the old man had preached to him about how a shinobi needed to use his mind just as much, if not more, than his body. Naruto was starting to see how that might be necessary. Itachi was a thinker, if all he had heard about the prodigy lately had been true. The old man was a thinker, a great one, if Iruka-sensei's lectures about Konoha's history were to be believed. Hell, this Madara character was likely a thinker. If he really was alive, which was doubtful, the book said he had lost a battle with the Shodai, and had never been seen again, then he must have been pretty smart to survive unnoticed for so long. Naruto shook his head, closing his book lightly, watching dispassionately as the resulting displaced air fluttered some pages that were spread across his table. Looking outside, he noticed that some time had passed. The sun had moved enough that a couple of hours might well have gone by. How he hated thinking. He stood fluidly, stretching his tight muscles. Naruto brushed an errant lock of brown hair out of his face as he moved to the front of the Akiv. He gave his book to the attendant. It wasn't the same girl as before, he noted. Too bad. Stepping out of the grand building, his eyes automatically found the face of the fourth Hokage. His idol. He shook his head. Nothing was the same anymore. His grand dream to be Hokage seemed insignificant compared to the monumental mountain that had been dropped in front of him. With becoming Hokage, he had had time. Plenty of it, in fact. The path had been fairly clear-cut, as well. Shinin, Chunin, Jonin, they were all milestones on his grand journey. Now though, he had to survive. He sighed heavily, it was becoming a pattern. Glancing around the street, Naruto observed the crowd moving back and forth. Not a single one looked his way. That wasn't anything new, at least. It really was amazing how alone you could be in a crowd. Unbidden, a scowl crossed his 7-year-old visage. Had he looked in the mirror, he would have wondered who was staring back. What did these people have against him? What had he ever done? Nothing, save a few rather harmless pranks. They had ignored him even before that. Acknowledgement? Fuck that. He had bigger things to worry about now. Akatsuki. He tested the name of his new enemy. A familiar determination spread through him, igniting his nerves and giving him goosebumps. He'd show them. All of them. No villager, ninja, or even Uchiha Madara himself would stop him. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't going down without a fight, and a damn good one at that. Believe it. // Naruto exhaled slowly as his kick split the air. Pulling it back at the knee, while still keeping the leg airborne, he kicked out once more, just as slowly. He had been doing much of that lately. His new determination to survive had sparked sessions of intense training. Unfortunately, his instructors at the academy had been less than helpful in his endeavors to better himself. They had said he needed a more solid foundation before he could learn more advanced techniques. Naruto was starting to see what they meant. Before, he would have simply brushed their comments off, disregarding them in the face of his undeniable awesomeness. It turned out that he wasn't really that awesome. He had Uchiha Sasuke to thank for that little lesson. Unfortunately, he had apparently made such a bad impression on his teachers that they were unwilling to help, even when he asked for some remedial lessons. That had pissed the blonde off like nothing else. Here he was, swallowing his pride and looking to advance his skills, and they simply brushed him off. Weren't they paid to teach people? Last he checked, he was still a person. Apparently they had more pressing matters to attend to. He had considered appealing to the Hokage, surely he would be able to make them help out, but had hesitated. He had been somewhat wary of the office of late. Itachi's warning still rang true in his ears during his moments of introspection. There will come a time when the Sandaime's protection will not be enough. If he couldn't solve a small problem like this without help from the old man, how would he ever be able to survive against a group of ninja dedicated to his death? That decided it. He would deal with his problems on his own. That, naturally, had led him to where he was presently, dancing through the academy's taijutsu katas. Well, more like stumbling through. It turned out that learning taijutsu wasn't all that easy on one's own. Scrolls could only help so much, as one couldn't really be sure if they were doing the move correctly. Stances were hard to gauge, proper footing was impossible to know, one could never be sure of block, and most all but the simplest maneuvers were almost out of reach. If one wanted to do them right, that is. Learning crappy taijutsu from a scroll was easy. Sitting on the grass gently, Naruto pulled a ball of bandages from his hip pouch. He began wrapping his hands. When he didn't move through the katas of the academy, he punched logs. It was boring, mindless, and tedious, but it helped to strengthen his fists and was therefore useful. If it was useful, he did it. That was part of his new nindo, his ninja way. Punching, at least, was something he knew he was doing correctly. It was one of the few things the academy instructors had consented to help him with. It fit the MO of the staff there perfectly, at least in regards to him. They almost never outright refused to help him, and when they did they usually had some contrived reason, but they always did the bare minimum when it came to their help. Useless Chunin, the blonde thought uncharitably. Brooding and negative thoughts weren't something Naruto liked to have most of the time, they certainly didn't help keep his spirits up in regards to his new objective, but he found himself having them more and more. This was especially the case when the various offenses against him kept piling up. Just the other day he had overheard Yamanaka Ino asking for help with her taijutsu, an occurrence that wasn't common, and Iruka-sensei had been only too happy to help. Bloody hypocrite. He wasn't sure if these movements against him were new or if he was just more observant of them, but they were all downright annoying. Some were to the point of being deliberately harmful to him. His instructors wouldn't teach him much of anything, shopkeepers sold him crappy goods, if at all, and that didn't even begin to cover how many people outright glared at him when he walked by. His former dreams of acknowledgement and acceptance were becoming distant memories as he noticed the hatred the Konoha populace seemed to have for him. He wondered how he had brushed it off before. Fury spiked through him. What had he done to them? What the hell could he have possibly done to deserve such hatred? The answer was nothing. The training log met his fist with a brutal thunk, and Naruto recoiled in pain before deflating. He had channeled all of his pent-up anger into that punch. He didn't even splinter the wood. Kami, damn it. He cursed softly. He cradled his right arm to his body, watching as the blood seeped through the bandages. He jumped in surprise, startled as a hand came to rest on his shoulder. The sight that met his eyes was an odd one. It warms my heart indeed to see such youthful fire burning in one so young. The man said. He was dressed in a green leotard, likely made of spandex, orange leg warmers, and a standard flak vest that was issued to all Konoha ninja Chunin and above. Naruto, however, had his eyes fixed on the man's face. Those things above his eyes had to be caterpillars. There was no other explanation for eyebrows that big. Who are you? Naruto asked, complete with all the bluntness of a 7-year-old. Who needed tact? Apparently, Mito Guy didn't, as he introduced himself exuberantly, much to Naruto's confusion. I couldn't help but notice your practice of taijutsu. A fine endeavor indeed for as young as yourself, but... He trailed off, his head cocked to the side thoughtfully. The cleverness that had turned Naruto into a rather infamous prankster reared its head. Violently. Is there something wrong with my taijutsu, Mito-san? He asked, sensing an opening. The green-clad man was strong, of that there was no doubt in the boy's mind. If he was willing to help him. I'm afraid so, Naruto-kun. Naruto hadn't had to introduce himself. For you see, taijutsu is an art that needs to be taught from sensei to student, and scrolls can only take one so far. Guy's voice had adopted a lecturing, almost sage-like quality. Do not fret, though. Konoha's beautiful green beast would be more than happy to help one so clearly in the springtime of youth. Naruto wasn't quite sure what the man meant about beasts and the like, but he was pretty sure that he had just offered to teach him. That wasn't something he was about to pass up. // 1 month. 4 weeks. If he ever looked back, Naruto was sure that he would remember these past weeks. The aches, pains, and almost never-ending soreness would ensure that. Guy had been impressed with his stamina regardless, but Naruto wished he could have done more. Truly, the man deserved his self-determined moniker. He was a beast indeed. 4 weeks of almost nothing but taijutsu training. He couldn't be happier with his progress. He had been intense at the start, hoping to impress the helpful Jonin enough so that he wouldn't simply brush him off. That had lasted until he had looked the man up. His intensity had likely tripled after that. Mito Guy. A taijutsu master. The taijutsu master if the records were to be believed. The man was Konoha's foremost expert on the particular branch of the ninja arts. He was also a rather formidable jonin. He ranked somewhere in Konoha's top 10. And he had just decided to help him, for no other reason than to help out a child full of youthful fire. It was amazing. Looked like even he could catch a lucky break sometimes. The man really knew his subject too. Stances became rigid. Blocks and guards were solidified. Punches, kicks and other maneuvers became fluid under the man's teaching. His speed had increased too. The eccentric jonin had been kind enough to foot the bill for a set of leg weights for Naruto, though he had stressed the concept of proper rest. It wouldn't do to injure himself because he bit off more than he could chew. Really, he couldn't have been luckier. The standing invitation to train with him and his youthful student was going to be exploited as much as possible. He knew he was far from a taijutsu master. He likely wasn't even the best in his class. That honor belonged to the enigmatic Uchiha Sasuke, certified genius that he was. Even so, his brief time under Guy's tutelage had placed him at the middle of the pack at the least, as recent spars had shown. He was likely better than that, but it was always best to maintain a humble attitude toward one's own skills. His humility had been forced upon him via necessity. It was all for the best, however, as he was finally starting to make some progress. A solid foundation was the key to future success. Taijutsu hadn't been the only thing that Guy had helped him with. His accuracy had improved tremendously with thrown weapons. His technique had been inefficient, apparently. It wasn't overtly bad and would get the job done, but he lost a lot of potential power behind his throws, and accuracy was hard to come by, especially as he wasn't always using the exact same motion each time. Some of the anger he had felt then threatened to spill out as he shut the door to his apartment, all one room of it. He had learned his throwing technique at the academy. It fit the way the teachers operated perfectly. The taught technique would get the job done. It just wasn't as good as it could or should be. The inferior technique could easily be blamed on Naruto's lack of attention and practice, if it ever came under question. He had vented his anger in the taijutsu work he had done later that day, though some of it still remained. His emotional control wasn't helped any by the liberal helping of glares he received as he wove through Konoha's morning crowds. He kept his eyes firmly forward, if not on his feet. He knew it wasn't below some villagers to cuff him if he appeared antagonistic, especially in a crowd. That had been the start of his bubbly persona. They had no reason to do anything to him if he was constantly friendly and outgoing. What a waste that had been. Striving for their acknowledgement had likely been the largest waste of his time in his 7 years of living. He still did to some extent, as only an emotionally neglected child could, but he had much bigger things to worry about. The game had changed. Striving for the acknowledgement and attention of an antagonistic populace had no place in his fight to survive. It was a refreshing change of mind. Blinking, Naruto noticed with some wonder that his feet had brought him to the academy. Had he really been that lost in thought? He scoffed. His academy instructors would likely have to pick their jaws off the floor if they knew how much he was thinking these days. It clashed horribly with their view of him. That likely wouldn't change for some time, though he suspected his new effort in class would draw some attention. He didn't hold out hope that it would be the good kind. He took his seat with a short nod and smile to Inuzuka Kiba. The canine ninja was one of his running buddies whenever they had decided to cut class, though Naruto was seriously cutting back. Any idea what today's lecture's gonna be about? He asked Nara Shikamaru gruffly. The boy was smart. He was also lazy. He thought he was likely the laziest person in all of Fire Country. Akimichi Kuji disagreed. He thought he was the laziest person in the whole elemental nations. The boy grunted. He was obviously too bothered to answer. Sleep was a full-time job for Shikamaru, much like eating was a full-time job for Kuji. Naruto didn't complain. He often got to mooch some of the boy's endless chips. Too troublesome to answer? He asked with a foxy grin. The lack of answer was expected. Bah, it'll probably be boring all the same. Right, Kuji? Probably, Naruto. Chip? Thanks, mate. The lecture was boring. Not that that was ever truly in question. While Naruto admitted that the scarred Chunin knew his stuff, he could at least make an effort to make it somewhat engaging. It didn't help matters that the information likely wouldn't serve any purpose beyond the academy tests. Who really needed to know about the mysterious figure that was the Shodai's wife? Not everyone was Haruno Sakura or Yamanaka Ino with their academic drive. A soft smile rose to the blonde's face as he thought about the pretty blonde-haired girl. After the lecture, Iruka brought the class to the weapons range. Each student had a slot where they were supposed to sink 6 shuriken, the standard brace size, into the target. It was harder than Iruka and Mizuki, his assistant, made it look. Practice normally went on for half an hour, while the 2 instructors would make their way through the group of students and correct them where they saw fit. Naruto was often left for last. More often than not, his instruction got cut off when the practice ended. He could deal with that though. Accuracy was one thing that could be improved on one's own. Now that his technique was fixed up, he hoped that his accuracy would rise. It proved true not a few moments later. He smiled in satisfaction as he caught his breath. It had become heavier as he put force into the throws. 4 of the 6 were embedded in the target. 1 was not even an inch off the bullseye. 2/3 was good, considering he was barely at 1/3 just a month ago. Progress was slow, he thought as he removed the shuriken from the target, but it was still progress. Moving back to his starting line, he launched all 6 stars again, this time 1 at a time. 4 out of the 6 stuck again, but 1 had glanced off another, the angle so perfect that it had directed the shuriken into the bullseye. His smirk threatened to split his face when he caught sight of Iruka's raised brows. "What did you think of that, Iruka-sensei?" he asked obnoxiously. The scarred man called an end to practice without an answer. He'd have to work on that trick. It might come in handy someday, though he suspected that it might be easier with kunai. The short blades were a larger target by design, they were also heavier, making it easier to effect them in flight while still keeping on target. Shuriken were too light for that sort of intentional showmanship. The rest of the class didn't need to know that though. Uchiha Sasuke had an unknown look on his face. It seemed calculating to Naruto's untrained eyes, but who was to say? From target practice, the class moved to the center of the academy's designated training ground. That meant it was time for sparring. The one-on-one bouts were viewed by the whole class. Once the fight was finished, the instructor, be it Iruka or Mizuki, would review the fight with the class as a whole. They often went over strategy and what worked and what didn't. The students were often tasked with coming up with their own solutions to the problems they had, the idea being that one learned more if they fixed the problem themselves. The instructors were always available to help, however. At least if your name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. The fights proceeded without incident. Kiba had too much focus on full frontal attacks. Shikamaru was too defensive. Kuji made openings for himself, but hesitated too much. Sakura needed more punching power. Ino needed a haircut, though not much else. Shino was too stiff with his movements. Hinata hesitated twice as much as Kuji, though her Juken made up for most of her other faults. In the end, it was down to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto didn't know the meaning of the word cliché, but that's how he would have described it if he did. Iruka-sensei was most likely trying to take him down a peg or 5. Uchiha Sasuke was the class resident genius. No one save Shino and Kiba had ever managed to get more than a glancing blow on the boy. Naruto didn't much care. The class spread out from the 2 fighters. The combatants were encouraged to use their environment to their advantage, so being too close to the fight was just asking for trouble. Suitably competitive fighters wouldn't hesitate to bowl over anyone who happened to get in their way. Naruto winced in remembrance of when he was used as a shield by Ino when she had fought Sakura 2 classes previous. He didn't quite know where the instructors got off telling the girl she needed more punching power. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet as the crowd of students backed up. Guy's lessons about having an explosive first step sounded loudly through his mind. The initiative could decide the outcome of a fight better than any level of skill. Most shinobi fights didn't last long enough for true skill to shine through. Iruka signaled the start of the fight. Naruto sprang forward, hoping to steal the initiative. His right leg shot out in a near-perfect mid-air roundhouse kick. He hit nothing but air as Sasuke ducked under the strike. The raven-haired boy didn't wait for Naruto to recover, snapping a quick kick at Naruto's chest from his low position. The blonde blocked with both arms crossed, but winced lightly as the kick connected. Sasuke wasn't much bigger than him, but he hit hard. Doesn't matter, Naruto thought fiercely. His landing was less graceful than he would have liked, but he regained his footing nonetheless. It wasn't a moment too soon, as Naruto moved his face to the left to avoid Sasuke's fist. The displaced air whispered across his skin as he moved inside the Uchiha's guard, snapping off a backhand fist that connected solidly with Sasuke's face. If the Uchiha was surprised at being hit, he didn't show it. The boy rolled with the punch, and snapped off one of his own that was blocked by Naruto's face. The two separated quickly, Naruto blinking back tears of pain. He glared fiercely at his opponent, though his feeble attempt to turn him to ash failed. Muscles flexed, coiled, and uncoiled as the two boys threw themselves back into the fight, each looking for almost non-existent openings in each other's guard. Naruto, so far, was thoroughly pleased with the encounter. He had held his own quite well. He had watched the Uchiha's fights closely in the past months, and he had managed to develop a thin sort of strategy. The best plans were the flexible ones. His first hope for the fight had been to take the initiative early. That attempt had failed rather easily, and he now had to re-evaluate his options. He made a split-second decision. Leaping head-first into the fray, Naruto jumped inside the larger boy's guard but, instead of immediately attacking, feinted forward. Sasuke reacted instinctively, bringing his right arm into a textbook guard, but was unprepared for Naruto to grab the offending appendage. From there, life was good for the blonde as he laid two heavy haymakers into the Uchiha's face before the raven-haired boy managed to wrench himself from Naruto's grip. Sasuke made to make space, but Naruto wasn't giving up that easily. Charging forward, Naruto made to strike high, but dropped at the last moment and performed a textbook leg sweep. The Uchiha was knocked off his feet, but acquitted himself nicely by landing a solid kick to Naruto's stomach. The raven-haired boy landed an uppercut to Naruto's chin, but received a smack to both ears in return. Naruto, reeling from the blow, shook his head before charging low. The Uchiha was unprepared for the blonde's bum rush maneuver, and had the wind knocked out of him as he hit the ground hard. Naruto, while both smaller and lighter than Sasuke, had unintentionally managed to position himself perfectly on top of his opponent, ensuring that Sasuke couldn't maneuver his body to a certain extent. Leaning forward, he laid into the Uchiha, landing 5 hard punches to the boy's face. Victory was in his sights, as Iruka would surely call the match. Naruto peripherally felt a pair of legs snap around his neck, and blinked in confusion as he saw a victorious snarl cross Sasuke's face. He opened his eyes blearily. The sky is really blue, isn't it? He thought. A scarred face disrupted his view. Nay, Iruka-sensei. You ruined my view, he complained loudly. The sound of laughter assaulted his ears, and he turned his head in order to view his tittering classmates. Get up, Naruto, Iruka demanded. Naruto noticed it wasn't quite as harsh as usual. He brushed it off, it wasn't important. He reluctantly obliged the Chunin, though his body seemed to protest. Loudly. As you were unconscious at the time, you don't know what the class went over after your fight. I suggest you get the notes from one of your classmates, the instructor stated stiffly. Naruto just nodded in acceptance. His memories of the fight were flowing back rather steadily. His only mistake had been leaning too low over Sasuke when he had him pinned. Being too low allowed for one's opponent to apply a leg choke hold. Sasuke had apparently demonstrated this rather well, as Naruto managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. He grimaced as feeling returned to his neck. Blue eyes sought Onyx as Naruto glanced about. He spied Sasuke with an ice pack held to his jaw. He glared balefully at those who attempted to help him. Apparently, he didn't need any help. The newly forming bruises on his face didn't agree. As Naruto caught the clan heir's attention, he nodded, hoping to convey the message good fight through the simple gesture. Surprisingly, Sasuke nodded back. // A 12-year-old Naruto sputtered as he spit grass out of his mouth. I guess this is what they mean by eating dirt. It was a rare occurrence, thankfully. The taste of grass and dirt was not one that Naruto wanted to get used to. Unfortunately, his sparring partner had other ideas. Naruto didn't even flinch as he narrowly avoided a chakra-enhanced haymaker. He had enough bruises coming from this fight already. He wasn't about to let Sasuke land a near-cheap shot on his face that easily. The blonde danced out of the way of his sparring partner's follow kick easily. It looked almost choreographed in its simplicity. Footwork changed, stances flowed, and Naruto sprang forward with the force of a cannon, his weight and chakra carefully flowing into his outstretched elbow. Air whistled past his ears and he snarled happily as Sasuke was only able to redirect the blow. The elbow had caught him in the right shoulder, spinning him round. 2 steps and a minor weight adjustment later, Naruto's left-footed roundhouse kick had sent Sasuke hurtling toward a nearby tree. The boy managed to right himself in mid-air, and landed gracefully. Red eyes regarded Naruto balefully as their owner clutched his chest. Blue eyes narrowed and Naruto sighed inwardly. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan not a full year ago. He had managed to get dragged into testing its limits, as the young Uchiha put it. He could say with full honesty that he hated those eyes. It had been more than difficult to keep up the clan air before he had activated his Kekkei Genkai. Now it was nearly impossible. His taijutsu superiority had all but disappeared in the last year, his tri-weekly sessions with Guy having little effect overall. That wasn't to say that he wasn't improving. It was just that Sasuke's already high learning curve became even higher. Bloody genius. The Uchiha had made one of the smarter decisions of his life once he had activated the famed dojutsu. He had decided against letting the world know about it. Naruto heartily approved. A shinobi always had his secrets. Just like Naruto would never let Sasuke know that he wore a full set of both leg and arm weights under his long-sleeved clothing. It wouldn't do well to reveal his trump card. Naruto was sure that Sasuke had a few tricks up his short sleeves as well. Naruto absently dodged a high kick to the neck, and moved swiftly under its follow-up. Snapping out a palm, he felt the heel of his hand just miss its target, Sasuke's eyes allowing him to predict the motion before it was complete. The offending appendage was grabbed tightly, but pushed himself forward, rather than back, throwing Sasuke off balance. Panting his feet and reshifting, Naruto used his superior strength to hurl Sasuke over his shoulder. The boy landed just as gracefully as before, however, and Naruto grimaced. A neutral fight was pretty much all he could hope for once Sasuke brought out his eyes. The acclaimed genius might not be fully experienced with the dojutsu, but he learned fast. And those eyes taught on their own. Naruto wasn't about to go full speed at the boy, even with his weights on. They both held back considerably here, neither wanted to be injured in a spar that meant nothing. Naruto was similarly reluctant to break out the few ninjutsu he knew. While they might turn the tide in the short term, it would only hurt him in the long term. Sasuke knew a few ninjutsu himself, and there was no doubt that the Sharingan would copy everything Naruto threw at him anyway. Life just wasn't fair sometimes. Though it wasn't fair nearly all the time, in the case of Naruto. As such, he was often left taking a beating from his sparring partner. He consoled himself with the knowledge that he was getting better just as much, even if his progress was that much slower than the prodigal Uchiha's. The two rushed each other at some unspoken signal, and 2 punches were caught with a smack of skin on skin. They separated just as quickly, each one making space. Each dodged the other's punch this time, Naruto by a lesser margin than Sasuke, and the blonde kicked out. 2 shins met in the middle and each boy winced. Leaping back, the two regarded each other with calculating eyes, each assessing the other. Naruto smiled. Well? HN. Sasuke nodded. The two relaxed immediately. Naruto collapsed heavily against a nearby tree. Sasuke joined him moments later. Not bad, in my esteemed opinion, at least. Sasuke snorted. If your opinion mattered, the standard Konoha uniform would be entirely orange and there would be a yearly ramen festival. It's not my fault nobody recognizes what an awesome color orange is. He didn't bother refuting the second part of the statement. Why don't you wear it then? I do wear it, just, not during training, Naruto trailed off lamely. The truth was, orange was a horrible color for shinobi. It had taken Naruto about a full year into his stint at the academy to realize that orange wasn't a practical color for a shinobi. In fact, it was a downright horrible color for a ninja. That was doubly so for a Konoha ninja, given the general greenery of the area. One of Naruto's lesser-known goals was to one day be skilled enough for his color of choice not to matter. Even he knew that that day was far, far in the future. Anyway, back on topic? Naruto began. Humph. The response was almost eloquent in its simplicity. Naruto would forever envy Sasuke's ability to sound cool with such a minimal response. Not that anyone would ever find out. Not bad, I suppose. The hits are harder, more precise. You've gotten faster. The unasked question went unanswered. Every ninja had their tricks. Sasuke would never know about Naruto's leg weights if the blonde had anything to say about it. Naruto nodded seriously, silently appreciating the bluntness of the conversation. Neither of them liked to dick around. Thanks. About the same form my end. You've managed to include a few new moves since last time. Getting your technique stolen was an occupational hazard of training with a Sharingan user. Naruto didn't much mind. He was essentially bastardizing Guy's Goken style as it was. Complaining about his training partner stealing it would be hypocritical. As long as the Uchiha didn't take any of his ninjutsu, few that they were, he was just fine. Guy teach you anything new? Naruto shrugged. I'm working on some things, but nothing's done just yet. It's more internal chakra stuff than anything else. Useful? The thought of Naruto learning a new technique, and then his copying of it, was something of interest to the Uchiha. Maybe. Now Sasuke was really interested. Naruto didn't deflect questions very often. He didn't have the mental capacity or personality, in Sasuke's opinion at least. His dodging of the question spoke volumes about how useful this technique might actually be. Sasuke knew better than to push, though. Naruto would lock up tighter than the Hokage's private Anbu security detail. Good for tomorrow? Naruto asked, trying to move the conversation forward. Sasuke actually laughed, though it was more of a chuckle. Is that a question, idiot? Naruto had the grace to blush. Sasuke was the #1 rookie for a reason. Ah, guess not. Not worried then? Of course not. I'd be more worried about yourself, Dobi. Righteous anger quickly bubbled to the surface. I haven't been dead last for 4 years now, team. Why do you have to call me that? Guess it just stuck. Why do you call me team? Sasuke reflected the question with unearthly skill. It fits. Don't, he exclaimed when Sasuke looked about to interrupt. The boy settled for a vicious smirk. You're a total douche to everyone. Team makes sense. Dead last isn't a great nickname for the #2 in class. The smirk never left the Uchiha's face. Maybe, Dobi. Naruto sputtered in indignation. He was ignored. Still, second best is still last in my book. Good thing your book isn't the grade book, then. If those damned written tests didn't mean so much, you'd actually have to work some to keep that one spot. Sasuke got up to make his exit from the training ground, idly wiping the residual dirt from his shorts. As if, Uzumaki. Try not to fail tomorrow. You too, asshole. Naruto flipped him off. Sasuke just snorted. They were friends. Naruto didn't bother to watch as Sasuke disappeared from his sight line. His mind was on other things. More important things. Tomorrow marked the true beginning of his ninja career. He wouldn't be too ashamed to admit that he was more than a little nervous. Not for the graduation test, he was second in his class for a good reason. No, he was nervous because for every step towards skill and power he took, it was one more step toward his enemies. Akatsuki, he thought with hatred, though it wasn't particularly focused. He didn't know who they were. He didn't know what they were after. All he knew was that they were strong enough that Konoha wouldn't be able to protect him for long. Every minute of every hour of every day he had spent training was working toward the eventual confrontation he would have with the organization. He would be ready. Believe it. Chapter 1, Graduation. His body was awake and alert the moment the alarm began to blare. Blue eyes snapped to attention and regarded his room with earnest. The ceiling was still off-white, the wallpaper was peeling off in the appropriate places, and the sun filtered in through the two thin blinds. This was home. Naruto sat up blearily, idly turning off his alarm. Bloody annoyance. The blonde shook his head quickly, shaking out the cobwebs of sleep that had been overridden by his momentary alertness. If there was no immediate threat or interesting action being performed, the body reverted back to what it always was in the morning. Being tired. Naruto hated mornings. He slipped his slippers on as he rose. A pot of water for tea was boiling before he made his way to the bathroom to complete his daily morning routine. One leak and a cup of tea later, his blue eyes had their usual intensity back. They would remain so for the next 16 hours at the least. It was 7 minutes past 7 when Naruto finished his tea. Just enough time to properly dress and make his way to the academy. He pulled on a pair of black pants with a forest green short sleeve top over them. Black shinobi sandals completed his ensemble, along with carefully wrapped bandages along his lower claves and forearms. His ankle weights were carefully concealed beneath his pant legs. His weapons pouches were strapped in their appropriate places. The lights were off and his major appliances had been unplugged as he left his studio apartment. The landlord didn't need any real excuse to charge him more for electricity. A minor application of chakra masked his appearance as he exited his apartment building, and he began to weave his way through the busy morning traffic of Konoha. The brown-haired youth gently pushed his way into one of the many stalls that lined Konoha streets. It was one of his favorite breakfast haunts. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't allowed. The brown-haired, brown-eyed Koumi Lee had no such problems. He munched on a breakfast roll happily as he bobbed and wove through the thick crowds. A smile crossed his unwhiskered face as he enjoyed the feeling of having no eyes on him. Well, save for the Anbu on the rooftops. It was one of his guilty pleasures. There was much happiness to be had simply from not being noticed or glared at by the general populace. It was too bad it didn't last after he removed his minor henge. His arrival at Konoha's Ninja Academy coincided with his finishing of his breakfast roll. He carefully cleaned his hands with a napkin and water from the fountain near the academy's entrance. Ruffling his hair as he approached the classroom, a smirk threatened to split his face. He pushed the door to the room open to be met with the raised voices of the 20 or so students who were already there. All of them seemed to be trying to talk over each other, though he noticed a few nervous souls doing some last-minute studying in the corner. It was graduation, and Uzumaki Naruto was about to arrive. Believe it. "It's me, bitches," he announced as he swaggered in. Kiba snorted up top. Kuji snickered around his mouthful of chips. Shikamaru simply laid his head on the desk. He was probably already asleep. Taxing activities like expressions were far too troublesome for the Nara. "A little confident, eh, Naruto?" Kuji asked good-naturedly. "With good reason, mate," Naruto said as he strode up the wooden steps to his seat. He tossed a quick wink to a few tittering girls at the front. His already large smirk became absolutely devilish as they blushed. "Take that, Sasuke." "Bah! Cocky, that's what you are," Kiba barked from his position. "You know full well that Akamaru and me could take you any day." "Don't be so sure about that, doggy boy. You'd probably be a handicap for Akamaru over there." At Kiba's growl, Naruto held up a hand. "Don't even bother. We all know who wears the pants in your relationship. Ain't that right, Akamaru?" The small dog yipped happily in response. Kuji laughed as Kiba grumbled about traitorous partners. Even Shikamaru managed to snort. Now that was something of note. Naruto expected the lazy boy to be fast asleep by now. He certainly had no problems with doing so in the past. He and Kuji often talked about how they thought the boy could likely sleep standing up. If it wasn't too troublesome, of course. "Chips, Naruto?" Kuji asked. The blonde declined politely. "Nervous? Eating can take your mind off the test, you know?" "Nah, mate." Naruto shook his head. The confident smirk had faded. It was replaced by a serious look that seemed out of place on the usually smiling visage. "I figure I got to number 2 already. That counts for something." Chuki just shrugged, so Kiba picked up the slack, having finished licking his proverbial wounds. "You sure about that? My sister graduated a few years back. She was downright bitchy in the lead-up. Said it was the hardest thing she ever studied for." Naruto copied Kuji in his manner of expression. "Maybe. It's a 3-parter. Written, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. I've had the ninjutsu down for a couple of years now, and my taijutsu had been top for almost the same." He wasn't bragging, simply stating facts. "That's 2 out of 3 right there, and my written tests have gotten better. I figured that I've got this, even if I don't finish top." His own speech seemed to have eased some of the tension among the small group. His casual recounting of his own skills had reminded his contemporaries that they were similarly qualified, if not quite as good. A merry band of misfits they may be, but they weren't incompetent. At least not entirely. The momentary reverie was broken by the sound of squealing. Naruto winced appropriately as the overly loud voices of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino reached his ears. "I'm gonna sit next to him." "No, I am, Ino pig." "Fat chance, forehead girl." Cute girls they may be, but it was far too early for their pointless squabbles over the widely coveted seat next to Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto winced in sympathy for the raven-haired boy. He, along with the rest of the male population, was more than a little jealous of the good-looking Uchiha. That didn't mean he wanted to have the twin harpies crowing over him 24/7. The two were rapidly approaching their object of affection, and the boy in question looked none too happy. Naruto decided to take pity on his friend for the moment, and perhaps the girls given the look the boy had on his face, as a brilliant idea struck him. Catching Sasuke's eye, he made 4 hand seals. The boy simply rolled his eyes in irritation. Naruto took that as his cue. Speeding through the seals, Naruto executed a textbook Kawarimi no Jutsu with Sasuke, just as Yamanaka Ino claimed the coveted seat. Ha! Take that, forehead. True love prevails, isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Naruto struggled to keep a straight face as the blonde girl's triumphant look turned to confusion as she spied Naruto's raised eyebrow. Her head turned around rather comically as she searched for the boy she thought she was sitting next to. She found him. He looked just as he always did, perfectly unruffled from the impromptu kawarimi. Naruto took that as a show of his own skill, rather than Sasuke's innate coolness. His ego needed to stay inflated somehow. The rousing laughter from Kiba and Kuji, combined with Sasuke's twitching mouth, connected the dots in the minds of the two kunoichi. Ino opened her mouth to lambaste Naruto, but was cut off by the entrance of Naruto's two least favorite people. Everyone sit down and shut up. Umino Iruka yelled. Ino had no choice but to sit in the vacant seat next to Naruto, while Sakura took a seat next to a quivering Hyuga Hinata. This is the graduation exam. Take it seriously, were the words of wisdom from the scarred academy teacher. His silver-haired assistant Tuji Mizuki silently passed out the written portion of the exam. Naruto ignored the scowl that crossed the man's face as he received his test. The animosity between himself and the academy instructors hadn't waned in the last years of Naruto's academy stint. Iruka had seemed to warm to him for a time, but Naruto had remained wary of the man. If he had befriended every person who was suddenly nice to him, he wouldn't be here now. The somewhat half-hearted attempts at friendship with the scarred man had all but disappeared. You have 1 hour. Begin. The scarred instructor's voice barely penetrated Naruto's thoughts. He opened his test and silently regarded the 45 questions. He sighed. I hate tests. Question 1. The following 256-character message needs to be decoded. Determine the cipher necessary and explain its concept. Naruto's mind filtered through the various ciphers he knew of before deciding on one. It was correct. He had gone with the most basic one he knew. It was one of the 3 that were taught at the academy. The fact that he had memorized over 10 more on his own time spoke of his dedication to the shinobi lifestyle. Question 2. The position of shinobi marked A in relation to the position of shinobi marked B is defined by the following equation. Derive the velocity and acceleration functions from the position function as related to time. Fucking math. He hated math. It was tedious, boring, and nearly useless in the practical sense. When would he ever have to derive equations in the field? Never, that's when. Thankfully, he had a little shortcut, courtesy of the archive. N times A times T to the N1, bitches. Who needs math? Question 3. Given the derived equations, calculate the instantaneous velocity and acceleration at time equals 2.7 seconds, of a thrown shuriken from shinobi A to shinobi B. A simple plug-and-chug problem. They were easy as long as you had the equations right. Living on Easy Street, he thought with a grin. Question 4. Given the height of shinobi A and the distance between him and shinobi B, draw the appropriate parabola describing the projectile motion of a thrown shuriken from shinobi A to shinobi B. Calculate the angle of depression and the angle of elevation. Shit, he couldn't do this one. He vaguely remembered Iruka's lectures on projectile motion, but only vaguely. Mizuki must have been the one to finish up that particular lesson. There was a reason he was the assistant. Question 5. Describe the effect Konoha-Kuza relations had on the outbreak of the Third Secret War. Utilize the space below and summarize in less than 200 words. History. It was boring as hell, but pretty easy. All it was memorizing dates and names. It had no real importance in the field though. Naruto supposed that it might be important to know if one was in the administrative service. It was important to learn from history. At least that was what the proverb said. And the questions continued on in that vein. By the end of the hour, Naruto had answered all but 8 of the questions on the test. The more practical questions were fairly easy for the blonde, while the math and written physics were the opposite. History was somewhere in the middle. He exchanged nods with a bored-looking Sasuke and even more bored-looking Shikamaru as the tests were collected. The taijutsu portion of the exam was next, and he was eager to see how much Sasuke would reveal. They were both better than they let show in class. There was simply no need to show off more than they already did. What did you think? He asked the group of Shikamaru, Kuji, and Kiba. Sasuke was slightly ahead of them and unlikely to participate in the conversation. He was Naruto's friend, not everyone else's. Not too bad, troublesome, and piece of cake were the answers that greeted Naruto. It was all he really expected from his academy friends. None of them excelled at written tests, and, as such, didn't hold them in much regard. Save for Shikamaru, whose mind was likely on what he would do after the exam, they all were focused on the coming taijutsu portion of the exam. All the graduates will fight me in a one-on-one spar until I or Iruka deem that we have seen enough. You guys know the drill. The silver-haired man's boredom was evident in his voice. He attempted to smile to lighten some of the tension hovering over the group, but it came out as a grimace. Don't hold back and good luck. Don't hold back and good luck, Mizuki stated for what must have been the 30th time since the spars had begun. It had begun to wear on Naruto. That and the general level of incompetency he saw clearly in his fellow students. He could only imagine how Iruka and Mizuki felt, having taught the bunch. His clique had done well, though. That was a good thing at least. Kiba had been downright vicious. The blonde watched dispassionately as Sasuke danced around Mizuki's strikes. His fan club was cheering him from the sidelines. Not for the first time did Naruto envy the prodigy's inherent grace. No matter how much he worked or trained, he knew that Sasuke would always look better than him when fighting hand to hand. Grace couldn't be taught. Bastard. His eyes didn't change as he watched Sasuke take the upper hand with a well-placed thrust kick that had Mizuki stumbling. Iruka could have called the match right there. Mizuki was finished, but he allowed Sasuke to show off his skills. He snorted when Sasuke planted his knee in the man's gut to end the match. Mizuki looked none too happy with his partner. Naruto exchanged nods with the genius as he made his way to the ring. Sasuke hadn't shown much more than he ever did in the academy spars. Naruto would do the same. It wasn't that he had anything to hide, really, but going all out wasn't really necessary. Iruka and Mizuki were total scrubs when it came to taijutsu as far as he knew. It made him wonder why they were teaching. Don't hold back and good luck. The platitude couldn't have been less sincere if Naruto had been the rakeage. Begin. Naruto hopped forward immediately, launching a hard roundhouse kick at Mizuki's head. It was blocked, though Naruto got satisfaction from the man's wince. The added weight around his ankles hadn't helped matters. Grunting, he shifted his weight while midair, bringing his other leg around for a dropping heel. Mizuki dove under the leg and rolled to safety. Naruto landed gracefully and bounced on his toes in anticipation. Mizuki didn't disappoint. Naruto calmly redirected a palm strike to his throat and ducked inside the man's guard and swung a punch. It connected solidly, but Mizuki rolled with the blow and Naruto added another bruise to his collection from a kick to his right arm. It was all good though. Mizuki didn't hit nearly as hard as Lee. Naruto leapt over a wide sweeping kick and coiled his body into a controlled haymaker. Coil and uncoil. Let the body's weight and flexibility be your power. The haymaker hit home with a thump and Naruto followed up with a quick sweep of the man's legs. He caught the defensive kick aimed at his chin and used the momentum to turn the catch into a throw. Mizuki landed heavily in the dust, but regained his bearings quickly. Naruto scowled as he fought the instinct to follow up with a Konoha Senpu that would have laid the instructor out. It wasn't necessary for this fight, he told himself. The blonde wondered why the match hadn't been called yet. Surely he had made a good show so far. A quick glance to Iruka showed a calculating look in the man's eyes. Naruto smirked a little. He was obviously letting this play out like he had with the previous match. It was probably to see how much Naruto actually knew. The thought was broken up as he took a punch to the face. He cursed his inattention. Sasuke wouldn't have done that. Mizuki came in low with a stomach-level punch. Naruto worked in some Tai Chi. Transferring body weight, the blonde redirected all of Mizuki's momentum away from him. The man was stumbling as inertia took over. The instructor didn't know what hit him as Naruto capitalized on his opportunity and buried his foot in his back. The boy took more than a little satisfaction in forcing his teacher to eat dirt. Match. Iruka called. The man looked genuinely impressed. It was one thing to knock your classmates around in the spars. It was something else to do it to your instructor. Even so, Mizuki likely wasn't going all out. Naruto did his best to remain humble in the face of overwhelming victory. It was easier said than done as a smirk threatened to split his face. Yamanaka Ino was called as Naruto exited the ring to polite clapping from the rest of the class. Sasuke was smirking. Kiba was howling. Kuji looked happy. Shikamaru looked bored. How about that, Sasu-chan? He asked with a teasing smirk. Humph. Not bad, Dobi, but you took a few too many shots to the head. I'd worry about your intelligence if you weren't already so stupid. Naruto just laughed. Whatever, bastard. I beat your time all the same. The boy in question turned his head. I still looked better doing it, idiot. Bah. The rest of the group watched the banter with varying degrees of amusement. It was well known that Naruto was pretty much the only one that Sasuke got along with, and that their verbal spars had no real heat behind them. The barb tossing simply served as amusement for the rest of them. The group chatted back and forth as Ino finished her match with Mizuki. Naruto smirked as he annoyed the blonde girl by cheering for her obnoxiously. She scowled at him venomously, looking at him like he was something to be wiped off her sandal. It was fun to rile her up. Naruto calmly accepted a bag of chips from Kuji as the group of hopefuls was led back into the academy. All that remained was the ninjutsu test. Naruto wasn't worried. They were immediately told to sit down and prepare for the final third of the exam. Apparently the examiners wanted to get this over with. This was the normal time to break for lunch. Kuji was distraught. Troublesome, listen, Kuji. Your name's at the top of the call sheet. Get it done quick and get out of here for some food, Shikamaru suggested to his friend. Naruto watched with amusement as the large boy's eyes lit with renewed determination. Kuji was too easy to manipulate. The shadow user was particularly adept at it. The two had known each other since birth, nearly, and Shikamaru knew Kuji nearly as well as he knew himself. Naruto tapped his fingers against the wooden desk as he waited to be called. The ninjutsu test was the most important of the three, and Naruto was eager to get it over with. He was far from nervous. He had mastered each of the three academy jutsu a few years back. All that he cared about at this point were class placements. That and getting the fuck out of the academy. He was sick of the entire establishment. Satisfaction welled up inside him every time he remembered his time at the academy. His Chunin oppressors had tried their level best to discourage his learning for years. They had failed. Everything short of outright sabotage had been tried, including not answering his questions and sending him outside for disrupting the class. It didn't matter. They kicked him out, he learned on his own. They eventually stopped trying. It wasn't worth the effort apparently, especially as he managed to take the 2 spot in the rankings over 2 years ago. It had been a long, hard, and tedious 5 years, but he had made it. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka called. And now he was just a few hand seals away from victory. Let's get his over with. Transform into a copy of a person of your choosing, the scarred instructor commanded. Naruto made 3 hand seals. He was replaced with the neutral visage and form of the Sandaime Hokage. Iruka marched around him for a few moments to inspect the image. His technique was perfect. It had been since he had mastered it all those years ago. Very good, Naruto. Replace yourself with that chair to your left, if you will? The man gestured to the aforementioned object. Naruto sped through the 5 hand seals with little effort. A chair stood in his place not a second later. Iruka looked impressed. There hadn't been any smoke or noise to accompany the technique. He had passed it off as a fluke when it had happened with the henge, but it appeared that Naruto had mastered the academy jutsu to a higher level than his classmates. Iruka nodded at Naruto's raised eyebrow. And the Bunshin no jutsu. Produce 3. Naruto made 5 seals and carefully regulated his chakra. 3 perfect clones shimmered to life next to him, and Naruto couldn't contain his elation. Yada. The clone technique had been his worst by far. That had lasted until he had stumbled upon the mysterious and frustrating concept of chakra control. 2 months, 3 trees, and an endless amount of leaves later, Naruto had mastered the Bunshin. Iruka couldn't help his smile at the boy's enthusiasm. Congratulations, Naruto, you are now an official shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Take your headband to the right and check by the administration office for your required paperwork. May you burn with the will of fire. // Well, Naruto, I suppose things do turn out well in the end sometimes. Would you agree? The blonde nodded. His electric blue eyes sparkled in the lantern-lit atmosphere of Ichiraku Ramen. Sometimes, old man, sometimes. He trailed off with a smile. He could scarcely remember being so giddy. Surpassing all expectations if you had a way of doing that. Well, I'd offer you a free bowl, but I'm afraid that business hasn't quite been as good since I lost my best customer. The old man had a slight smile on his face as he said it. Naruto didn't believe the kind old man for a second. Please, old man, you know full well that you've been doing just fine. Ayame-chan said you might be planning an expansion, Naruto said with a smirk. Bah! Ayame, what have I told you about letting slip confidential information? The man called back to the kitchen area. The smile never left his face. It's Naruto, Dad. Besides, you weren't going to keep it secret for long. The voice of Ichiraku Ayame floated upon the ramen-scented air from the kitchen. It held a teasing lilt to it. Humph, I sense a conspiracy here. Naruto laughed along with the small family. It was amazing how two people and a steaming bowl of ramen could make him feel right at home. He couldn't imagine another place he would rather be to celebrate his graduation. "Ah, don't worry about it, old man. I won't tell no one." He slurped his ramen happily. "Sides, weren't you the one who told me that I needed a more balanced diet? If I had known that I'd all but lose my best customer, I would have lived with you being a shrimp." Naruto snorted. The kind old man and his daughter had been his first friends in the village. It was quite the experience for young Naruto, to know that someone actually cared about his well-being outside of the very basics. The old man had all but insisted that he move to a more balanced diet when he entered the ninja academy. "Ramen's a great food, best in the world, but a growing boy needs some things that ramen just doesn't have," he had said. Regardless, Naruto still made a point to stop by and order a bowl or three once a week. He would have happily lived on ramen alone if it meant keeping the atmosphere and attitude that the Ichirakus provided. It was too bad that his sense of survival all but demanded his compliance with the old man's order for a more rounded diet. He wouldn't survive long if he was malnourished. "It's good to know that my well-being is at the front of your mind, Tuchi-san. So, what's this expansion you're planning?" Naruto asked. He was genuinely curious. Ichiraku Tuchi took a seat next to the blonde. "Well, you probably don't know, but a few of my friends in the business have fallen on some hard times lately. They had to close down their stalls recently, and I came up with the idea of a joint business venture. While it would still be under my name, the three of us would co-own the shop/restaurant, and it would cater to all 3 meals of the day. A roll shop for breakfast, ramen for lunch, and grilled meats for dinner. It's the full package." The man was very excited at the idea of finally developing his stall into a full-time restaurant. Naruto was happy for the man. It was tough for the two Ichirakus to support themselves with a simple ramen stand. A full-blown restaurant would likely triple their income. "Sounds like a good idea to me, old man. When do you start remodeling?" "In about a month. I've filled out the paperwork for the lease on the building across the way, and we'll begin setting up shop once it's been filed," he proclaimed. "Well, good luck to you." Naruto was happy for the two people who he considered family, but he was also sad to lose the homie stand that had served as his hangout and thinking place for the entirety of his childhood. The bell to the stall rang. Tuchi was behind the counter before Naruto even noticed he had left his spot. "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. How may I help you?" "1 bowl of pork ramen. Medium please," a familiar voice ordered. "Coming right up, Iruka-san." Naruto's eyes snapped to meet the brown orbs of his sensei. Former sensei, he reminded himself. Iruka-sensei? He kept the honorific as it sounded weird to address him casually. "Naruto, I thought I might find you here." The scarred man addressed his former pupil casually. Naruto caught an undertone of hesitation in the man's voice. The Chunin sighed before a small smile blossomed. "I want to congratulate you again on passing the exam. You did much better than many had expected. Myself included." Naruto thanked the man. "And don't worry, the paperwork will be filled out by end of day tomorrow. But I think that simple congrats wouldn't warrant a visit like this." Naruto was immediately suspicious of the man when he had first entered the stand. Iruka was silent for a few moments as he slurped his ramen. "You're right, of course. A simple congratulations wouldn't require me to seek you out," he sighed, looking somewhat lost. Naruto wondered what could cause this side of his sensei to show itself. "I wanted to apologize." That stopped Naruto in his tracks. So shocked he was, that he didn't even bother to respond to the unexpected proclamation. Iruka picked up where he left off. "I know that I treated you like crap when you first came to the academy. Hell, I didn't treat you much better afterwards, but I suppose I saw you as a bit of a younger version of myself." Here the Chunin smiled lightly. "I was quite the little troublemaker myself, you know." Through the haze of confusion the unexpected apology brought on, the last sentence penetrated Naruto's consciousness. No way. He could hardly believe that Iruka, the stickler for the rules, had been anything but a model student when he was younger. "Believe it," the man stated, imitating one of Naruto's favorite lines. "Anyway, I suppose that led me to being harder on you than the others. It doesn't make up for my behavior, but I hope that this will help make up some ground between us. I like to keep a good relationship with all my students, and I would be remiss if there was bad blood between us." Naruto was stunned. Of all the things he had expected of his former teacher, an apology certainly wasn't one of them. While he held no love for one of his former oppressors, he didn't hate him either. He had overcome any and all efforts the man had made to hinder him. The academy was behind him now, and the man seemed sincerely sorry. Maybe it was time to bury the hatchet. If not, He would just keep an eye on the man. The blonde smiled. Apology accepted. The man seemed surprised. That's it? He asked. Naruto shrugged in response. The academy's behind me now. Everything that happened there is water under the bridge, I guess. A genuine smile lit up the scarred man's face. That's good to hear, Naruto. Hey. Anyway, I'll probably be running missions with you in a few months. No sense in not being able to work with a future teammate. The blonde smirked widely. Iruka guffawed into his bowl of noodles. Humility isn't one of your strong points, is it? What makes you so sure you'll be a Chunin in a few months? I thought that was obvious, Iruka-sensei. I'm awesome like that. The Chunin held back from cuffing the boy over the head. You'd do well to curb that ego of yours. You might be good for a Genin, but you've got a ways to go before you're Chunin material. Bah! You know I'm awesome, Iruka-sensei. I totally destroyed Mizuki-sensei today. Iruka snickered at the boy's enthusiasm. He had indeed witnessed the rout, and had been more than a little impressed with the boy's skill. Still, Naruto, Mizuki was holding back against all of you. I'm sure that your match would have gone quite differently if he had been really trying. If only you knew, Naruto thought. Humph, maybe. The boy shrugged childishly. Maybe nothing. Mizuki is a battle-tested Chunin with experience that you just don't have. As am I, he added as more of an afterthought. Naruto accepted the point. He already knew that he was far from strong enough to achieve his goal. Some sound advice from a senior officer wasn't unwelcome. Yeah, I hear you, Naruto conceded. I still kicked his ass today. Iruka snorted. You made a good showing, as did your sparring partner. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How did Iruka know that he and Sasuke trained together? At his questioning look, the man elaborated. Please, Naruto, did you think that the top two rookies training together wouldn't gather any notice? Give people some credit. Huh. Guess we underestimated you guys. Naruto was surprised that the Chunin had found out about his training schedule. He and Sasuke, while not being overtly secretive about their training, had kept it fairly close to the vest. Take a lesson from it, Iruka commanded. Always overestimate people. It doesn't matter if they're your enemies or friends. Naruto nodded once, crisply, at the advice. Any response the boy might have had was cut off by the appearance of another Chunin. He looked haggard and more than a little ruffled to Naruto. Iruka-san, the Hokage has ordered all active duty Chunin to report to him immediately. Calm down, Kamugi. Iruka ordered. What happened? The forbidden scroll of seals has been stolen. The man replied. He looked to be on the verge of hyperventilating. Who's the suspect? Naruto asked from his position. The man didn't even glance at him as he answered. Uzumaki Naruto was spotted leaving the administration building 10 minutes ago. Naruto and Iruka exchanged a look. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I've been here for over half an hour, Naruto said uncertainly. His mind was trying to wrap itself around the prospect of someone stealing something while disguised as him of all people. The man, Kamugi, finally noticed Naruto's presence. He drew a kunai. Stand down, Kamugi, Iruka bellowed. I can personally vouch for Naruto's innocence here. He's been with me for the last 20 minutes. Naruto barely withheld a sneer of disgust as the Chunin obeyed Iruka without a second thought. The man was clearly not thinking straight. Only an idiot would immediately move to attack a person who couldn't be where they were, by the man's own testimony. That kind of split-second decision-making got people killed on missions. How did this guy become a Chunin anyway? We have to report to the Hokage immediately. He needs to know that Naruto's innocent. Naruto nodded curtly. My apartment is on the way. I'll drop in to get some supplies first. Iruka looked torn for a moment, but accepted the course of action. Someone had tried to frame Naruto for high treason. It was reasonable for the boy to be prepared for any eventuality in this instance. Make it fast. The blonde slipped a hidden kunai into his hand as he crept up the stairs to his apartment, Iruka and Kogmagi behind him. He needn't have been so discreet. The person who had snuck into his apartment certainly hadn't been. Naruto cursed sulfurously as he studied the open door. He pushed the open door inward and walked calmly to his bed. The intruder hadn't made a mess of things, but it was obvious that whoever it was had expected Naruto would be at his apartment. They had likely gone there to kill him before impersonating him. Thankfully, he hadn't been there. He knew he was strong for a Genin, but whoever this was had been a professional. The only true evidence of their visit was the open door, a sloppy mistake likely made in frustration. They had managed to sneak into the administrative building and steal a highly guarded artifact. Naruto didn't favor his chances had the person been able to surprise him. He dropped to a knee beside his bed, and pulled up floorboard that had been securely fastened. He quickly strapped his weapons pouches to his legs and hips. His shiny new Hitai 8 was tied securely around his forehead. I'm ready. Let's go. The Hokage needs to know the full scope of the situation. Iruka was the leader of their makeshift group. The three sped across the rooftops of Konoha at speeds hard to follow. If Iruka was surprised that Naruto could keep pace so easily, he didn't show it. Komugi did though. The time passed in a blur for Naruto. He had survived one assassination attempt on his person when he was younger. He had been saved from another one by sheer luck. He couldn't help but feel shaken at the notion as the group came to a halt on the roof of the administration building. The Sandaime was waiting for them. Hokage-sama. Iruka burst out. The aged legend took in their forms. His eyes held a calculating gleam as they surveyed Naruto. Save your words, Iruka. I believe that I have some idea of the situation we are in, the Hokage said. His gravelly voice was neutral. Naruto couldn't be sure, but he thought the old man looked relieved to see him where he was. I take it you can vouch for Naruto's innocence? Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto and I were eating at Ichiraku Ramen when the crime occurred. It couldn't have been him. The Ikirakas can verify that. The old man nodded his acceptance. Very well, though that means that our situation is even direr. I scrambled the available chunin under the notion that they would be tracking a new Jinan. We now have to assume that a much more capable shinobi has penetrated our defenses. Hokage-sama, Naruto interjected. The infiltrator broke into my apartment while I was at Ichiraku's. It was likely an attempt to dispose of me before the crime was committed. The old eyes seemed to stare through him. Naruto fidgeted nervously before the legend. It had been a while since he had spoken with the Sandaime, and the circumstances were far from cheerful. That is probable. Was there any hard evidence of the break-in? The door was ajar when we entered, Naruto answered with some confusion. Of course there was evidence, why else would they be reporting it? The information gave the Hokage pause for a few moments. When he spoke, his words were certain, though mostly to himself. Then we are dealing with a homegrown threat. No foreign infiltrator would have been so sloppy in their execution, especially if the attack failed to produce results. Nor would they have cause to target young Naruto specifically. Naruto was confused. He knew that many in the village didn't like him, for reasons unknown, but why would anyone have cause to target and frame him specifically? It didn't make sense. The Hokage made 5 hand seals. Unbeknownst to the group, the tattoos of all active Onbu members had just begun to burn. It signaled them to report to headquarters immediately. Hiro, Iroh, the Hokage addressed 2 hidden Onbu by name. Report to headquarters and brief the captain of Alpha Platoon on the situation. We have a homegrown traitor who is currently in possession of the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 2 Onbu sped off, all but invisible to Naruto's eyes. Iruka, Komugi, report to the Yamanaka clan compound. Wake Yamanaka Inoiki and brief him on the situation. The first Fireblade has the authority to recall active shinobi. All chunin currently on duty are to be recalled. Onbu will handle the infiltrator. Yes, Hokage-sama. The chunin made haste toward the sprawling clan compound, Iruka with a glance back at Naruto. Naruto fidgeted nervously in front of the Sandaime. The old man seemed oblivious to the boy's discomfort. He merely stared at the Hokage monument before him in pensive silence. Naruto said nothing. After what seemed to be an eternity of waiting, the Sandaime sighed. His whole body seemed to shrink as he let out the breath. Walk with me, Naruto. I feel that you are safest in my presence tonight, and I would like to have a cup of tea in my office. It does wonders for an old man's nerves. Naruto was silent as he followed in Sarutobi's wake. The man walked briskly through the corridors of the administration building, and Naruto was hard-pressed to keep up. Eventually, the Sandaime led him to the large, circular office where he spent the majority of his days. He was surprised to see a steaming pot of tea waiting for them when they arrived. Protection of the Hokage involves more than just standing outside my office all day, Naruto, Sarutobi addressed the boy as he poured the tea into 2 waiting mugs. The job requires both combat prowess and some level of domestication. He smiled wryly at the disbelieving expression on the boy's face. Oh yes. Naruto burst out laughing. The image of the Hokage's elite guards making his tea was just too funny an image. Indeed, many of the newer recruits are quite surprised when their senior officers send them on errands for me. I believe the senior members consider it some form of hazing. The Hokage kept his smile all the while, sipping his tea absently. It was difficult for Naruto to reconcile the image of this grandfatherly figure with the information he knew of the man. It had been that way ever since the blonde had read of his exploits in the First and Second Shinobi Wars. The idea that this man, currently laughing with him, was known as the Shinobi no Kami was hard to wrap one's mind around. "It's quite the image, old man." Naruto accidentally referred to the man as he used to and was about to apologize, but Hisandaime just chuckled good-naturedly. "Yes it is, Naruto-kun. Now, I'm sure you're wondering what this is all about." The abrupt change of topic threw Naruto for a second. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I am." He recognized the change in tone, and reverted to a more formal approach. "Walk with me then." Once more, Naruto followed the sweeping white robes of the professor through the administration building. They came to a halt outside a locked door with an inscribed pattern on the aged wood. Sarutobi made a few seals before his fingers lit up in a specific pattern. Naruto watched, entranced by the visible chakra, as the Hokage pushed his fingertips to the pattern on the door. The pattern, now identified as a seal of some sort, lit up in a blinding flash of blue. The doors swung open obediently, revealing numerous shelves almost twice the size of Naruto. "This, Naruto, is the Hokage's library." Naruto's eyes lit up at the prospect of being in the super-secret library that was reserved for the Hokages only. "Maybe I could swipe something," he thought excitedly. There was no telling what kind of techniques were in here. "Now, before you entertain notions of taking some jutsu scrolls, know that the seal on the door acts as more than a lock." The stern look on Sarutobi's face removed any thought of stealing a technique that Naruto had but a moment before. The old man hadn't said what would happen if Naruto had tried to leave with a scroll, but then he didn't have to. Every Hokage since the Shodai has contributed to this vast library, more than any other. He wasn't called the professor for nothing it seemed. Naruto lost sight of the man as he disappeared behind a vast shelf. One can find anything from personal ninjutsu, to notes on the wars of the time. To the forbidden scroll of seals, he finished while retrieving a large scroll from the back of the room. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the supposedly stolen scroll. "But, I thought, how?" he sputtered. The wry smile returned. "You didn't really think that I left priceless information just lying around? I'm afraid that the scroll the thief has is but a decoy." "Then why the onbu?" Naruto asked. "Attempting to steal this scroll is still high treason, Naruto-kun, regardless of the result. That, and the decoy has some formidable defenses of its own. It would take some skill to bypass them with little detection. I'd rather trust the thief to my onbu, rather than a group of chunin, half of which are still half asleep." The Hokage's argument was sound and logical. "Why am I here, Hokage-sama?" he finally blurted out. He had nothing else to say. Aside from the protection issue, which was nicely resolved due to the old man's presence, he had no reason to be staring at the real forbidden scroll. The Hokage sighed heavily. "That, Naruto-kun, is what I'm getting to." He unfurled the large scroll. Naruto's sharp eyes briefly viewed a few of the earlier techniques in the scroll before Sarutobi channeled some chakra into the paper and they disappeared. They were replaced by 4 complex designs. The 4 inscriptions, Naruto thought they might be seals of some sort, had various scribbled notes next to them. To the right of the separate designs was another, more complex one. To Naruto's untrained eyes, it looked like a combination of the first 3. "What are they?" he breathed. He crouched down to better view the scribbles. His brain was attempting to read the notes adjacent to the designs with little success. It looked like they were written in a hurry. He vaguely made out the words demon, chakra, and seal. "They are seals, Naruto-kun," Sarutobi answered from above his crouched form. "On the right is the Haki no Fuuin Shiki. The one on the left is the Shiki Fuujin. In the middle is the Shisho they make this one." A finger entered Naruto's vision, pointing at the 4th seal. "What do they do?" Naruto's interest was piqued. There had to be a reason for the Sandaime to show him this. "They seal chakra in various ways. Each way is specific. The Haki no Fuuin Shiki and the Shisho Fuuin lock away and can regulate chakra. Together they make the 8 trigam sealing style." He smiled thinly at Naruto's confusion. "While you don't have to know the particulars, though it might aid you in the future to learn them, just know that the 8 trigram style is capable of sealing away truly massive amounts of chakra." Naruto nodded and turned back to the indecipherable notes. "The 3rd seal, the Shiki Fuujin, summons the death god." Naruto's head snapped up in shock. Sarutobi nodded grimly. "Oh yes. You now understand why this scroll is so important." Such information would not be beneficial to Konoha in the hands of another village. No shit. In any event, the Shiki Fuijin is a contract with the Shinigami. One can tear the chakra, soul, or both, from any person or anything the user so chooses. At the price of their own soul, of course. Naruto was in shock. He had no idea that there were techniques that were that powerful. A contract with the Shinigami of all things. He made a note to look into Fuinjutsu at some point in his life. The details, of course, made this meeting even more confusing to the boy. That's awesome and all, Hokage-sama, but why are you telling me this? It had to be important. Information like this didn't get entrusted to Jinan for no reason. Naruto knew he was pretty good, but this stuff was just ridiculous. He had managed to piece together from the notes that these three things could seal chakra amounts on the level of the 9 bijou. Why would he need to know about something like this? The old man took a seat across from him on the floor. Tell me, Naruto, have you ever seen this design before? He pointed to the final seal. Naruto shook his head. He couldn't remember ever seeing something that complex before. Well then, I suppose it's best to start from the beginning. The legend sighed heavily, and Naruto experienced a feeling of great foreboding. There once appeared a 9-tailed demon fox. A wave of its tail could level a mountain, and a flex of its paw could create a tsunami. To fight the demon, the shinobi were assembled, but only one man could stand against the monster's might. That brave man sealed the demon, but at the cost of his life and soul. Sarutobi's brown eyes bored into Naruto's horrified orbs of blue, his mind jumping to the obvious conclusion before the story was even properly underway. The boy had heard the story enough times to catch the different wording that Sarutobi used. He knew the difference between seal and kill. That man was the Yondaime Hokage. // It is important for you all to remember that the life of a shinobi is a hard one, filled with many obstacles. Cherish and hone your skills, but more importantly, cherish each other. Life is short in the field, and you would do well to remember to trust your comrades and friends as much as you do yourselves. Iruka finished his heartfelt speech with a short nod to the room at large. Now, before we move to the team assignments, are there any last questions for your old sensei? He asked good-naturedly to the class. Naruto wasn't quite sure how he managed to put up the facade so easily. That said, he hadn't had so much information dumped on him as Naruto had. Yes, Lee? Iruka asked a girl with a raised hand. Sensei, what happened to Mizuki-sensei? I thought he would be here for the team assignments. Iruka fidgeted nervously for a moment before composing himself. Mizuki was, unfortunately, involved in an incident late last night. Rest assured, he is in good health and being taken care of by some of the finest specialists that Konoha has to offer. Naruto barely withheld a snort. That was the official story that Iruka was supposed to give. Naruto was privy to a few more details than his peers. The so-called specialist Mizuki was being treated by weren't all that interested in his health. Now, on to the team assignments. Naruto tuned out his sensei as he began to announce the various teams. Last night had been both horrifying and fruitful. The knowledge that there was a massive demon sealed within his chakra system wasn't a piece of information that one readily came by. It did explain quite a bit though. Apparently, the information was distributed on a need-to-know basis. That was why Naruto hadn't known beforehand. Naruto wondered why the whole village needed to know. The Sandaime had said that the information was out before it could be properly contained. The apology didn't make up for the years of isolation, but at least Naruto now had a reason to cling to. It was surprisingly uplifting, knowing why a village full of people hated him, rather than just speculation. His opinion of the village as a whole had dropped tremendously. The way they viewed him was like thinking that the bowl for the ramen and the ramen were the same thing. It was ridiculous. He had wanted to know more, like why he was chosen, but they had been interrupted by the apprehending of the traitor Mizuki. He had been dismissed with a standing invitation to come and talk to the Hokage about the situation whenever he so chose. It was a generous offer. He would save it for later, when he had more questions. The rest of his night had been spent upon the head of the Yondaime, his idol. It was difficult to think of the man as anything but his vision of the hero was clouding with anger. Why had it been him who was chosen? Surely there were others. It wasn't like he could ask the man though. So Naruto would make do with interrogating the Sandaime once he got his head on straight. And he knew himself well enough to know that it certainly wasn't on straight now. But right now, he had team assignments. His shinobi career still came first. The knowledge of the Kyuubi had only strengthened his resolve to get stronger. He now had a reason for why the shadowy Akatsuki might be after him. It made no difference though. When they came for him, He would be ready. Team 7, Iruka called. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, led by Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Even in his subdued state, Naruto spared a smirk at the twitching Sasuke and groaning Shikamaru. He didn't bother to look toward the squealing Sakura. Team 8, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Akimichi Kuji, led by Jonin Yuhi Kurenai. Was Naruto seeing things, or did Iruka just blush at the name of the Jonin? Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, so, Team 10, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka locked eyes with the blonde boy and nodded. Naruto nodded back. Led by Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Naruto leaned back as he glanced at his two teammates. Kiba looked happy with the selection. Ino was scowling at a smirking Sakura. They would do. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't slow Naruto down. That was a certainty. You are now all shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. I wish you luck and may you burn with the will of fire. Chapter 2, Team 10 New Look, Naruto? The boy in question just shrugged as he sat on the bench that was to serve as their meeting place. Team 10 was meeting for the first time today. At least in full. I guess. Kiba snorted at the answer. That bastard Sasuke must be rubbing off on you. He drew a chuckle from the blonde. The blonde laughed louder when a fist met Kiba's head with a smack. Don't talk about Sasuke-kun like that, Kiba. The boy was left rubbing his head in pain as Akamaru growled at the girl from his position in the boy's lap. It wasn't all that menacing. The fact that any of them could throw the dog with one hand lessened the effect. Ma, Ino, it's too early to be so loud, Naruto complained. He still wasn't fully awake yet. The filing of his paperwork had lulled the normally alert boy back into his normal morning state of mind. If the Hokage had to file that kind of crap on a daily basis, he wondered why he had ever wanted the job. It just wasn't worth it. PFFT, you sound like that lazy-ass Shikamaru. That's not gonna fly. The girl had her hands on her hips in front of the two boys. She glared almost menacingly. Now that we're a team, you lazy asses are gonna have to step it up. 4 head girls on Sasuke-kun's team, and I'll be damned if I let her win just because of that. The girl was on a roll, but Naruto couldn't quite grasp her thought process. It was all one big jumble. Ino? How does our laziness translate to you losing, whatever it is you might lose? He asked, genuinely perplexed. Kiba seemed to share his confusion, as the boy blinked incoherently while rubbing his head. Sasuke-kun, idiot. Sakura is in prime position to get his attention by being on his team, Ino said in a voice that clearly indicated that the point was obvious. That means that I'm gonna have to work twice as hard to get him as before. That means that you two slackers are gonna have to pull your own weight. Kiba had regained his wits. What little of them he had to begin with. All around nice guy he might be, but he wasn't his sharpest. So we have to not slack off so that you can beat Sakura? Naruto was still confused as well. The girl made no sense. Exactly. I'm gonna have to be twice as strong, beautiful, and amazing than I am now if I want to get Sasuke. You two can't help with the last two, but I'm not gonna be dragged down in training by you two idiots, so get it together. Naruto quickly shushed Kiba. This could work to his advantage and he wouldn't let the Inuzuka spoil it by being his usual loudmouth self. So you need us to help you get stronger so that you can get Sasuke's attention? Yes. She seemed so pleased that he had finally gotten his point. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I need to get strong enough to kick that bastard's ass anyways. Naruto smirked lightly at the girl's outraged expression at his term for the Uchiha. You've got a deal, Ino. Unless Kiba's got a problem? Eyes shifted to the dog ninja. He snarled. As if I'd let you get ahead of me, Naruto. By the time we're done, you'll be having to contend with me and that prick. So we're all in agreement, Naruto said before Ino could castrate Kiba. The two nodded distractedly. Both were glaring daggers at each other. Naruto barely kept the victorious smirk from his face. Motivation had been his sole concern coming into this team as well. Ino had spent most of her academy time competing with Sakura in various childish pursuits, not the least of which was Sasuke. Kiba had been a slacker nearly on the level of Shikamaru. He wasn't about to be held back by either of them anyway, but having them properly motivated would be infinitely easier. Who knew Ino's stupid crush could be so useful? He did take offense to being called a slacker, however. He wasn't quite sure where she got off referring to him as such. Did his place as second in the class mean nothing to the girl? Honestly, he got no respect. The girl in question plopped herself down in the space between him and Kiba. She smiled sweetly. So, now that we're all a team, We should get to know each other, she declared. Naruto wondered at her mood shifts. One moment she was trying to intimidate the two of them into not slacking off, the next she was downright pleasant. Girls, he thought with exasperation. So troublesome, he mimicked his Nara friend. Well, that sounds like a good idea, a new voice piped up. The smell of cigarettes assaulted their collective nostrils and their eyes watered as smoke was blown in their faces. A big man clad in a standard Jonin uniform stood in front of Team 10. The only item out of the ordinary on the Jonin was a white sash that hung at his waist. I'll go first. I'm Sarutobi Asuma and I'm in charge of Team 10 from now on. Asuma smirked amidst the coughs. I'm going to be tough on you lot, so get ready. What did you do that for? Kiba asked indignantly. Naruto winced in sympathy for the boy. His heightened sense of smell would have made the entrance nearly unbearable. That stings. The large man laughed. He was one of the biggest men Naruto had ever seen. Most shinobi were more compact. Didn't I just say that I was going to be tough? Don't start crying on me already, I might just fail you here. Naruto's attention was grabbed. Fail? What did you mean? Asuma just laughed some more. Ah, that's right, they don't tell you guys that sort of stuff. We'll get to that later though. Now, introductions. He blew smoke in their faces again, but Naruto shielded himself with a hand. How about you first? He pointed to Ino. She coughed. My name's Yamanaka Ino, she squeaked out. She coughed again. That's it? Sarutobi questioned. What about likes, dislikes, dreams for the future? We're teammates now, you have to share that kind of information. Naruto noted that the man hadn't bothered to reveal his likes, dislikes, and dreams for the future. His interest was piqued. The man was shrewder than he let on. Ino huffed. I like origami, tending flowers, and Sasuke-kun, of course. I hate loud idiots and lazy idiots. The girl sent a pointed look at Kiba. I also hate Sakura. My dreams for the future are to be a strong ninja like my dad, and to land Sasuke-kun. Naruto barely withheld a snort. Sasuke would be thrilled to know that his fangirls treated him like an object. It'd make his day. Well, that's nice. How about you, with the dog? Asuma did his best to look interested. Naruto sympathized with him. Kiba straightened himself. The name's Inuzuka Kiba. I like Akamaru here, my family, hot home-cooked meals, and hotter girls. Asuma nodded in appreciation of the last point while Ino scowled. I dislike bad smells, people I can't beat up, and arrogant assholes. Ino's scowl morphed into a glare at him for his indirect reference to Sasuke. Naruto wondered what it said about the girl that she automatically connected a reference to assholes to Sasuke. Even then, she was still obsessed with him. My dreams for the future are to lead my clan and prove that the Inuzuka are just as good as everyone else. Asuma nodded in acceptance of the introduction. And the last. Naruto straightened. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like training, ramen, and my old sensei. I dislike idiots and laziness. My dream, my goal, is to someday be able to contend with S-rank shinobi, he finished with his head held high. Blue eyes bore into brown as he dared his sensei to mock his proclamation. Asuma's eyes were appraising as he observed Naruto. A lofty goal, but something to strive for, I suppose. His eyes shifted to take in the entire team. He smiled once more, blowing smoke into the faces of the three genin again. The smile widened as they all covered their faces, having anticipated the move. They were learning. Well then, this is the time when most sensei give a test of some sort, in order to judge whether their genin are ready to actually be genin. Kiba looked confused, Ino scared, and Naruto determined. That's right, Asuma continued. You're not officially genin until you pass your sensei's test. But we passed the academy test, Ino exclaimed. Her indignation was matched by her teammates. Their sensei nodded. You did, but did you really think that all your classmates became genin? Even the ones with little to no practical skills? The bearded jonin shook his head. Only 2/3 of the graduates actually make genin, in most cases. Sometimes there is an exceptional class where more pass, but not often. The failed genin return to the reserve academy, where they are put through an accelerated program that churns out capable, if not exceptional ninja. Asuma leaned against a nearby tree as he explained his position. In any event, that's where the sensei's test comes in. The jonin smirked at the expressions on his students' faces. They all looked horrified of failing. I'm a bit different from most jonin in this case. I don't believe that a test, no matter how complex and tested, can really determine how effective a group of genin can be. You guys have too much depth for something so simple to work, he said. So, as of now, you're all on probation. Naruto raised both eyebrows in question. What the hell did probation mean? That means that you'll function as a standard 3-man cell for the time period of 1 month. We'll train together, take missions, and do everything else expected of a 3-man cell, the smoker elaborated. At the end of 1 month, I'll decide whether you all pass or fail. I suggest you learn to work together, it's an all or nothing affair. If one of you fails, everyone does. But that's not fair. Naruto burst out. He was already entertaining the nightmare of being held back. Motivation or not, humility or not, Naruto knew that both Kiba and Ino weren't on his level. He had goals to achieve. He had to survive. Being held back couldn't happen. Asuma adopted a serious expression. Life isn't fair, Uzumaki. You ought to learn that. Naruto caught the deeper meaning behind the words. He berated himself mentally. When had his life ever been fair? That truth had made itself even more known a few nights ago. It made no sense that it would start being so now. You're all dismissed for the day, Asuma continued. I understand that some of you have yet to properly file your paperwork. Kiba and Ino winced sheepishly while Naruto straightened in satisfaction. I suggest you go do that. Be at training ground 10 at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. The 3 Genin waited in anticipation for some other proclamation, but it never came. Instead, Asuma simply walked off, cigarette in mouth. The new Genin exchanged looks. An unspoken message was passed. They weren't going to fail, no matter what. Naruto nodded to the other 2, and walked off toward his apartment. He would grab a quick lunch and go out to train. Maybe he would find Guy and Lee if they weren't on a mission. Surely Guy would have some information to give on Sarutobi Asuma. He was halfway to his apartment when a hand on his shoulder stopped him cold. He nearly had a heart attack. He hadn't heard or sensed anyone come up behind him. Asuma chuckled lightly at his student's reaction to his presence. Calm down, Naruto. It's only me. You in the habit of creeping up on people? Naruto asked snidely. Asuma only laughed. He seemed to do that a lot. Sometimes, he answered. He took a drag on his cigarette. Walk with me for a minute. Naruto obliged. A few moments passed before the man spoke again. You're quite the enigma. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Happy as can be most of the time, but you get serious when it counts. You were the dead last in your class for nearly a year during your first year at the academy, but then something changed. You train with Uchiha Sasuke on a regular basis? Naruto was thrown by the sudden question. The man seemed to be in the habit of keeping him off balance. Yes, he answered. He was unaware just how much that told the Jonin about him. Training with the #1 rookie spoke volumes about his skill that no grades could properly convey. That was doubly so, considering Sasuke's own skill. Asuma nodded. Guy mentioned as much. Naruto's eyes widened. He also said that you train with him and his student Lee on a regular basis. Naruto nodded at the unspoken question. That's interesting. Naruto was confused. He didn't like the feeling. Why are you asking me this? The smoker shrugged. I make it a point to get to know who I'm going to be training. Then why aren't you talking to Ino and Kiba too? Why hadn't he brought this up during the meeting? Who says I'm not? What? Naruto thought. It showed on his face, if Asuma's chuckle was any indication. You're an interesting person, Naruto. I'm just trying to get a read on you. Naruto bobbed his head. It made sense. He supposed that he should be flattered that his sensei would take such an interest in him. It was certainly more than his academy instructors had done. Back on topic, where exactly are you hiding the weights that I know you're wearing? Being a student of Guy, even part-time, means that you probably wear them. The man gestured to Naruto's outfit in question. There weren't many places where he could hide the weights. The boy was wearing a forest green shirt and black shorts that fell to the knee. He had his customary black shinobi sandals, and his legs were taped to the very top of his claves. A black band with a snap button held them in place. Naruto gestured to the bandages on his legs. Resistance seals. They were a graduation present from Guy Sensei. Asuma squinted. He could barely make out the seals inscribed on the bandages, and he was looking for them. He nodded. A good idea, weights can be cumbersome for someone your age. The seals would allow for Naruto to reap the optimum benefits of weight training by having the seals absorb a fixed amount of chakra from every movement. The chakra would then be reflected back on his bones and muscles, allowing for Naruto's strength to grow as the chakra pushed on the muscles. It was less damaging than the weights that he had been using before, which had been more suited to Taijutsu specialists. There was the added benefit of being less cumbersome as well. A chakra flex in the legs disengages them, Naruto told his new sensei. He noticed that they had reached a popular barbecue restaurant. Asuma led him inside. Naruto hoped the man was paying. A good design, the jonin said simply, as the two were led to a table. Naruto noted that no one so much as looked at him funny when he was in the presence of the jonin. It was nice. He wondered if it was because of the man's rank or surname. You can channel chakra to your legs? He asked. Naruto nodded. I had to learn the tree climbing exercise in order to do some less chakra heavy techniques. It had been a must for him to learn the bunshine. His chakra reserves were far too big for the technique under normal circumstances. Asuma looked surprised. Where did you come by the exercise? It's not common knowledge in academy students. Archive, Naruto said simply as a plate of assorted meats was placed in front of them. They hadn't even ordered. His eyes found Asuma's, and he saw that he was smiling at the waitress. He must have been a regular. Ah, that explains it. Asuma had turned back to his genin. Not enough academy students use that resource. Good on you. He placed the pieces of meat on the grill in front of them. That puts you ahead of your teammates, then. I'll have to start with chakra control then, he sighed. What a drag. Naruto snickered. Asuma raised an eyebrow at the youth. They each ate their meat. It was quite tasty when not burned. Naruto ended up mooching his sensei's meat once his meager grilling skills were exposed. So, Naruto broke the companionable silence. Why exactly are we on probation? Were you just too lazy to come up with a test? He was starting to see how his sensei operated. The man was laid back enough that Naruto wouldn't put it past him to abandon the notion of a test simply out of laziness. The bearded man chuckled at his student's cheek. They would get along fine. Partly. I don't really think that three genin who haven't worked together in the past can be accurately judged by some contrived exam. Most of the tests revolve around teamwork, and getting three genin to work together right off the bat isn't easy. Seeing how you three work together over the span of a month gives me a much more accurate view of you. Naruto nodded. But why? A group of three can learn to work together in a month. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of the test, if you just pass them at the end? The system seemed to be designed to allow the team to pass. Maybe, but you'd be surprised how hard it is to get along with your teammates on a day-to-day basis. I've had a couple of teams that can't handle it. At the end, you're either a team, or you have a few more skills to go to the reserve program with. It was a good system. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. How'd you get permission, though? A group of three going to the reserves a month late can't be good for organization. Being the son of the Hokage has some perks, Asuma said simply. Naruto wasn't sure, but he looked less than pleased with the notion that his name got him special treatment, despite his willingness to exploit it. Naruto knew the feeling. Anyway, be ready for tomorrow, Naruto. Asuma dropped the appropriate money on the table before walking out. He left a contemplative Naruto in his wake. // Evenings in Konoha were Naruto's favorite time by far. Many wondered why Fire Country had its name, given its forested landscape. Those who did only had to spend a day in the sun to have their wonders assuaged. While Naruto had never been out of the country, he highly doubted that he'd ever find a place quite like Konoha. When the sun began to disappear behind the eastward-facing Hokages, Konoha came to life. From the lights of the shops to the lantern-lit streets, Konoha in the evening was a beautiful sight to behold. Bathed in moonlight under a clear, starlit sky, Konoha exuded an orange glow from nearly every corner. It was a sight to behold from on high, and it was this that originally led Naruto to his favorite haunt. The top of the Yondame's head. Much to the blonde's chagrin, at the moment, he wasn't at his favorite hangout spot. He was dragging himself through the streets on the way to one of his least favorite activities. Shopping. In all honesty, he'd rather stab himself in the eye rather than deal with the great village's shopkeepers. They had been the bane of his existence until he had reached the academy. They had then been replaced with the Chunin instructors, but they had remained quite the vexing problem. A brave few had refused him service in his youth, denying him the essentials needed to survive, but that had stopped once he had complained to the Hokage about mean storekeepers. He had had noticeably less trouble after that. Regardless, they had done their level best to make his life difficult soon after. While none had outright refused him, though some small shops still did, they had managed to discourage Naruto's patronage. Higher prices, dirty looks, poor treatment and more had greeted the whiskered blonde whenever he walked into a shop, and slowly, Naruto had learned to adapt. Being a scavenger hadn't been fun, but it had been necessary. Stealing had become a regular part of the boy's day for a time. He often wondered at the villagers' stupidity. They were perfectly willing to believe him a great demon hell-bent on destroying them all when it suited them, but when it didn't, he was just an idiotic nuisance. It was the only way Naruto could explain how he had managed to get away with stealing as much as he had in his youth, as he had been far from the competent genin he now was. It was like the villagers' opinions shifted whenever they felt like it, and they adapted to their situation. As annoying as it was, it had made life easier for Naruto, at least until he slipped up one day. 2 weeks and 1 official reprimand later, Naruto never let himself get caught stealing again. It was no easy task, given that all the shopkeepers stepped up their security and vigilance after that one time, but he had managed. It had even helped him with his skills in stealth. Stealing had been tough, and the results showed. It was no easy feat leading trained shinobi on village-wide chases, and Naruto had delighted in it for a few short months before the Uchiha massacre had wizened him up to the realities of life. Even so, he had managed to pull a few pranks on more than a few merchants after the fact. Watching the wealthy bastards wonder who stole their precious money and goods had been vindication of the highest level. It was even better when their attention eventually fell on him, and he could see how they so obviously wished that they could pin it on him. He had left no evidence of the fat, however. He'd be damned if he let the pricks ever get wind of him more than once. His waltz down memory lane halted as his body turned into a ninja supply shop. It was one that he frequented often, for he always needed supplies, and the owners didn't seem to mind him so much. They had immigrated after the QB attack and, while there was some stigma, they didn't have the loss of loved ones to pin on the beast in his gut. It helped that their merchandise was well made and priced pretty reasonably. Naruto gave a brief nod to the girl manning the counter as he picked up a basket. Wandering to the weapons section, Naruto perused the standard grade kunai and shuriken before picking out 2 full sets for himself. While not cheap, it was necessary, and the blonde had some money now that he was running constant D ranks with Team 10. He glanced over the senbon needles and decided that he wouldn't splurge too much. While he had some serious pocket money, he still needed to use much of it for other essentials. He didn't really need senbon anyway. His feet carried him to the clothing section, where Naruto's real objective laid. He had ripped another one of his trademark green shirts, and he was in short supply. He rounded a clothing rack moving toward the t-shirts when walked smack into his teammate. "Kami, Naruto, watch where you're going," Ino groused as she dusted herself off. Naruto huffed angrily. "I was watching. You were the one who couldn't take her eyes off the floor. Pay attention to where you look in small spaces," he grumbled heatedly. The blonde girl just shook her head tiredly and waved him off. "Yeah, whatever, Naruto." She moved to walk away. Naruto's interest was piqued, warning bells sounding loud and clear in his mind. Ino would never let him off the hook like that. She always had to be right about small things like that, and there was no way that she would let it go so easily. "You all right?" he called to her back. He was concerned. Ino turned back to him and offered a small smile. Naruto realized how haggard the girl looked for the first time. That made no sense though, Asuma hadn't held training today. "Yeah, Naruto, I'm all right. Just tired." "You don't look all right," Naruto pointed out bluntly. Subtlety had never been his strong suit when it came to people. An angry look flashed through Ino's eyes for but a moment before it was gone. It was replaced by the same tired look she had before. "Asuma and I talked about some stuff today. Stuff about being a good kunoichi and all that, and he gave me a bunch of stuff to think about." Naruto didn't question why the girl would even bother telling him this. "Anything I can help with?" he asked immediately. "You know, we're teammates and all and friends, I guess, so if you need anything." He trailed off in his explanation, blushing slightly at the look his teammate was giving him. She looked to be sizing him up. A small smile made its way to her face. "I'm good, Naruto, but thanks anyway." "You're sure?" She nodded with a small snort. "I'm sure." Naruto scratched the back of his head, at a loss for words. Reassured and concern spent, the moment had just gotten awkward. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow then?" They had training in the morning. "Yeah," Ino said with a little giggle at his discomfort. He blushed lightly. "See you tomorrow." They went their separate ways, each with confused thoughts of the other blonde. // The Sandaime silently regarded his son. With his pipe in mouth and serious expression, he gave the appearance of a truly stern, wise leader. It was a well-cultivated and practiced image. His son, likewise, had his game face on, though it differed from his father's. Posture slouched slightly, Asuma gave the appearance of the perfectly laid back and lazy jonin. The image was completed by the cigarette perched at an angle in his mouth. It too was a cultivated image. Few people knew how intelligent and observant the chain smoker was. He intended to keep it that way. You've had your month, what's your answer? The Sandaime's voice was gravelly and stern. Asuma knew that this would be all business. Just like it always was. He wasn't sure if he was truly sad about that. Team 10 has passed. They've showed the proper work ethic, teamwork, and cohesiveness that should be present in a Jinan team. Asuma was straight to the point and nearly monotonous. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, letting the aromas from the two tobaccos battle it out. The pipe tobacco was winning. And what of the three individually? They are remarkably similar in many ways. All three are loud, somewhat brash, and do nothing to hide their emotions from each other. Surprisingly enough, it translates to some pretty good teamwork. It almost makes the bickering bearable, Asuma said dryly. His father winced in sympathy for him. He was familiar with the personalities of all three. As it is, Naruto is the most mature of the three, though you wouldn't know it initially. It's like the boy can flip a switch in his brain sometimes. It's taken some time, but both Kiba and Ino defer to him when they're making executive decisions on the missions. The elder Sarutobi nodded, his face pensive. Naruto has a natural charisma that can draw people to him. It hasn't had much opportunity to assert itself in the village, but there are examples. Uchiha Sasuke is the most visible. How goes the boy's progress? Asuma took a seat. It was neither offered nor asked for. His father didn't react visibly. As well as to be expected. I introduced the water walking exercise just last week, and he's still struggling with it. His chakra reserves work against him at this point, though they'll be a boon later. The Sandaime sat back in his chair and digested the information. It wasn't much, but it provided some insight as to the abilities of the boy he had once called a surrogate grandson. Naruto had distanced himself from the Hokage a few months into his first year in the academy, incidentally right around the time of the Uchiha massacre. He had heard from Mito Guy that he had taken the boy on as a part-time student, and Sarutobi had been concerned initially. Guy was well known for his harsh training techniques, and the idea of Naruto training under the man had made Sarutobi wary. He had allowed it because the boy wasn't getting any real help from his academy instructors, and, short of Sarutobi outright ordering them, he wouldn't likely ever. The boy's time under Guy, sporadic that it was, had yielded results far greater than Sarutobi had initially dared to hope. The astounding progress was proof of the boy's innate talent and potential. The old man would be deluding himself if he wasn't happy for Naruto quite literally sticking it to his detractors in the academy. Young Iruka had been quite shocked when Naruto had suddenly jumped from dead last to middle of the pack in a single month. The trend had continued until he was the number 2 in the class. He quickly forced his wandering mind back to his son. The man was sitting impatiently in his chair. The elderly man inwardly sighed at the deterioration of their relationship. It was too bad that Asuma had inherited his stubbornness. You look like you want to say something. The chain smoker seemed to mull something over. Guy did the boy a service by helping him when he did. Taijutsu is something that takes years to learn well, and is best learned at a young age. Because of Guy's tutelage, Naruto won't really have to worry about his taijutsu for years. Never, if he keeps practicing with the man. Interesting, the Sandaime interrupted. But I recall telling you much the same when you first took Team 10. The old man winced at his harsh tone, he couldn't help it sometimes. Asuma barely reined in his glare. In any event, with his taijutsu as solid as it is, he has time to fully turn his attention to ninjutsu, he continued as if his father hadn't interrupted. I want permission to teach him the basics of elemental manipulation. The Hokage was stunned, though he didn't show it. Elemental manipulation was a skill practiced and honed by Chunin. Most Jinan had neither the chakra reserves nor the proper basics to begin learning the art. The idea of teaching it to a Jinan was rare, if not unheard of. It had happened with exceptional Jinan in the past. Is he truly that exceptional? Asuma nodded without hesitation. He is. His taijutsu is good enough to be neglected right now, and his chakra reserves are large enough that it makes sense for him to begin. He was being somewhat modest for his student. The boy's reserves were the size of his own. Genjutsu will never be his forte, though he shows serious drive in learning how to become immune to them. And what of his other teammates? Will they suffer from the extra attention to young Naruto? The Hokage was cracking. Asuma knew he had his father right where he wanted him. He barely withheld a smirk of victory as he put the final nail in the coffin. Not at all. I intend to leave Naruto to study the art mostly on his own time. The pipe nearly fell out of Hiruzen's mouth. He had never heard such a thing before. And you expect him to complete it to a reasonable degree? To do so would take nearly prodigious skill with ninjutsu. From what I've been able to glean from the boy, he's already muscled his way through 2 or 3 Doden techniques. It's an element that I suspect isn't even his primary one. The satisfaction was evident in his voice. Indeed? The Sandime was being forced to reevaluate much of what he thought he knew about the blonde boy. He knew that the boy was skilled, and would likely become even more so as time passes, but to have this kind of talent was beyond the scope of Sarutobi's conceptions. For a newly minted Genin to be able to use elemental ninjutsu, no matter how small, was incredible. It was the stuff of prodigies. Uchiha Sasuke had demonstrated the ability in his test with Hatake Kakashi, but that had almost been expected of the boy. The Uchiha were known for their battle prowess, and Sasuke was a genius even among them. For Naruto to show comparable skill, it was nearly mind-boggling. He couldn't help but be impressed, both by the facts and the reality that the boy had kept it hidden from so many people who, unbeknownst to Naruto, had been watching him quite closely. What, exactly, would your plan for Naruto entail? Asuma just smiled. // You know, it honestly wasn't what I was expecting. Sasuke pulled out his trademark HN, as a response. I mean, I expected that the whole aspects of team training could be boring, but D-ranked missions? They're a fucking embarrassment, Naruto said heatedly. HN. Sasuke casually slurped some more of his ramen. Just last week, we're babysitting for this woman, apparently had urgent business in Otafuku-gai, probably a gambling vacation to get away from her kids, and Kiba starts flipping out on the kids because they were trying to braid Akamaru's hair. Naruto threw his hands up in exasperation. He ends up chasing the 7-year-old, a 7-year-old girl, around the house for 5 minutes. Somehow, someway, he spilled new paint all over one of the rooms. Sasuke actually snickered at the blonde's predicament. He dares. Naruto thought violently. He continued in the same vein, doing his best to ignore his unsympathetic friend. The person tending the house comes back, he's pissed, and we have to repaint the whole room the same day. We didn't even get paid. Naruto trailed off with a grumble. That sounds like the mutt, Sokka said simply. Any other worthy moments or note? Naruto shook his head as he finished his second bowl of ramen. Not really. It's been pretty dull otherwise. He perked up quickly. Though what Ino did to Kiba after that mission was downright vicious. Sasuke chuckled. Was that when she had him go around town in nothing but a pink dress for a day? Naruto nodded bemusedly. Yeah. You heard about that? The pink harpy was gushing about it for the 2 hours we sat waiting for Kakashi. Apparently the yellow harpy told her. Naruto chuckled in appreciation of their old nicknames for Sasuke's biggest fangirls. He took a little offense for Ino, though. Outside the presence of Sasuke and Sakura, she wasn't that bad. He would admit that he was warming to the girl. I heard that Hatake's always late. I guess there's truth to that. Sasuke nodded with a scowl. 2 to 3 hours. Every day. Naruto chortled. Sounds pretty bad. Asuma-sensei's never late. He didn't recoil at the heated glare that Sasuke sent his way. Served the bastard right for mocking him earlier. You don't know the half of it, Sasuke grumbled. Naruto nearly cracked up at the thought of Sasuke actually grumbling. Just when I was getting the timing right so I could show up a few minutes before he did, he actually shows up on time. I got an official reprimand for being late to a meeting, and I know he did it on purpose. Naruto couldn't help laughing at his friend's predicament. It was just too funny. Sucks, man. What about the rest of the bunch? They any good? Not a chance, idiot. Nara's lazier than Kakashi on his best day, and I can count the number of times that Sakura's done something useful on one hand. Yep, Sasuke was pissed. Between Nara's laziness, Kakashi's lateness, and Sakura's idiocy, we almost never train. You think you've got it bad, Dobi? We do nothing but D-ranked missions. I've taken to getting back into my old routine in the mornings, considering I've got nothing else to do. Damn, that sucked. Sasuke was somewhat famous for waking up at the crack of dawn to begin training. Naruto followed the boy's example, to a limited extent. Ouch. I take it you haven't learned much new, eh team? Sasuke shrugged, his anger somewhat spent. Not much, but Kakashi tossed me a new Kaden jutsu last week. Probably compensation for everything. The only team training we do is taijutsu. I'm lucky if I get to spar with Kakashi. Naruto nodded to himself. He was likely learning more than he thought. He was likely getting some battle experience from sparring with a jonin like Kakashi. That and those eyes of his taught on their own. The blonde couldn't say that he learned all that much either. The gap in skill between him and his teammates was a virtual chasm, now that he could see it properly. As such, Asuma was stuck helping Ino and Kiba with their various deficiencies. Naruto was more than happy to note that they were becoming fewer and fewer. Regardless, Asuma had helped him with his chakra control in the last week, and had started him on some training with dual kunai. Naruto hoped that this would lead into the man teaching him how to fight with those trench knives of his. Naruto ended his musings as he heard Sasuke renew his grumbling. He shook his head. Team 7 must really be something special if Sasuke was this emotional about it. At least Nara has a brain hidden somewhere in that skull of his. I'm starting to think that Sakura has nothing but air between her ears. Book smart my ass, Sasuke griped. He took a long sip of his tea. Naruto nodded absently. Ino said that Sakura has some good chakra control. Maybe you could use that angle to get Kakashi to give some serious training? Sasuke shook his head. Already tried. All it accomplished was Kakashi having us do the tree climbing exercise for a week. He's still having Haruno do it on a regular basis. She's got fuck all chakra compared to everyone else, apparently. Whoa. Sasuke almost never cursed. It was beneath someone of such noble Uchiha blood, in the boy's mind. Damn. Naruto thought fast. Sasuke was liable to kill the pink-haired girl at this rate. Good chakra control is required of Genjutsu specialist or medic nin, right? Maybe an offhand mention? Sasuke just sneered. She doesn't have the temperament or disposition for either. She's either pestering me or trying to kill Shikamaru for interfering in our conversations. What she is useless. Holy shit. No wonder he was so damn vicious in our spar. Sounds like she needs a good beating to set her straight. The Uchiha scoffed. Don't I know it, but Kakashi doesn't seem to want to do anything about it. Aside from chakra control, he's been drilling us on basics. I'm this close to going to the Hokage about it. He held his fingers about an inch apart. Yeah, Asuma-sensei's been doing basics too. Naruto carefully steered the conversation away from Sasuke's Team 7 woes. I don't know how Kiba managed to pass the academy without being able to hold a kunai right, but at least Ino has a solid grounding. I'm hoping Asuma-sensei starts moving us onto some actual ninjutsu, rather than just basics and strategy. The man had been pestering him to pick up shogi. Naruto still hadn't managed to plow through the rulebook. Damn, if that game wasn't complex. I forgot you had the yellow harpy on your team. He smirked slightly, his own woes forgotten at the moment. Naruto shook his head. She's not that bad, actually. She's actually pretty focused during training. He was happy to say that he had a newly budding friendship with his fellow blonde. She was surprisingly bearable around him these days. It was a pleasant change-up from their academy days. Whatever you say, Dobi. Are you sure you aren't being a bit, soft with her? He smirked devilishly. After all, you know what they say, there's nothing so bad, as something not so bad. Naruto scowled, though there was a distinct redness to his cheeks. Shut it, team. She's pretty decent, and I thought we agreed never to mention that again. Sasuke was the only one who knew that Naruto had nursed quite the silent affection for the blonde Yamanaka during their first years in the academy. It had lasted until she had started chasing after Sasuke like he was a piece of meat. I don't remember ever agreeing to anything, idiot. Naruto raised a challenging eyebrow. Oh? What about that whole agreement about me never mentioning anything to Kiba about you? And his smirk was triumphant as Sasuke slapped a hand over his mouth. Not a word. Sasuke growled. Of course. Hey chumps, I heard my name. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Naruto smirked. Kiba had impeccable timing. Nothing to be bothered with, mutt. Sasuke recovered in the blink of an eye. Naruto here was going over your numerous deficiencies in training. Kiba just humphed. Bite me Uchiha, we both know that I can take either of you any day. You'd like to think that, wouldn't you, mutt? Kiba growled. Screw you, asshole. We both know I'm bigger and stronger than you. Sasuke's eyes gleamed. Maybe so, but everyone knows that you're lacking size where it counts. Naruto couldn't contain his laughter at Kiba's face as the insult sunk in. The raven-haired youth was being downright vicious today. Fuck you, Uchiha. I'll beat your ass. Akamaru barked along with his partner. Settle down, children, Naruto managed around his laughter. He mentally patted himself on the back for diffusing the situation in such a cool way. We're all friends here. Yeah, screw both of you, Kiba grumbled. Sasuke was back to his aloof self, it seemed. Naruto shrugged. What are you doing around here, Kiba? Didn't think you ate ramen. I don't. My mom says that stuff'll stunt my growth. I'm not exactly lacking size, he sent a pointed glare at the smirking Sasuke, but you can never be too careful. I was looking for you actually. We've got training in 30. Naruto assumed that he didn't want to show up to the training ground with only Ino there to meet him. Their arguments were becoming somewhat legendary. He checked the time. Shit, gotta go Sasuke. Whatever, Dobi. Just pay for your share. Naruto dropped the appropriate money on the countertop. Later, team. See you old man. Come back soon, old man Tucci called from the back. Naruto would make a point to talk to him and his daughter the next time he came by the stand. He always enjoyed the simple conversations he had with his first friends. Naruto and Kiba ambled through the early afternoon traffic in an amiable silence. Naruto took his time seeing the sights and basking in the non-attention he got. The forehead protector was a nice deterrent for the villagers' glares. Kiba spent his time playing with Akamaru and leering at the passing village girls and women. Honestly, Kiba, you're gonna get slapped if you keep that up. Damn hormonal Jinan. Naruto could appreciate a fine specimen, but Kiba was just ridiculous. Please, Naruto, a woman appreciates guys checking her out. It's flattering. It's not flattering when your drool gets on their shoes. Kami only knows how you turned out how you did with your mother and sister, Naruto argued. Bah, you wouldn't know the first thing to do with a woman, Naruto. That may be true, but if I watch you long enough, I'll end up knowing what not to do. Naruto smirked. That's got to count for something. Kiba glared. There was no real heat behind it, though. I don't know why you doubt me? You and Ino both. You two deserve each other for all the crap you give me. Naruto chuckled, he might make a pass if he thought he had a shot with the other blonde. Kiba, we're 12. No one our age is an expert on women. Least of all you. I beg to differ, Naruto. Chicks are drawn to me like a moth to flame. More like fleas to a dog, Kiba. Naruto laughed outright at Kiba's outraged expression. How do you reckon they're so attracted to you? Kiba puffed up. I've got 2 words for you, animal magnetism. Naruto snorted. And I've got 2 words for you, body odor. It's probably why all these nice people are giving us such a wide berth. Naruto gestured to the gap they were creating in the midday crowds. The reality was that the gap was because most people were giving Naruto a wide berth, but if a little misdirection got Kiba to shower more, who cared? Fuck you, Naruto. The boy in question just laughed his way to the training ground. When they arrived at training ground 10, the 2 boys were surprised to see their remaining squad mates already there. Ino had her hands locked in the rat seal. Asuma looked pensive, though his gaze flickered around the clearing. His eyes didn't even register the arrival of Naruto and Kiba. Abruptly, Ino dropped the seal and Asuma reverted to normal. Well? The girl asked expectantly. Asuma nodded to the girl. Impressive. Just make sure to be throwing your kunai and shuriken in a way for the clones to mimic you. Ino nearly squealed in delight. Are we late, Asuma-sensei? Kiba asked. Asuma turned to regard his other 2 students. The Jonin checked the time. Nope, you're right on time. I was just helping Ino-chan out with a few techniques. Naruto was interested. Anything for the rest of us? He asked. The bearded man shook his head. Nothing you'd be interested in, Naruto. Genjutsu, he elaborated at the look Naruto sent him. The blonde boy scowled. It wasn't his fault he had no real aptitude for the illusion art. In any event, Asuma began anew, lighting a cigarette up, we have a new play for the playbook. The playbook was the group of team maneuvers that Team 10 had drilled. He formed a strange hand seal. The team of Jinan watched in awe as a duplicate of their sensei appeared in a puff of smoke. It was a corporal clone, too. Naruto could see the shadow. For the next hour, you 3 will be attempting to entrap and take out my cage Bunshine here. Ino, if you could explain the purpose behind the technique you were just practicing? Of course, sensei. She approached the 2 boys. Naruto could see that the girl was excited about having learned a new technique. The genjutsu is called Kasumi Juusha no Jutsu. It creates a group of imaginary clones to surround the enemy and trick them into thinking our numbers are a lot bigger than they are. For the next hour, the 3 Jinan wandered about the forest surrounding the training ground, attempting to subdue Asuma's shadow clone. They finally managed it at the end, due to Ino's effective use of genjutsu, Kiba's tracking abilities, and Naruto's linear speed. The rest of practice was spent sparring, Ino versus Kiba, and Asuma versus Naruto, and practicing chakra control. Both Ino and Kiba were struggling with the water walking exercise. In between Naruto learning to use dual blades, Asuma taught him the basics of the Shunshin, Naruto having the required control to attempt it. It was far from simple. The D-ranked ninjutsu required a fine balance of chakra channeled to the legs, or else the jutsu would implode on the user. It was similar to the kawarimi in that sense. The whole process needed to be drilled into Naruto's head before he could attempt it. That, combined with the ungodly amount of concentration the jutsu took to use well, meant that Naruto was far from mastering the jutsu. He knew that the jutsu would be worth its weight in gold. Moving through the village at high speeds would not only cut down his travel time, and it would limit the amount of glares the villagers could send his way. That, and running through the streets was so civilian. It was unbefitting of someone such as him. Naruto, stay back a minute, will you? Asuma asked at the end of the practice. Ino and Kiba were limping their way out of the clearing. Naruto was about ready to do the same. He was tired, sore, cut up, and his chakra coils ached like nobody's business. What's up, sensei? Asuma rummaged around in his utility pouch for a moment before withdrawing a small square of paper and a storage scroll. I have a side project for you. Elemental manipulation. Naruto knew his eyes were the size of saucers, but he didn't care. Sensei? He questioned in disbelief. Isn't that a skill reserved for Chunin and Jonin? It is. The Jonin had an immensely satisfied look on his face from having stunned his student. I think, and my father agrees with me, that it is something worthwhile for you to learn. Naruto blinked, twice. From what information he could glean about the elusive art, it was attempted by Chunin in order to become more proficient in ninjutsu. It was a well-known requirement for most Jonin to have mastered, or at least have use of, two elements. For a Jonin to begin training in the art. Not that I'm complaining, sensei, but why are you teaching me this? It's a skill for Chunin and Jonin for a reason. Naruto was confused, and he didn't like it. I've never known you to doubt your own skills, Naruto. Why start now? Asuma looked genuinely puzzled. No. I'm not doubting myself. It's just that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A Jonin learning elemental ninjutsu is almost unheard of, Naruto countered. He felt that he was arguing against himself, but he wanted to know why. The man had to have a reason. Asuma nodded sagely, taking a drag on his cigarette. Almost unheard of. You seem to be pretty well informed. Do you know of any others who learned this skill at your rank? Naruto shrugged. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, the Yondaime was reputed to have used elemental techniques at a young age. He trailed off. Where was this going? Asuma nodded with a pleased expression, inwardly impressed with the depth of his student's knowledge. He wondered where it came from. Naruto wasn't particularly academically inclined. All exceptional ninja in their youth. They all became more exceptional as they got older. That was quite the veiled compliment. You're putting me in with the likes of those three? The chain smoker shrugged. I'm saying that you've got potential. Your abilities with taijutsu place well above your peers. Your genjutsu is weak, but you can both detect and dispel most ordinary illusions. You've managed a few rudimentary Doden techniques, and that monster in your gut pretty much ensures that you've got some huge chakra reserves. The man threw his cigarette to the ground and stamped it out. I'm not saying this for it to go to your head, Naruto, but your ninjutsu capabilities are nearly unheard of in a Jonin. Ninjutsu and taijutsu are going to be your bread and butter, and your taijutsu is good enough, and will keep getting better, so we can leave it be for the moment. Naruto was nodding his head along with his sensei's assessment of his abilities. It was flattering to say the least. It was certainly nice to have his skills validated. Even more so, the waves of pride that were coming off Asuma were making him feel happier than he had in a long time. He wouldn't let him down. What do I have to do? He asked. Asuma's face lit up. Just channel some chakra into this paper, here. He handed over the square. Naruto focused intently on the white square, and channeled his chakra. He was notably surprised when it split in two even halves. Asuma seemed even more delighted than before. Well, that makes this even better, he said to himself. At Naruto's questioning face, he continued, the paper you just used is specially cared for and soaked with chakra. It allows for ninja to determine their elemental affinity simply by channeling chakra into it. If the paper burns, it's fire, if it crinkles, it's lightning, if it gets wet, it's water, if it crumbles, it's earth, and if it splits, it's wind, Naruto finished in an excited whisper. Aren't you wine-natured, sensei? I am, he confirmed. That makes this all the easier once you complete the proper exercises. I'll be able to teach you plenty of Fuuten techniques. You're lucky too, that I'm your sensei. Wind isn't really common in Konoha, and I can only think of one or two other users who are any good. Naruto was excited, he couldn't deny that. Here he was, a Genin, learning elemental manipulation from a man who could teach him to harness his affinity better than everyone else in the village. Things were looking up. You mentioned exercises? Ah, yes. He handed over the storage scroll. In here, you'll find a collection of exercises for becoming more proficient with every element. They're considered the basic exercises that every ninja should know about their element before attempting to learn elemental ninjutsu. Without them, trying out techniques is like taking a shot in the dark. Naruto's eyebrows were in his hairline. The fact that you can use two techniques, both of them outside your primary affinity, speaks of the potential I was talking about earlier. So, I've got huge-ass chakra reserves, ninjutsu talent, and potential beyond the norm. Fantastic. He barely kept himself from fist pumping. It was about time things started getting easier for him. This is going to be a side project for you, so that means that you won't be working on it so much in practice with the rest of the team, but feel free to come to me with any questions. Naruto just nodded his head. Asuma ruffled his hair affectionately as he lit up another cigarette on his way out of the clearing. Try to enjoy yourself. Thanks, sensei, Naruto responded weakly. He absently opened the scroll. Kanji representing wind, earth, fire, lightning, and water were arrayed before him. A quick application of chakra later, and the wind element was opened. Leaf splitting exercise, interesting. Chapter 3, C rank standard disclaimer. I own nothing save my plot and any OCs that might run rampant through the story. I know you're not eyeing that last piece. An eyebrow was raised in challenge to the proclamation. Oh? And what if I am? You shouldn't be. That piece is mine. A snort. Says who? First come, first serve is what I say. Isn't that right, Akamaru? Yipping greeted the statement. That's right. Looks like you're outvoted. Naruto shook his head. He has no say in this and you know it. Kiba growled, who says he has no say? Well, it's not his food now, is it? Why should he have a say in something that has no place in this argument? Kiba shook his head. He's a part of the team too, and this is a team matter. Naruto aped at the dog ninja. How is this a team matter? It's a piece of meat. Kiba shrugged. Well, Sensei's paying, and Ino's eating too. Why shouldn't they have a say in this? Maybe because Ino's already finished the piece you two are so intent on squabbling over, Asuma drawled lazily. He enjoyed the immature squabble between his team members as much as any sensei could, but it got out of hand sometimes. What? Came the simultaneous near screech of his two male students. They both turned incredulous eyes on the third member of Team 10. The girl sat casually in the booth they occupied, opposite both boys, and simply stared back at the two Genin passively. I figured that I would solve the problem on my own, said responded with a casual shrug, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Why? That was Naruto. Neither of you were getting anywhere with your discussion. But you can't do that. That was Kiba. The blonde girl tossed him a smirk. I thought it was first come, first serve, she threw his earlier phrase back at him. Kiba just sputtered incoherently for a moment before settling on a glare that sent Ino into peals of laughter. Naruto just shook his head at the unfairness of it all. PFFT, whatever. I got a split anyway, Kiba grunted. Thanks for the meal, sensei. No problem, Kiba, Asuma said. You wouldn't be going home, would you? Yeah, why? Thought it'd be a good idea to talk to your mom about that taijutsu training I recommended for you. Kiba grimaced. Yeah, she wasn't all too happy about you trying to get me to move up in the clan style. Asuma tilted his head to the right, the picture of boredom. That's why I should talk to her personally. Let her know my side of the story. Kiba shrugged once more. Sure. I guess you can come along. Don't blame me if she yells at you though. The boy shuddered comically. Asuma chuckled at his student's expense. I think I'll live. He turned to Naruto and Ino. Just tell them to put it on my tab, guys. I'll see you for training tomorrow. Bye, sensei. Later. Kiba and Asuma disappeared through the front door of the grilling establishment Naruto had lunched at with Asuma on the first day of his tenure on Team 10. Sensei and student left the remaining members behind. So? Naruto began after a few moments' silence. So, Ino responded with a slight smile. How's life? Naruto asked awkwardly. Ino giggled at his awkwardness. It was cute, in its own way. She'd have to find a way to relieve him of that somehow. It's all good, Naruto. How's yours? The boy shrugged. Can't complain really. Training in between team training and not much else. Ino nodded along with him. You never really explained it. That got Naruto's attention. Explained what? That dream of yours. S-rank? She asked, her gaze focused intently on him. Naruto's eyes widened and he shifted a little uncomfortably in his seat. How did one explain that they had a group of likely S-class shinobi after their head? It wasn't really conversation-worthy material. At least not for Jinan. Well, you remember how I used to always shout about wanting to be Hokage? Ino nodded, memories of their early academy days surfacing. Well, at some point along the way, I realized just what that would entail. Random Jinan with heads too big for their shoulders don't get the hat, he said with a small chuckle. So S-rank is a jumping-off point? Naruto shrugged. I guess, but it's more of something to strive for in general. Being Hokage isn't top on priority lists these days. I figure if I set the bar high enough, I'll get further than someone who just dreams of being an average jonin. Ino nodded in acceptance. It wasn't a bad idea. She was somewhat surprised to hear such mature thoughts coming from her sometimes, read most of the time, goof of a teammate. The boy could certainly be a mystery. A girl likes a guy with a little mystery, Ino thought with a concealed smirk. She wasn't lying either. The mystery surrounding Sasuke had been the kickstart of her ill-fated crush on the boy. She had moved on to more important things these days, however. Like actually being a kunoichi. Asuma had seen to that. I notice you don't ask me about Sasuke so much anymore. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, in conversation. Ino shrugged, a bit uncomfortable with the change in topic regardless of the fact that she had been thinking about it of her own accord. And that's a bad thing? I thought you didn't like it when I did that. Naruto nodded. True. I'm just wondering what happened, that's all. You over him or something? He asked casually. Ino was having none of that. She tossed him the best salacious smirk she could manage. Oh? Why? You interested perhaps? Naruto coughed and sputtered as he tried to formulate an answer. A nearly unbearable heat rose to his cheeks and Naruto inwardly cursed himself for blushing. What? No. He began before noticing Ino's stormy expression. That's not to say that you're ugly or anything, Ino. He quickly backpedaled. The girl in question just sat there contentedly, enjoying watching the boy make a fool of himself. He really was too cute at times. Well, He trailed off lamely. He shook himself and eyed Ino from across the table. Maybe I should just go. Yeah, that's a good idea. Ino nodded absently at him. Her blank expression gave him pause, and a blush rose to his face once more. Well, bye then, he said as he made his undignified exit. Bye, Naruto, she chirped, delighting in his haste to get out of the restaurant. Only once he was away did she let herself laugh at his expense. That was just too easy, she thought happily. She would have to make a habit of making him uncomfortable like that. Her eyes followed Naruto out the door of the restaurant, and her thoughts turned back to their conversation. She really had all but moved on from Sasuke. Asuma had taken a sadistic pleasure in disabusing her of all the thoughts she had about the myopic boy. It had been hard to see him in the same light when all his faults had been laid out in front of her so casually. Her opinion had been forcefully reevaluated. It was pretty easy to see, now that she chose to, that Sasuke was far from the tragic prince that he had seemed back in the academy. Sure, he had a troubled past, far more troubled than most ninja, but that didn't really excuse his almost verbally abusive behavior toward so many people. Hell, even Naruto called him a bastard, and he was Sasuke's only real friend, as far as Ino knew. The blonde girl shook herself as she placed the meal on Asuma's tab. He frequented the grilling establishment quite a bit. It wouldn't do to dwell on Sasuke anymore. She had far more important things to think about, like being a true kunoichi, and maybe a certain blonde teammate who was just too much fun to tease. // Naruto tilted his head to the side calmly. It wouldn't do to lose his cool here. He'd lose his head if he did. The whoosh of air greeted him as he ducked under a second slash. The form was good. It was clean, efficient, and deadly. He'd likely compliment the girl on her skill if he wasn't in such a precarious position. He twisted his body acrobatically to avoid being sliced, and used the gathered momentum to bring his kunai around in a horizontal sweep at the girl's eye level. It was blocked easily, but that was the beauty of having two kunai. The second blade impacted the tanto, halting the first, and the short blade gave way. The girl pulled back and ducked under Naruto's follow-up kick. His sandal had just missed her face. Naruto landed gracefully, and pushed off. His right kunai came up in a cross slash at the girl's face. She dodged it. It would have been perfect had he been using wind chakra, he thought. As it was, He was barely resisting the temptation to bring his element into the fight. The idea of wrapping his kunai in deadly Fuutan chakra was tantalizing. If only it wasn't forbidden. Bloody restrictions. It evened the playing field, in any event. He had little doubt that Ino's tanto wouldn't last long against the wild nature of the wind. If only the girl wasn't quite so good with it. He blocked an overhead slash with both kunai, and used his position on one knee to leverage his throw. Ino righted herself in midair with a small application of chakra, and landed gracefully. Naruto was on her before her second foot touched the ground. He struck out in a series of lightning-fast slashes, keeping his arms close to his body. They were like punches, in a way, and Naruto wanted to lessen the effect of the girl's blade by getting in close. It worked well. Her blade occupied by one of Naruto's kunai, it was easily knocked out of her grip by the second of Naruto's weapons. The blonde girl recovered quickly, and struck out with her own kunai almost faster than Naruto could track. She had gotten good. He barely blocked with the tip of his left blade, and redirected the stab just past his left shoulder. He turned defense into offense, and used Ino's off-balance state to utilize a bit of Tai Chi. Cerulean met sea blue as skin was a hair's breadth apart, before Naruto was spinning past and Ino was sailing through the air. The girl glared as she righted herself. Naruto grinned. He was upon her as fast as the eye could blink, but the first strike was deftly caught. She leaned back to avoid the second one, but Naruto used his weight to pull her into him. Her breath caught as she was pushed into his chest, the developing muscles not being a great cushion. It has its own upside, she decided. She was on the ground just as quickly, a kunai at her throat. Naruto's devilish smirk was reflected on the face of his fellow blonde as the girl disappeared in a burst of leaves. "I win, Naruto-kun," Ino breathed into his ear. The girl's heated pants were in sharp contrast to the icy cold of the tanto at his neck. The boy barely repressed a shiver at the sensation. God damn it. He was a hormonal 12-year-old in puberty. The feel of her breath on his ear and neck did things to him that he didn't want to think about. It didn't help that he actually liked the girl. "Do you now?" he asked as he enacted a quick kawarimi, keeping his voice level through force of will alone. His huge chakra reserves easily displaced her own, and Naruto swiftly found himself on top. His kunai found its way to the girl's flawless skin. "I think that I win." "Didn't know you liked this position, Naruto-kun," Ino spoke. Her voice was slightly muffled from her face being face down in the grass. "I didn't think you liked to play rough." Naruto snorted, though he blushed to the tips of his hair. He was glad Ino's face was on the ground. It would only provide her with more teasing material. "Hardly, Ino." He let her up. He was used to her perpetual teasing. Mostly. She had started almost 2 months ago, and there was little Naruto could do but grin and bear it. He even retaliated occasionally. "Aw." She pouted cutely as she brushed the dirt off her clothes. She gave him a sultry look. "Done already? That's too bad, a girl appreciates a guy with a little stamina." The look was positively vampish. Naruto locked eyes with her. "I wouldn't worry about it," he said while turning away. "There's plenty left in the tank," he tossed over his shoulder. "Oh." She was positively cooing now. Her breath was suddenly on his ear again. How did she get so close? That sounds promising. Her words were melting in his right ear. He shivered. She chuckled throatily. She knew exactly what she was doing to him. "Tell me, Naruto-kun, can you take my breath away?" She didn't wait for his answer as she sashayed away, her hips swaying pleasantly. Naruto shook his head at her antics. So undignified, he thought with annoyance. It was almost humiliating, the effect the girl could have on him. Their little flirt sessions had become normal in the past 2 months. If not for the fact that Ino did it outside of training, he would have thought that Asuma had gotten her to do it as some sort of bizarre training against seduction specialists. His personal comfort was pretty far down on the Jonin's priority list. It was downright annoying most of the time. It didn't help that his attraction to the girl simply added to the overall effect she had on him. That just made it more annoying. It would have been fine if he wasn't 110% sure that she was still fixated on Sasuke. Someone didn't just get over a crush that fast. As it was, it felt like she was leading him on, and that just wasn't right. There was little he could do about it though. She wasn't about to stop, and a small, masochistic part of him didn't want her to. He actually enjoyed spending time around the girl. They were remarkably similar in nature. Both were loud, somewhat obnoxious when it suited them, and each could get serious when it mattered. He had taken to hanging out with Ino whenever he could, outside of the regular team activities, and was more than a little pleased that she stopped bugging him about Sasuke so much. "Ah, I see you two finished," Asuma drawled from his position against a tree. Kiba was nearby, licking his wounds from his spar with the jonin. Akamaru yipped when the two Jinan made their presence known. And? I won, sensei, Naruto piped up before Ino could add her own commentary. The girl stuck her tongue out at him. You look like you want to say something, Ino. Asuma was amused. His voice betrayed him, though he tried to keep his face schooled in neutrality. Ino caught Naruto's eye and scowled. Nothing, sensei. Naruto grinned. The ninja who complains is a dead one. The girl had let her guard down at a critical moment, and it cost her. It was unlikely that she would make the same mistake again. Asuma raised an eyebrow at the small byplay, but let it slide. They were mature enough to handle their own problems. Alrighty then. If we're all in good enough shape, I think we'll ask the Hokage for a C-ranked mission today. He gazed at his three students, gauging their reactions. That is, if you all feel up to it. Ino raised her head determinedly. She wasn't about to back down at the prospect of a C-rank mission. She was still fresh, despite the spar she had just finished. Even if she wasn't, she likely wouldn't have backed down. Hell yeah, Asuma-sensei. Me and Akamaru are ready to go. Kiba's answer wasn't hard to interpret. Akamaru's barking just added to the cacophony of noise his partner was making. Asuma's eyes met Naruto. The blonde raised an eyebrow. Is that a question? His sensei just chuckled. He hadn't thought for a second that Naruto would deny the opportunity for a C-ranked mission. He didn't think the others would have either. It wasn't in their nature. Well then, shall we? He strolled out of the clearing, puffing on his cigarette casually. His students followed in his wake with excitement. It wasn't their first C rank, it would be their fifth, but the prospect of leaving the village for a mission was always exciting for the young Jinan. Naruto scowled from between his teammates as Ino bumped hips with him. Again. He was sure that it was to make up for the way he had won their little spar. The girl delighted in making him uncomfortable, in any event, and Naruto was developing an immunity to her games. It was coming along far too slowly for his liking. The threesome made idle conversation as they passed through the village. There wasn't all that much going on in the village, and they all had the same friends for the most part. The chatting revolved mostly around those who didn't graduate the academy, or were in the reserve corps. Ino, especially, had many friends in the reserve corps. It's really annoying, too. Their training hours are almost longer than ours, most of the time. And that doesn't even include the time spent in class, Ino grumbled. They need the extra training, Kiba pointed out. Those scrubs need all the extra attention they can get. Naruto snorted at Kiba's eloquence. Ino shrugged delicately. Maybe, but I feel like they're avoiding me a lot of the time. I see a bunch of them running around the village on their off hours, but they never want to hang out anymore. Naruto sighed as Ino's insecurities were brought to the fore. He hung around with the blonde girl on a regular basis, so he became the sounding board that she talked to more often than not. Most of her friends that didn't graduate the academy were downright jealous and hostile to the pretty girl, and it looked like the ones in the reserves were starting to follow. She had been the most popular girl in the academy by far. Seeing so many of her friends leave her out of jealousy wasn't an easy experience for the blonde. Bah, they probably just don't want to hang around such an obnoxious girl like you anyway, Naruto quipped. He held back his smirk as Ino's expression grew progressively darker. Loud, annoying, pretty perverted too, right? He asked Kiba playfully. The dog boy nodded with a feral grin. Baka! Ino screamed at him. I'm not a pervert. Could have fooled me. You seemed pretty excited back in the training ground, or was I imagining things? Asuma and Kiba both chuckled at the girl's incoherent sputtering. He mentally patted himself on the back for bringing his fellow blonde out of her funk. Ino huffed in annoyance and turned away, hiding her blush from her teammates. The chatter devolved into ideas about what their mission might entail. The team had taken 4 C ranks before this one, and all 4 had been simply escort missions. The most eventful had been their first. They had escorted a merchant to the fire capital and had encountered a bandit troop along the way. The 3 had made their first kills along a dirt road in the wilderness, and Asuma had held an impromptu counseling session for the 3. Well trained they might have been, but they were still children. The first kill was always traumatizing. Naruto perked up as they reached the administrative building. Teammate was exiting. He wasn't all that familiar with Shino or Hinata, but Kuji had been one of his running buddies back in the academy. Oi, Kuji! He called. He caught the attention of both teams. The boy in question smiled when he saw his blonde friend. Hey, Naruto. What's happening? The Jinan teams converged in the street. Asuma immediately stuck up a conversation with their jonin, A pretty red-eyed woman. Kiba was doing his best not to be caught staring. Not much, man. Just getting a C-rank mission, Naruto boasted proudly. You? The large boy munched his chips happily. Just got back from our first escort to Otafuku guy. Anything happen? Ino interjected, casually leaning against Naruto for reasons unknown. Kuji didn't question the contact, but he looked surprised. So did the rest of the squad. Naruto just brushed it off as her usual antics. Nothing out of the ordinary. The man was nice enough when we got there. He showed us some great restaurants. Naruto chuckled at his friend's obsession with food. I bet you loved that, didn't you? All good back there, Shino, Hinata? He asked, trying to bring the less vocal members of the team into the conversation. Shino stood to the side, observing the rest with his usual stoicism. Hinata had her gaze turned on Ino with an unreadable expression in her white eyes. Shino shook his head without a word, he had always been weird like that. Hinata turned her gaze from Ino and blushed at being addressed. Anyo, we are fine, and Naruto K-kun. How are you? She stuttered. She had always been weird like that too. Naruto thought it odd that the heir to such a large and powerful clan was so timid. "'S'all good, I guess," he replied. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I guess we ought to be going, if Kiba's done checking out your sensei that is." He elbowed the dog ninja in the ribs. Ino smacked the back of his head. Kiba stuck his tongue out at the two blondes without a word. It was all par for the course. Naruto missed Hinata's violent glare at Ino's head as he turned to the two senseis. "We good, Asuma-sensei?" The smoker nodded, though he seemed annoyed at being dragged away from his conversation. "See you around, guys," Naruto called. They each responded in kind. "Oh, I bet they're dating," Ino gushed quietly once Asuma had taken the lead into the tower. "Who?" Naruto and Kiba asked simultaneously. "Asuma and Kurenai. I could see it in their body language." Naruto and Kiba exchanged a disbelieving look. "Since when are you good at reading body language?" Kiba asked. "You're not even all that good at anything else." Ino gave him the finger. "Call it woman's intuition, dog boy, but I could sense it." "Last I checked, Ino, you were still a girl. Don't you need to be a woman to have woman's intuition?" Kiba asked snidely. Naruto snorted at the byplay. Ino growled before crossing her arms in a huff. "Look sharp, team," Asuma ordered as they reached the mission's office. He put out his cigarette as they entered. The Sandaime glanced up from his mound of paperwork as Team 10 entered the office. Naruto was surprised to see Iruka seated next to him. The scarred Chunin looked haggard and worn down by the immense amount of paper in front of him. He perked up as he saw the team of Jinan. "Team 10 reporting for duty, Hokage-sama," Asuma drawled. Naruto noticed that there always seemed to be a lack of respect between his sensei and the Hokage. He wondered at their odd relationship. He knew from his research about Asuma that they were father and son, as well as the man's own admission. Their relationship seemed strained, however. "Ah, of course." The Hokage smiled benignly at the Jinan team. They all looked down and shuffled their feet in the presence of the grandfatherly legend. The old man chuckled at their bashfulness. "Will that be another D rank, or are we in the market for a C rank mission today?" he asked. "A C rank, if you will?" Asuma asked stiffly. He never was comfortable in his father's presence. My, that will be your fifth. An impressive record for a rookie squad. Wouldn't you agree, Iruka-kun? The scarred man nodded hesitantly. It was his first day in the office and he wasn't so used to being addressed by the Hokage directly. "It is. Are you sure they're well prepared, Asuma-san?" The concern for his former students was evident. "Quite. I'll thank you not to question my teaching ability in the future, Iruka-san. They are my soldiers now." "Not your students," the Jonin said tersely. The Hokage just chuckled at his son's mood. Now, Iruka-kun, why don't you get that mission we set aside earlier?" The Chunin looked a little surprised at the request, but complied anyway. The Sandaime flipped open the mission file. "Ah, yes. I had originally saved this for Kakashi's squad of Jinan, but he's late. I don't feel like making the client wait much longer than necessary, you see. It's bad for business," the old man rambled on. Naruto snickered at the image the man projected. Ino and Kiba were far more at ease given the Hokage's friendly behavior. It was easy to be at ease with someone who appeared so eccentric, rather than a real living legend. Naruto knew full well how serious the man could be, given the right situation. He had seen it many times in his youth, not to mention their most recent encounter. Send for Tazuna-san, the elder Sarutobi ordered Iruka. It's a standard bodyguard mission. You will be escorting Mr. Tazuna to his home country in the Land of Waves. The full mission includes a month-long stay in Wave Country and the overseeing of the completion of Tazuna-san's bridge. He passed the information packet to his son. Asuma gave it a once-over before nodding once, sharply. The door opened behind the trio of Jinan, and they swiveled to see an old man dressed in working clothes. He had a scraggly beard and was holding a large sake bottle. Where are my super bodyguards? I know I paid for them. And who are these super brats, here? He grumbled, adjusting his spectacles absent-mindedly. All three Jinan narrowed their eyes at the man. His breath stank of the cheap rice wine. The Hokage chuckled behind them. These are your bodyguards, Tazuna-san. I assure you that they are quite well trained and prepared, despite their age. Team 10 is one of our foremost Jinan squads. The man scoffed. Could have fooled me. A shrimpy blonde, a little girl, and some kid playing with his dog. Is this the best you have to offer? The three Jinan growled at the man who dared insult their skills, not to mention the slight against the Hokage. The disrespect was ridiculous. They exchanged a look. Some good-natured pranking would have to take place to teach the cadre a lesson, it seemed. The Hokage seemed used to dealing with difficult clients, however, if his easy smile was any indication. Rest assured, they are quite competent. Even so, my son is their Jonin sensei. Should any trouble arise that they cannot handle, he will be more than capable. Asuma raised an eyebrow at the praise, but said nothing. The old man huffed. If you say so, Hokage. I just thought I'd get a team of super ninja for my money. If you were willing to pay a higher price, I would happily assign you a team of Chunin. Would that satisfy you, Tazuna-san? The Sandaime asked pleasantly. The bridge builder looked nervous for a moment, but collected himself. No. That won't be necessary. In that case, I bid you a safe journey. // Clothes were rolled, weapons were stacked and ordered, and utilities were neatly arranged on Naruto's bed. He wondered how he was going to fit them all into his pack. The answer came to him like a slap in the face. Storage scrolls. He really was an idiot sometimes. 5 minutes and 4 storage scrolls later, the bed was free of all clutter. He was set to meet his team in half an hour at the West Gate. He'd indulge himself for the time being. 1 cup of boiling water and 3 minutes later, the blonde was grinning around his instant ramen. Life was good with the best food in the world. He considered his position as he munched on his favorite food. The team was progressing nicely. He, Kiba, and Ino had developed a solid rapport and camaraderie, with Asuma as their leader. He had always had a few friends at the academy, but they never had quite the connection that he and his teammates possessed. Not even Sasuke. He supposed it was natural. Team 10 was like a family in certain ways. A highly dysfunctional family, but a family nonetheless. Asuma especially, had come to play a major role in Naruto's life. The man had taken a keen interest in the boy's development, as well as a more personal interest in the young blonde. The man had made himself available to the blonde whenever it was necessary. While Naruto liked to deal with his own problems, it was nice to have someone to talk to about them. Naruto blinked as his internal clock told him it was time to leave. Being late wasn't one habit he wanted to develop. That was doubly so given the more volatile client he was currently employed by. The blonde briefly weighed the pros and cons of showing up late, before deciding that pissing off Tazuna wouldn't be worth the ration of crap his team would give him. He needn't have worried. Apparently Kiba and Ino had had his same idea, though they chose to act upon it. Tazuna looked pissed after 15 minutes. Asuma was barely containing his amusement. You're late, he said in a passing imitation of annoyance. Sorry, sensei. Kiba couldn't have been more contrite looking. I apologize, sensei. An old lady was crossing the street in front of me and I stopped to help like a proper kunoichi. Ino bowed low to conceal what Naruto knew was a smile. He was impressed. Apparently he wasn't the only one who had heard about Itachi Kakashi's legendary excuses. An honorable reason. Apology accepted, Asuma declared in a solemn tone. He was a good actor. Tazuna was gaping at the sight. The Jonin regarded their client. If you are ready, Tazuna-san, we can be off. The drunken bridge builder just nodded, grumbling under his breath about stupid brats. Naruto gave his teammates discreet low fives. It wasn't bad for now, but he would have to come up with some more suitable punishment for the insults he threw them earlier. Nobody fucked with his clique. Asuma spared the gate guards, a pair of bored-looking chunin, a wave as he lead the troop out at a sedate pace. Naruto groaned as he realized that they would have to walk for Tazuna's sake. The travel time would make this mission last even longer. It was just what he needed, more time around a volatile and disrespectful drunk. He'd likely end up killing the man before the mission ended. He caught Ino's gaze. It wasn't hard. She was kind of staring at him. They exchanged a look of mutual trepidation. This mission was going to suck. The group moved westward along the dirt road. The three Shinin made idle conversation amongst themselves, but it was stagnant. There was no denying the boredom. Naruto even took to glancing at the trees and animals along the side of the road for amusement. At least Akamaru was having fun. Kiba had let his dog go to chase chipmunks down the path. "Are there any ninja in your country, Tazuna-san?" Ino asked, mostly out of boredom than any real interest. Of course there weren't any ninja in Wave, he would have hired them, rather than Konoha shinobi. The old man seemed surprised at being addressed by the girl, but answered, "No. I would have hired them if there were. A super bridge builder like me deserves a super ninja escort, so I came to Konoha," the man proclaimed proudly. "Wasn't he griping about us being super brats not too long ago?" Kiba asked Naruto under his breath. Naruto choked out a laugh. "HN," he replied in a passable imitation of Sasuke's disinterest. Kiba scowled at him for the reply. Asuma was giving Ino a lesson on the various satellite nations who patronized Konoha with their business for missions. Wave, like River Country and Tea Country, all come to Konoha for their missions. It's why reputation is such a huge deal in the shinobi world. If people think that we can't get the job done properly, they'll go somewhere else for business. That's not good for us, obviously, he summed up. Ino nodded absently. She had been the second best academic student in their graduating class. She knew all of that already, and Asuma was well aware of that fact. It was a testament to how bored they all were that the unnecessary conversation actually happened. They continued on. Naruto was getting increasingly more agitated with their client. Once he had satisfied his need to grumble incoherently, he started in on Naruto. The boy had the unfortunate fate to be walking closest to the man. "You're a bit short to be a super ninja, aren't you, kid?" Kazuna asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He wasn't really that short. He was average height for his age, standing at 5'1". He was just around taller people more often than not. Kazuna was one of those people. Ino, Kiba, and Asuma all palmed their foreheads. Here we go, they thought. "You'll find, Tazuna-san, that size doesn't matter all that much," he began, launching into a full-blown speech, eyes closed and hands behind his head in relaxation. He flipped Kiba the bird over his shoulder at the boy's snort. Having a compact form can be helpful in many situations. For example, in close combat, my shorter limbs give me an advantage over my taller counterparts. Whereas their more sweeping attacks are rendered useless by my proximity, I have a full range of motion. Naruto was on a roll. It was well prepared and executed defense. Similarly, in long-distance engagements, my smaller form is a more difficult target for all but the most accurate of shinobi. Shortness of stature can also translate to speed. It does in my case. His team shook their heads collectively as Naruto rambled on about the merits of being short. They had all heard it before. Many times. They had learned not to insult the boy's height, not if they didn't want to be bored to death. He always seemed to come up with new material as well. Kazuna just nodded his head continually as the boy delivered his long-winded spiel. "Yeah." He finally drawled, "I just don't see it." Naruto scowled fiercely at the muffled laughter of his teammates. The man had insulted his skills, his team, and now his height. He happily switched places with Ino before he caused an incident. "You think it would be so horrible for our reputation if he was killed? In an accident, that is. Never can be too careful with bandits in the area," he mumbled to Kiba and Asuma. "Aw, did he hit a sore spot with your height, Naruto?" Kiba ribbed him. The blonde just snorted haughtily. "Just you wait. You can bet your ass he'll insult Akamaru at some point." "Then what, dog boy?" Kiba just shrugged. "My clan would understand if something were to happen." Naruto just snorted and pulled out one of his guides on elemental manipulation. The leaf and water splitting exercises had been completed recently, and he was finally able to channel some Fuuten chakra. It had only taken him 3 months. Asuma had given him a few basic wind techniques to learn, and the blonde was happy with his progress. He now had 2 Fuuten jutsu to add to his meager collection of ninjutsu, bringing his total up to 4. Fuuten, Diatapa and Fuuten, Repiso had been easy enough for the blonde to learn. They required little focus and precision, and were basic techniques to be known by Fuuten users. The lack of control needed helped Naruto immensely. his chakra control still not being his strong point. It was downright frustrating. The more he did chakra control exercises, the more chakra he developed. More to burn, he reasoned. The Rinkudan, on the other hand, required an intricate formation and manipulation of the wild wind chakra. It made the C-rank ninjutsu harder to master and control, but that much more deadly. He was still working on that one. His work with wrapping the Fuutan chakra around his weapons had come surprisingly easily to the blonde. He had to fight the urge to feel the rush of wind during his spars with his teammates. Unrefined though his manipulation was, it could still deal plenty of damage. He was moving on to Doten manipulation. It seemed the natural step to take after he had the basics of his true affinity down. He had already plowed through 2 earth techniques without knowing the proper way to mold and guide the chakra. He hoped that the knowledge in the elemental scroll would make using the techniques more chakra efficient. His mind retreated to the present as Kiba nudged him in the side. "What's up, dog boy?" "Seriously, man, you've got to shower more," the Inuzuka grumbled. Naruto was on guard immediately. "What the hell do you mean?" He took a whiff of his armpit. "I smell fine, idiot." The boy shook his head, unusually serious. "Not to this nose. You might as well have just jumped in a sewer." Naruto swatted at the back of Kiba's head. "Bah, you don't know what you're talking about, mutt." He coughed lightly as a glob of saliva got lodged in his windpipe. He spit it in a nearby puddle he passed. "Fucking scrubs." The team continued on in relative peace, Ino and Asuma snickering at the byplay between the two boys. Kazuna just sipped more of his sake and glanced about shiftily. The sound of displaced water brought a smirk to Naruto's face, and he turned just in time to see Asuma ripped to shreds by 2 masked men in rusted armor. The sight of his sensei's demise froze him for a second, but he regained his senses after his eyes picked up the shredded form of a log. "Nice one, sensei." The smirk returned. "Look sharp, Ino, Kiba," he called as the 2 masked and armored men charged him. "One down." The chain-wielding duo snarled. Naruto hit the ground as the duo approached, and watched a brace of shuriken fly toward the men courtesy of Ino. A slight disruption of chakra alerted him to a genjutsu being placed, and he turned to see Ino and Tazuna disappearing in a haze. Perfect. The shuriken hadn't hit their target, but had successfully separated the 2 men, who had detached their chain into 2 parts in order to avoid the incoming weapons. Naruto and Kiba took the initiative. Almost faster than the eye could blink, Naruto palmed 2 kunai. The wind howled behind him as the knives were enveloped in wind chakra. He fell to his knees and slid under a chain swipe at his neck. A deft flick of the wrist sent one of his kunai flying to intercept the chain closer to the masked man, and the wind-enhanced blade split the weapon with ease. The man cursed as more than half of his chain hit the ground, utterly useless. He recovered quickly, however, and sent 3 shuriken racing toward Naruto, who deflected them with his own throwing stars. Drawing 3 kunai, he flicked them toward the masked man before following with a seal sequence. The wind roared in the unannounced Fuutan. Repisho propelled the throwing knives at triple their normal speed. The man was quick, and managed to avoid all but one of the enhanced knives, which pierced his unarmored left shoulder. His scream of pain as the blade tore through him was music to Naruto's ears. The momentary distraction was all the time Naruto needed. The boy put on a burst of speed as he approached the armored assailant, and delivered a devastating dropkick to the man's rebreather. The heavy metal crunched into the man's face and made a series of jagged, painful lacerations. The scream was muffled as blood spurted out from underneath the metal. A newly palmed kunai was in an ice pick grip and thrust into the man's skull with Naruto's accompanying roar of triumph. He moved on before the body hit the ground, his kill already forgotten in the rush of battle. He paid little mind to the blood on his hands as he scanned his surroundings. Noticing Kiba struggling with his opponent, Naruto momentarily disengaged his resistance seals. The unsuspecting man was swept off his feet by a charging Naruto, before he was ruthlessly plowed into the ground by a rapidly spinning Kiba. "Tsuga!" the feral boy screamed. Naruto spun his remaining knife around his finger as he approached the groaning form. The man was playing possum, however, and his clawed hand shot out to stab Naruto's chest. The boy brought his kunai to bear, but it proved unnecessary as an invisible blade of wind neatly sliced the metal gauntlet off at the hand, blood covering Naruto as it gushed out. Naruto smiled at the familiar form of his sensei while his attacker screamed in pain. "I take it you had a reason," he stated more than asked, sweeping the blood off his clothes with disinterest. "Of course," was the given answer. He said nothing else as he picked the man up by the back of his neck and placed him, none too gently, against a tree. Naruto walked over to Kiba and Ino, who had dropped her cloaking genjutsu. The girl gave him an appraising once-over. "You alright?" she asked gruffly. Naruto smiled at the hidden note of concern. "Course, Ino-chan. Scrubs like that don't have nothing on me," he proclaimed proudly. He puffed his chest out. The girl shook her head in exasperation as she playfully hit him in the chest, disregarding the blood still there. "Idiot," was all she said, though she smiled fondly at him. Naruto laughed at her reaction. He always enjoyed some fake posturing. "How about you, Kiba?" "PFFT, as if I would be any worse. I didn't even need Akamaru for that scrub." Ino slapped the back of his head. "As if. I saw you getting run over until Naruto gave you an opening, baka." "Stop trying to sound so cool," Naruto chuckled heartily at the byplay, and Kiba and Ino joined in soon after. Sharing a good laugh after a life or death situation always served to diffuse the tension. They had learned that after their first kills. They had made a note to do it after every incident they were involved in. Kazuna watched the team's interactions with an eye filled with trepidation. He had just seen two of his bodyguards, children, no less, deal with his attackers in a spectacular fashion. After their sensei had been torn to shreds. The blonde one had even killed one of them. And now they were laughing about the whole thing like they hadn't just been lethally attacked. He shook his head as his hands shook involuntarily. This ninja business was scary. He took a hearty swig of his sake, silently lamenting his small stock he had brought with him. Naruto noticed their client's look. He smirked devilishly. "Aren't you glad you hired us, Tazuna-san? There's no telling what might have happened if we hadn't been here, right?" The man just nodded quickly. Naruto could just sense the fear rolling off him. He found that he liked the thought of the man fearing him. It showed respect for his skills. His triumph over his civilian client was interrupted by Asuma's hand on the drunk's shoulder. His expression was stormy as he regarded their client. "Tazuna-san, we have to talk." The man stuttered and sputtered as Asuma hit him with a small dose of killing intent. What's the PP problem?" he asked nervously. "You are, unfortunately." The killing intent abruptly vanished. Naruto made note of the technique. By giving the civilian a small dose of what he could do, Asuma would likely never have to consciously intimidate the man again. "What do you mean?" Kazuna had regained some of his capacities, what little of them there were to begin with. "I mean that, after I was killed, I saw my two attackers racing toward you," Asuma said with severity. "Now, those two were Chunin Nuke Nin from Kirigakure no Sato. I would understand if they were after me. I have a nice-sized bounty on my head. But they weren't. Why, exactly, would two C-ranked missing nin be after you, Tazuna-san?" The bridge builder visibly wilted at the verbal dressing down. "We weren't informed of there being ninja after you, Tazuna-san. This mission is at least to be rank right now, possibly higher. We need to know what we're getting into." "Sensei," Naruto spoke. "If this mission has been upgraded to be rank, we should return to the village." He let Kiba's and Ino's immediate protests wash over him. Did they not think his pride was stinging from this? If these two were Chunin rank, we can assume that a Jonin would be our next opponent. He left the statement hanging. He was confident in his skills, but he knew that he couldn't take a Jonin. There was no doubt in his mind that Asuma was very skilled, he had done his research on the man, but he would be hamstrung by both protecting Tazuna and his team. It was those subtle details that often decided ninja battles. His pride might have been hurt from visibly backing down, but he had no desire to see Asuma or his teammates in a lethal and uncontrollable situation. A smart shinobi knows when retreat is the best option, he consoled himself. Asuma was visibly stunned. Of all his team, he had expected the bold and somewhat headstrong Naruto to be the last to back down. "He's more mature than I thought." He was impressed. "Wait," Tazuna yelled. "Sensei, Asuma-san, it's true that this mission is likely outside of your duties." He seemed to shrink inside himself. "The truth is, I have a super dangerous man after me." "Super dangerous?" Ino asked. Tazuna nodded quickly. "Yeah, you might have heard of him. Gato." Asuma's eyebrows were in danger of taking flight. "The shipping magnate? He's one of the richest men in the world, what could he possibly want with you?" Tazuna leaned against a nearby tree as he began his tale. "That he is, but there's an underbelly to his business. He traffics drugs and other illegal materials using his business and hired shinobi. He even uses ninja and gang members to take over other businesses and even countries." What a piece of work, Naruto thought harshly. Whether it was directed at Gato or their sniveling client was unclear. "About a year ago," Tazuna continued. "He set his sights on Wave Country. I'm not sure why, but it probably has to do with Wave's proximity to the ocean, along with the fishing business. Anyway, he managed to completely take over Wave's economy through the shipping business. All he has to fear is my completing of the bridge. Asuma nodded in thought. Your bridge will destroy his monopoly over Wave's economy, thus limiting his influence. The trio of Jinan all nodded in understanding of the situation. Why would you hide from us, though? Naruto questioned, curiosity overriding his anger at the man. There were shinobi after you, you should have gotten a more expensive mission, with more experienced bodyguards. Kazuna dropped his head. Wave country is super poor. Not even the daimyo has any real money anymore. Gato's drained it all. No one has enough money for a more expensive B-rank mission. Even so, Asuma interjected. The Hokage would have understood your plight. It wouldn't have been much trouble to loan you the money necessary for the mission. You could have paid it back at a later date. Kazuna looked surprised at the thought, and then wilted once more. I understand your reluctance. If you choose to end the mission now, my life is forfeit. Naruto sighed at the obvious guilt trip the man was trying. But don't worry about it. If I die, my super cute grandson will only cry for a few days. Oh yeah, and my daughter will just hate Leaf Ninja for the rest of her life. But it won't be your fault. He finished with a smile so fake it was painful to watch. He can't be serious, Naruto thought with a deadpan expression. Unfortunately, he was, and it was working. Sensei, I don't know about you, but I want to complete the mission, Kiba declared. I may not like the guy, but I won't let him and his family suffer. It was a surprising declaration. It was most likely the boy's pride talking, but he made it sound good at least. That goes for me too, Asuma-sensei, Ino said. Her eyes bored into Naruto's, as if daring to disagree with her. He met the gaze with his own, trying his best to get her to back down without resorting to actual words. The Jonin nodded at his team's declarations. Looks like you've been outvoted, Naruto. The blonde boy nodded in resignation. Thankfully, I'm still team captain, and my decision is the only one that counts. Naruto perked up again. Then we're going home? He asked hopefully. Neither his teammates nor the sob story had persuaded him. Asuma sighed. No, we'll complete the mission. But, I'll place a note for the Anbu for when they retrieve the bodies. Proper backup will be arranged and sent. Naruto nodded his acceptance, though reluctantly. He wasn't happy, and he had a bad feeling about the mission as a whole, but he'd abide by his superior's decision. He knew better than to try to change his sensei's mind. Asuma retrieved a scroll from inside his Jonin vest, and swiped some blood on it. A small, mechanical bird popped out in a burst of smoke. One quick scribble later, and the yellow mechanical bird was in flight toward Konoha. Well then, good work team. Your response to an outward threat of shinobi was well timed and executed. Asuma gave the three 12-year-olds a proud smile. They had worked well together. We'll go over the ins and outs of your performance when we reach Wave Country. All three Jinan puffed up proudly. Their hard work was paying off. Now, Tazuna-san, I would hope that you would be willing to move a little bit faster. In the interest of safety, of course. The bridge builder acquiesced without so much as a grumble. He realized what position he had placed the team in, and wasn't willing to push his luck any further than he had. While the team restocked, Naruto jogged around the clearing to pick up the discarded weapons he had used. He stopped near a tree where his dead opponent was rapidly cooling. He blinked as the memories from the fight resurfaced. He had barely noticed when he stabbed the man in the head. Unbidden, the memory of Asuma cautioning the team after their fist kills came to mind. The midst of battle is the most dangerous time for a shinobi. I know it sounds obvious, the man continued when his Jinan gave him looks, but it is that way for more reasons than you might imagine. The training you received at the academy always told you to keep a clear head in a fight. It's harder than it looks. What do you mean, sensei? Ino had asked, her voice shaky. Bloodlust, the whispered answer came from Kiba, surprisingly enough. Asuma gave the boy a nod. Your family? He asked the boy. Kiba nodded. The Inuzuka clan is much more in touch with their animalistic side. The concept of bloodlust is far from foreign to them, he explained to the other two puzzled Jinan. In any event, Kiba is absolutely right, though his answer is incomplete. Bloodlust is just one of the dangers that shinobi face when they enter combat. The smoker lit a cigarette as he sat back on his haunches. There's no real term for it, but as your careers continue, you'll probably notice it as you get older. It happens in the middle of fights, mostly, but a ninja can lose themselves in the battle. It's seen mostly in large-scale battles, but even in the smaller ones, you might notice that the battle ends and you have no real memory of what happened. That's extremely dangerous. While not always the case, it mostly happens when a shinobi completely relies on instinct during a fight. He sighed heavily, taking a calming drag form the cancer stick. You guys are probably the best team I've ever had and I don't want to scare you, but you need to know this. While instinct is all well and good, a clear mind in a fight is always better. You can adapt more quickly if your mind is sharp. Acting on instinct and impulse has gotten many a good ninja killed by not paying proper attention and just reacting. Asuma's brown eyes locked with each of his Jinans in turn. Don't let it happen to you. I'd hate to have to know one of you ended up dead because you didn't think during a fight. Naruto shook himself to get rid of the memory. He had been lucky that the man hadn't killed him when he hadn't been thinking properly. It was a scary thought, that he could find himself so lost in a fight that he didn't even remember the kill stroke. What might happen next time if he allowed himself to become lost in a fight? He didn't want to think about what might happen. Not only to him, but to anyone he was with at the time. Naruto. Ino called. We're getting out of here, idiot. Hurry up. A disturbed and thoroughly shaken Naruto returned to his team as they moved closer to Wave Country. In the woods surrounding Fire Country, a yellow bird flew through the treetops on its way to Konohagakure no Sato. Out of sight of the ninjas who had sent it, a thin needle moving at high speed removed it from its flight. Wood splintered and cracked as the projectile pinned the machine to a nearby tree. It would stay there until the needle melted to water, a day later, and it dropped to the ground. No one was around to hear the noise. Chapter 4, The Devil in the Details. You guys did a good job, you know. Those guys were Chunin Nuke Nin from Kirigakure, known as the Demon Brothers. Asuma's pride in his students was audible. Not many rookie Jinan squads could have hoped to do as well when put into a combat situation involving other ninja. The audible pride did its work in making Naruto feel good about himself. There really was nothing else like knowing that your teacher was proud of your abilities. It was probably only second to beating that same teacher into the ground. That was vindication. He was pretty far from that point, though. The group was steadily making their way to Wave Country, and Naruto could already smell the sea salt permeating the air. They must be getting close. He wouldn't deny being a little excited. He had never been outside of Konoha before becoming a ninja, and his travels had yet to take him to the sea. Even so, the excitement that accompanied visiting new places was dampened by the circumstances surrounding it. He had no desire to be on this mission. Asuma had assured him and the team that proper reinforcements were on the way, but Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go horribly wrong on this mission. He didn't like the idea of retreating any more than his teammates, both prideful and headstrong in their own rights, but they weren't ready to face anything of Jonin caliber. Konoha's doctrines on teamwork stated that 3 well-coordinated Jinan could disable a Jonin. They couldn't disable a Jonin that they didn't know about, couldn't see, or was just so overwhelmingly powerful that they couldn't touch him. The blonde had little doubt that the Jonin they would face would confront them head-on. He glanced to his sides briefly. Neither Kiba nor Ino seemed worried in the slightest. Asuma's word was final, and they had supported this endeavor to being with. All was right in the world for them. Naruto was a little disappointed with Ino. Given her attention seemed to be on him these days, more often than not, he had hoped she would be a little more receptive of his idea. Alas, it was not to be. He supposed it was par for the course with his fellow blonde. He never really could get a read on her. So, how big is this bridge of yours, Tazuna-san? The man chuckled heartily. It's quite the monstrosity, sensei. Some of my finest work, if I do say so myself. The man had obvious pride in his accomplishment. Asuma continued to take drags from his cigarettes. You didn't answer the question though. How big is it? You'll be seeing it soon, Jonin-san. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. Asuma just rolled his eyes at the man's intransigence. He dropped back to Naruto's spot in the group, allowing Kiba and Ino to take his place. Naruto's position was always at the back of the group. He was rear support. It seems that I haven't satisfied your fears about this mission, Naruto, he began. He gave the blonde an appraising eye. I can't shake this bad feeling, sensei, Naruto replied tersely. I've had it since the Demon Brothers attacked. He had a bad feeling about the mission as a whole. It didn't help matters that natural paranoia was making him a bit shifty. He kept expecting an Akatsuki member to pop out of nowhere and grab him. Having no idea what any of them looked like wasn't helping him, either. Having so much time to think was making him more shifty than he'd like to admit. You've never had doubts like this before, Naruto. You might just be shaken from your fight. I know I was when I first killed a shinobi. There was no doubt in the boy's mind that he was shaken from when he killed the Chunin Nuke Nin. He had lost himself fully in the fight and could barely remember the killing blow. He didn't want to become so desensitized to killing that this feeling of numbness became normal. He wouldn't readily admit it to anyone, but he was scared of the demon fox in his gut. The thought of becoming anything remotely close to it was utterly repulsive and terrifying. An amoral, emotionless killer was much too close for his liking. That wasn't the problem, though. Not the only one. It's not that, Asuma-sensei. We're walking into a situation where we don't know what's coming, Naruto exclaimed quietly. He didn't want to alert his other teammates to his jitters any more than he had to. I feel like we're walking into a trap headfirst without having any sort of plan or guarantee of safety. He was doing his best to put his sensei on guard and let him know that something was terribly wrong without giving anything away. He had always done his best to keep his knowledge of Akatsuki secret, as it was as far-fetched an idea as there ever was. Honestly, who ever heard of a group of S-class criminals targeting people like him? Aside from the QB, he was a nobody. That thought had given him pause more than once. The shady group was likely after the bijou sealed inside him, and that meant nothing good for him. Asuma raised a stunned eyebrow. His best student had never struck him as being the scared type. In retrospect, he supposed it was a good thing. It was better to be worried about your own well-being than to have such unshakable confidence in your own skills so as to walk boldly into the face of danger, at least at this point in his career. It showed that the boy knew his limits well. He couldn't take a jonin in the event that something happened to Asuma, and he knew it. The chain smoker couldn't say the same about his other two charges. On a different note, there was little doubt that Naruto would be forced to take missions where he didn't know the potential outcome from the beginning. Mission briefings weren't always perfect, and shinobi walked into the unknown more often than not on higher-level missions. As a shinobi, he would need to have the confidence to face unknown assailants and situations. He'd never make it otherwise. As you get older and get higher up in the ranks, Naruto, you'll be forced to take missions where you don't know the full scope of the situation. Are you going to decline these missions just because you're scared? Asuma asked. But that's different. The boy hissed. He knew he was wrong the moment the words left his mouth. Is it really? Asuma asked rhetorically. The mission changed once we knew that shinobi would be gunning for us. When the mission began, you had all the confidence of Kiba and Ino that we'd succeed. The only difference between this mission and others that you'll take in the future is that the unknown was thrust on you in the middle of this one, rather than at the beginning. Naruto nodded absently, trying to wrap his head around the idea of not always having enough information. In reality, this wasn't so different from his situation with the Akatsuki. With the shadowy group, all he could do was train endlessly in the hopes that when they made their move, he would be strong enough to stop them. If he wasn't, there wasn't going to be much he could do about it. It was a bit depressing to think about, but it was the truth. He'd just have to get that much stronger. The same applied to missions. If he wouldn't always know what awaited him, all he would be able to do was get better so that he'd be able to face the unknown head on. For now, he'd have to trust his team and his sensei. I think I understand, sensei, he answered. He gave Asuma a shaky smile. He was far from comfortable with the situation. Asuma himself probably wouldn't last very long against an S-ranker, but there was little he could do about it except be as prepared as possible. Good. That said, your worry shows that you know your limits. At your level, you should be worried about potentially fighting a jonin. Knowing your limits is a good thing, though you should have some more faith in your dear old sensei. Asuma lifted his head proudly. I'm stronger than you think. Naruto chuckled along with the jonin, most of his fears pushed to the side. That was just like him, trying to assuage the fears of his charges while simultaneously acknowledging their fears as valid. It made them feel both validated and safe at the same time. Are you really? I did some research on you, you know? Said Naruto with a smirk. His comfort level was back to almost normal. Did you really? Asuma had little doubt that was the case. The blonde was a great scavenger for information when he wanted to know something. It was a surprising but useful trait for the boy to have. And what did this research of yours find? That you're ranked somewhere between 12 and 15 in terms of the village's strongest ninja. Two raised eyebrows met the blonde's statement. And how do you figure? Naruto cracked his neck. Well, the Hokage ranks at the top, obviously, with the two remaining Sannin coming in after him at 2 and 3. That was the obvious answer, though it was debatable considering the Sandaime's age and whether or not Tsunade was still a part of the villa. Asuma wondered where he had gotten the knowledge about the Sannin. They weren't the most commonly touched on subjects at the academy. After them, Konoha has 8 registered elite jonin. Both Mitogai and Hatake Kakashi fall within that range of 4 through 11, though I'm not exactly sure where. The other 6 spots are taken up by various Anbu personnel. Naruto shrugged at Asuma's look. The man's eyebrows were threatening to take flight. How did the boy know that? I couldn't find any information on them, so I assumed that their files had been classified. Color Asuma impressed. He had no idea that his student was such an adept at information gathering. That was doubly so, considering that the information on Konoha's elite Jonin was classified B rank. It would take some serious stealth and infiltration skills to come by that information, especially as nobody in the village would willingly part with it, given who Naruto was. The boy had a future as an infiltration specialist if he was reading things right. Anyway, that put you outside the top 11 in the village, but you served as one of the 12 shinobi guardians of the Fire Lord. While not the most prestigious position, just a colorful bodyguard, really. Asuma made a noise of offense. He took pride in his tours of duty guarding the daimyo. It shows that you've got some serious skill. The daimyo is picky about who guards him, Naruto finished with a shrug. He had come by all the information in his various digs through the upper sections of the archive when he was researching the Uchiha clan, Mito Gai, and Asuma, when the man became his sensei. He had become pretty good at sneaking around as a result. The rest of the information had been pieced together from various, unassuming tidbits he had found in a variety of different sources. They all formed a rather cohesive whole when put together, and some reasonable assumptions were made. While Asuma was certainly impressed with his student's information gathering skills, not to mention his deductive reasoning abilities, there was a flaw. It was one that many people made when mentally ranking shinobi. I hope that you know that your rankings don't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things, Naruto. The boy looked slightly offended. I don't mean to say that your facts are wrong, the opposite really, but aside from the Sannin and Hokage, I'd take my chances against any one of those 8 elite Jonin. Naruto looked surprised. Asuma couldn't blame him. The rank of elite Jonin wasn't handed out like a party favor. It took some serious skill and hard work to be acknowledged as one of the village's true elite. There's quite a bit that goes into a ninja fight. There are details, hidden ones that can often decide the outcome in a way that might not be expected. It's small details like how people's elements match up, a long-ranged opponent versus a short-ranged one, and other things like that can change a fight. Naruto nodded. That made sense. Unfortunately, it also renewed his worries about the mission. Their next opponent would only have to worry about killing Tazuna as an objective. How would Asuma stack up against someone when he had 3 Genin and a civilian to worry about? // It's huge, Ino breathed. They were currently passing through the water that separated Wave Country from Fire Country. Tazuna's monstrosity had just come into view. Naruto had to agree with the girl. His respect for Tazuna had just gone up a notch. It didn't mean much, considering how low the man was in his esteem before, but the size of Tazuna's creation was awe-inspiring. How long did it take to build? He asked the bridge builder. Nearly a year, the man answered proudly. He took great pride in his work. According to the calculations, about 1 to 2 months remain for construction. It was impressive to say the least, but something just didn't make sense to Naruto. Tazuna-san, if Gato is after your head because of this bridge, why has he waited so long to do something about it? Surely it makes more sense to nip something like this in the bud early on. Tazuna nodded at the question. A good point. Gato's business relies on the fact that people fear him. He crushed Wave Spirit a long time ago. He probably didn't think that enough people would have the courage to stand against him in order to build the bridge. The ferryman's statement about being quiet due to Gato's men patrolling suddenly made a lot more sense. It was a sobering thought that one man could so effectively crush a country. At the same time, it was a point in Tazuna's favor that he managed to inspire enough people to get the bridge built to this extent. Naruto's respect for the man went up again. Say what you will about the man, but he and his bridge represented a hope for a whole country to rally behind. Why haven't you hired ninja before? You know, to deal with the Gato problem? Kiba asked. It was Asuma that answered. From the outside, Gato's business is completely legitimate, and he undoubtedly covers his tracks well. He also has an enormous amount of clout with many feudal lords due to his money. Without the proper amount of proof, no hidden village would move directly against him for fear of repercussions from the daimyo. Wave's situation, while sad, isn't sad enough for any village to get involved. It's too minor to a cage in the grand scheme of things. Tazuna just nodded sadly. We tried to get help from Kirigakure some years ago, but Gato's company has enormous stake in the Mist's economy due to the environment and shipping. We were turned away pretty forcefully. I bet Gato wasn't too happy about what you did, Naruto stated. The bridge builder just shook his head without a word. The silence spoke volumes. The quiet endured for the rest of the ferry ride, and the foursome plus dog disembarked on the shores of Wave Country. Tazuna-san, this is as far as I go. Goodbye and good luck to you. The ferryman said with a soft salute. Tazuna smiled at the man. Hey, super thanks. He took the second spot in the group behind Asuma. Let's get me home, it's not far from here. The dense foliage surrounding the inland area of Wave Country provided good cover, Naruto surmised. It makes a good spot for an ambush, especially given the natural mist cover. His bad feeling had never truly abated, and it was only getting worse now that the team was in fully unknown territory. The mist certainly didn't help. Kami, I'm pathetic. He cursed himself as he kept moving along. He was twitching at just about everything. He had almost killed a fucking rabbit when he heard a rustling in the bushes. A prickling sensation in the back of his neck had him on the ground nearly a full second before Asuma shouted, "Get down!" The jonin wasn't a moment too soon as a whizzing blade tore through the air where Team 10's heads were previously. The blade lodged itself deep into the trunk of a tree about 3 meters ahead of Asuma and Tazuna. 3 green genin and their jonin? Humph, I wonder why the demon brothers had any trouble at all with you guys? A man's voice spoke. Naruto's eyes were drawn to the massive cleaver's handle, where a man was perched casually. The man was tall, though shorter than Asuma's large form. He was bare from the waist up, and wore gray camouflage pants that fell to his heels. The sideways headband and bandages covering his mouth gave him a decidedly sinister appearance. Dark eyes regarded Asuma. They widened briefly as they took in his whole form. Well, that's unexpected. I thought you were just some Konoha scrub, but that sash on your waist says differently, Sarutobi Asuma. You've got quite the bounty on your head. Asuma's trench knives were in his hands as he regarded the newcomer with trepidation. I'm sure that 35 million ryo would do wonders for your plans, wouldn't it, Momochi Zabuza? The man, revealed as Zabuza, chuckled. You know me. I'm honored that my legend has made its way to your village of tree huggers. Asuma stomped out his cigarette with a chuckle of his own. Massacred a full graduating class of Kiri Jinan, a failed coup d'etat against the Mizukage, and you're planning to have another go at it. You're widely regarded as one of the stupidest men on the continent. What's not to know? He finished with a smirk. Zabuza growled at the insult. I see you've done your homework. If you have, then you'll know that I'm best there is at what I do. He jumped from his blade to the small lake. He landed with his cleaver on his back and 2 half-ram seals formed. And what I do isn't very nice. Ninpa, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Shit, Naruto thought as the mist got thicker, obscuring his view of Zabuza. Surround and protect Tazuna. Asuma barked. This guy's on a whole other level from the last ones. This is my fight. Naruto, hold my pack. Naruto came to his senses as he caught the throne supply backpack. Manji formation. He bit out. The 3 genin formed a protective triangle around Tazuna. It wasn't a moment too soon as hostile killing intent filled the air. Naruto almost choked as the feeling hit him. Such powerful killing intent. Is this what a jonin battle is like? We're totally outclassed here, he realized with growing dread. His thoughts derailed when Asuma's wind chakra blew away some of the encroaching mist. Calm down team, I'm not about to let you guys die here. The words, while meant for comfort, did little to assuage Naruto's fears. He hastily reminded himself of the discussion he had with Asuma earlier. There was nothing he could do now but fight. He palmed 2 kunai. 8 spots, liver, lungs, spine, subclavicle vein, jugular vein, heart, kidneys, and the brain. Which to choose? Zabuza's voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Naruto couldn't get a read on his location. Kiba, he hissed. Can you smell him? The dog ninja shook his head. No, the mist's interfering. Shit. Ino, give us genjutsu cover. Naruto ordered. Too late. Zabuza crowed from in between Hijinan. Naruto hadn't even sensed him move. Wind chakra swirled around Naruto's blades, but he had no chance to move before Asuma's trench knives were embedded blade first into Zabuza's gut. Naruto's eyes widened in jubilation before the body dissolved to water. Mizu Bunshine, he thought as he rapidly retreated away from ground zero. Sensei behind you. He called, but it was too late. Zabuza's cleaver tore through Asuma's body like a hot knife through butter, and the body disappeared in a plume of smoke. Wah? Naruto watched as the body of Zabuza dissolved to water once more as Ino's kunai penetrated its back, her face a mask of terror, yet determined. A clang of weapons striking snapped his head around to a different spot in the small clearing. Asuma was locked in a hold with Zabuza. His trench knives were being pushed to the limit as he was forced to stop an overhead blow from the massive blade. Naruto hurried to his teammates. "Ino, cover us." The girl quickly sped through hand seals and Naruto felt his senses scramble as a cloaking genjutsu covered the foursome. Across the clearing, Asuma and Zabuza were engaged in a grapple. Asuma's trench knives didn't have the same weight of Zazuza's cleaver, but they were far more maneuverable. Asuma showcased as much when he used the nuke nin's momentum against him and hopped around the falling Zanbatsu. The Konoha Jonin struck out with his trench knives, but Zabuza's dexterity saved his head. The near miss went in Asuma's favor, however, when the extended wind chakra made a thin slice into the man's face. Asuma grimaced as he saw his strike failed to blind his opponent. The former Kiri Jonin brought his blade to bear in a desperate strike, but Asuma calmly intercepted the heavy blow with both hands. A small smirk played across the Jonin's face as he gained the upper hand. Naruto experienced a swooping sensation in his gut. He would later associate it with escaping death by a hair's breadth, and realized just how far outclassed he was in this fight. It was both startling and disheartening to realize just how far he was from his goal. He would have less than no chance in a fight like this, and neither of the combatants were S-ranked, of that, Naruto was sure. He knew that from his research. The blonde gritted his teeth as he watched the battle unfold with growing despair for both his sensei and himself. Zabuza moved to create space, but Asuma was having none of that. Naruto's eyes widened as his sensei closed the gap. In less than a moment Asuma was fast, and swept the feet of the shorter Zabuza. The bandaged man used his cleaver as leverage to keep his balance intact, and struck out with a high kick to Asuma's face. The chain smoker caught the blow, but winced in pain as a hidden blade stabbed his hand. He dropped back to survey his wound and grimaced as the blood sizzled and turned purple. Poison! Zabuza used his opponent's distraction against him, and charged swiftly, his blade poised to remove Asuma's head. The Jonin ducked the swipe and struck out with his wind-enhanced knives. His frustration increased when the nuke nin danced out of the way. The man was surprisingly agile. The swordsman leapt back and unleashed a brace of 3 shuriken at his opponent. Asuma smirked as his trench knives found themselves spinning in the air. He sped through seals as fast as he could. Fuuten, Shinku Taigyoku. He inhaled and then expelled a great sphere of wind toward the former missed swordsman. Zabuza cursed his mistake as his thrown weapons provided no shield against the sphere of wind. He dove to the side unceremoniously to avoid a direct hit, and only his reflexes saved his head. The wind whispered past Zabuza's ear as he jerked to the side, and he used his momentum to swing his Zanbatsu toward the Konoha Jonin. Asuma grimaced as he barely avoided the flat end of the massive blade. The poison must have been affecting his reflexes. He leapt back and stabbed his hand brutally, forcing the poison out of his system as he bled out. He knew that it had done its job, however. Asuma palmed 2 kunai with explosive tags and hurled them at Zabuza. The concussive force kicked the dirt and dust into the air. He prepared to charge into the fray once more when his opponent used the cover to reinforce his earlier Kirigakure no jutsu. Asuma cursed as he found himself back at square one. He started as the massive blade of his assailant hurled toward him. He dove to the side to avoid being eviscerated, and rolled fast and hard to avoid a second Zabuza who had appeared out of the mist. Water clone! Asuma ducked one swipe of the massive blade and quickly found himself face to face with a second. He stepped back and feinted left before gutting one clone in a spray of water and wind. Water clones were both weak and unintelligent, having less than 10% of the maker's chakra and ability. The second one soon fell to a sweeping combo with his knives. The Jonin glanced about hurriedly, and he used his wind chakra to clear the air around him of mist. His eyes widened as he saw Zabuza atop the small lake, sealing slowly and deliberately. He was powerless to stop the inclement Suten, Suiryu Dan that tore through the air toward him. A hasty Kawarimi saved his skin and reduced a log to splinters, and he shot another Shinku Taigyoku at the missed swordsman. The assassin blocked with a creative use of the Suten, Suru no jutsu that wrapped around him and shielded him from the worst of the blast. Asuma grimaced. The man wasn't coming off of the lake anytime soon, and Asuma wasn't going any closer to it than he had to. Zabuza knew that Asuma held the advantage in close combat. The massive sword the man wielded was too cumbersome to be an advantage against Asuma's maneuverable, wind-enhanced trench knives. The nuke nin was determined to keep it long range. The readily available source of water only made things easier. Changing tactics, he sped through seals and expelled a canon, Karyu Enden. He grimaced at both the chakra cost and the easy dodge Zabuza executed. He needed to end this fast. His reflexes were dulled from the poison, and his chakra was quickly exhausting itself. A plan was barely forming in his mind when he noticed Zabuza finish a seal sequence. "Suten, Daibakufu no Jutsu," was the man's triumphant cry. Asuma's eyes widened as he took to the air to avoid the crushing and swirling waves, his Fuuten nature propelling him higher than any other chakra-enhanced leap. The high-level water technique burst forth from the lake and tore through the landscape, uprooting trees and topsoil. Asuma landed on a branch next to his now exposed students, along with their client, once the water settled and began to run off. Naruto was watching the battle blankly and Ino had her hands held in a rat seal, a look of intense concentration on her face. Kazuna looked terrified. "Why aren't you under a cloaking genjutsu?" Asuma asked harshly. Kiba shook his head and avoided the question. "Sensei, get ready to move." Asuma raised two shocked eyebrows. "Students didn't order their sensei. What are you?" "Now." Both Kiba and Ino shouted at him. He turned his eyes back to Zabuza, only to see the man flying off the water. Naruto was in his place, his right foot still extended from his kick. The boy dropped under the surface of the lake to avoid 6 hastily thrown shuriken from the enraged man. "Completely off balance and he still almost kills me. Is this the power of a jonin?" Naruto wondered. Zabuza righted himself fast and prepared to unleash all hell on the smirking blonde brat, but he was forced to abort as Asuma came charging in like a divine wraith. The momentary opening was all that the jonin had needed to retake the initiative. A small smirk played across Asuma's features as he realized his student's gambit had just won him the fight, though he was at a loss as to how his blonde student had snuck up on Zabuza. The size of Zabuza's sword was all that saved him from being cloven in two, as it provided much-needed leverage to escape the revitalized jonin. The Nuke-Nin snarled as he saw that the extended Fuuten chakra had made a scratch on the surface. Zabuza backpedaled quickly to avoid the follow-up slash. Asuma Kawarimi'd with a nearby branch to appear behind Zabuza, and the bandaged man cursed as his avenue to the water was cut off. "God damn that brat." His raging thoughts were interrupted by a kick to his chest that sent him flying. He stuck his Zanbatsu to the ground to halt his flight, and winced as his arm was nearly pulled out of its socket. The Konoha jonin hit hard. Asuma pressed his advantage hard as he unleashed another Fuuten, Shinku Taigakyu. The jonin snarled in triumph as it hit its mark. Zabuza was airborne for a few silent seconds before his flight was unceremoniously brought to an end. The former mist swordsman slumped to the ground as his back cracked the bark on a tree. Asuma's chakra swirled and howled as it extended itself into 2 3-foot blades. He made a swift march to deliver the coup de grace, but halted, senses screaming, as 2 senbon impacted and pierced Zabuza's neck. A young hunter nin in a kimono dropped to Zabuza's side and checked for a pulse. He turned to regard the jonin and his charges, who had appeared next to him along with their shaken client. "He's dead," the masked hunter said in a young voice. "I apologize for stealing your kill, but I've been tracking him for some time now with few chances. I thank you for the opportunity to finish my job." "Hold up," Asuma said forcefully as he approached the scene. "I want to confirm it myself." The hunter acquiesced. The jonin bent down to check the pulse, and nodded sharply when he could feel none. He stepped back. "He's all yours," he said with no small amount of suspicion and trepidation. He wasn't about to trust a foreign hunter in hostile territory. "Many thanks, once more," the masked hunter said as he disappeared in a swirl of mist. Asuma dropped to one knee once the hunter had disappeared, his show of strength no longer needed. He quickly palmed and ingested a soldier pill. The fight had taken a lot out of him. A hand on his shoulder caused an almost imperceptible start. His eyes locked with Naruto's and he knew that the boy had caught his slip-up. "Sensei, are you all right?" he asked, concerned. His face was set in the grim mask that Asuma had come to expect from the blonde ever since the news that their mission was more than it seemed came down. He found that he didn't like it. It didn't suit his student at all. It was like the boy had a switch he could flip in his brain in order to put on his serious face. "Yeah, Naruto, I'm fine. Just a little tired." He waved off the boy's concerns. "He was tougher than I thought." "And the poison?" Naruto asked wryly. Asuma was starting to both love and hate his student's perceptiveness. On the one hand, it was a very good trait to have as a shinobi. On the other, it was downright annoying sometimes. "Good eyes. It's not a problem, though. Right now, we need to focus on getting Tazuna back to his house." "Thank you, Sensei," Tazuna said with a bow. "I and my family are in your debt." He was no doubt shaken from the high-level ninja battle he had just witnessed. He was probably thinking that it might have been a good idea to bite the bullet and hope that the Hokage was nice enough to send a jonin squad with him. There was no telling what might be coming next for Team 10. About time he realized that he owes us big for this, Naruto thought uncharitably as he helped Asuma to his feet. Being vindicated about the whole mission did little to soothe the blonde's nerves. They were still in somewhat hostile territory, they still had Gato to contend with, and they had no real idea of when backup would arrive, if ever. Less than a half hour later, the group came upon a ramshackle house on the water. Naruto grimaced as he saw the house's position. They'd be lucky if they didn't encounter another water user here. A sharp knock on the door brought a cautious and attractive woman to the door. Her fear evaporated when she saw her father and the Konoha ninja. "Father!" the attractive woman cried. "I'm so glad you're safe." Kazuna comforted the woman with a broad smile that Naruto hadn't thought the man capable of. Now, there was nothing to worry about. Besides, these super ninjas kept me safe. At the mention of his escort, the woman quickly ushered the Konoha group inside. "Guys, allow me to introduce my daughter, Tsunami." "Thank you very much for protecting my father," the woman gushed. "You have my eternal gratitude." "It was no problem," Asuma reassured her. His genon barely withheld their snorts of derision. As Ino ushered Asuma upstairs to rest, Naruto elbowed Kiba in the ribs. The dog ninja had been staring rather openly at their client's daughter. "What?" Kiba questioned. "I can't enjoy a nice view? I need something easy on the eyes after the time we've had." Naruto just shook his head at the boy's intransigence. "You're such a dog, Kiba." He shouldn't have expected the insult to hold water. "Not just any dog, Naruto," the boy shot back. "The leader of the pack." Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto sighed. Some things never changed. // Asuma sighed as he looked out the window of Tazuna's guest bedroom. It was raining in wave country. The Jonin felt that it reflected his mood well. He mentally went over the end of his fight with Zabuza for what must have been the 100th time that day. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was dreadfully wrong. His suspicions were based on instinct, and they weren't pleasant to think about. He had relied on his instinct for many things before, and it had only let him down once. Even then, his decision had had its obvious upsides, and he had made a few lifelong friends in the Guardians. He probably would have learned more had he stayed at home, however. He didn't regret his decision, he wouldn't second-guess himself so long after the fact, but he realized that he had had more options than he had previously thought. He did regret the relationship he now shared with his father. He wouldn't deny being more than a little jealous of the amicable relationship his best student seemed to keep with the Hokage. While not as close as they once were, the two maintained a solid rapport. Thoughts of Naruto drew his gaze out the window once more, and he spied the blonde boy running through the seals for the Fuuten Rinkudan on top of the nearby water. A thoroughly drenched Ino sat at the water's edge practicing her genjutsu seals. She would occasionally cast one on Naruto just to keep him alert and sharp. The thought of his two blonde students brought a small smile to Asuma's face. It had been easy to see that Naruto had had a soft spot for his fellow blonde from day one. The boy wore his heart on his sleeve, though he was getting better at hiding it. Ino, though, had been another story. It had taken some serious work on Asuma's part to debase her of the obsession she had had with Uchiha Sasuke. He had practically had to beat it out of the girl. It had taken time, but he had managed to instill the knowledge that training for training's sake was just as worthy a pursuit as chasing after the myopic Uchiha. It didn't hurt that Asuma had a rather low opinion of the boy. The young Uchiha was perfectly willing to squander the attention and adoration of many in order to better focus on his long-term goal of revenge. Myopic and antisocial, Sasuke had wasted many opportunities for camaraderie with his peers, something that would have undoubtedly helped him down the road. Hell, the only person he actively spent time with was Naruto. A few well-timed spying sessions on the Sharingan user had finally shown Ino the boy's true character, rather than the one she, and so many others thought he had. Girls would be girls, though, and Ino had started seeking the affection of what she determined to be the next best thing. Asuma firmly approved of the girl's choice. Naruto was, rather predictably, clueless about the whole thing. He was sure that the boy had his suspicions, but he was far from an expert on male-female relations. The Jonin's thoughts drifted back to the mission once more, and he lit a cigarette. The fact that he had smoked so little in the past day or so merely confirmed the bad feeling that he had. Running the scenario through his mind once more, he came to the same conclusion he had the past 50 or so times he thought about the whole ordeal. It wasn't nice, it wasn't pretty, but it was the most likely outcome. His soldiers would need to prepare for the worst. A quick look outside confirmed the Kiba was back from guarding their client. The boy was harassing Naruto on the water's surface and the blonde had retaliated by pushing the Inuzuka into the water, resulting in a full-blown water fight between his three genin. Asuma chuckled at his team's antics. They were good kids. They would be better shinobi by the time he was through with them. The team was assembled in the main bedroom that was being shared by the three males on the team a minute after he called them. Ino made a point to gloat about having her own room at least once every 2 hours, much to the boy's growing resentment. "Will you shut it, you blonde bimbo?" Kiba growled at the girl. "The only reason that you have your own room is because nobody here wants to have to deal with you more than necessary." "Say that again, dog breath." "I dare you," Ino snarled. Asuma shook his head at the blatant immaturity he was bearing witness to. Naruto wasn't helping matters by playing whatever side he happened to find more amusing at the time. "Shut up." The smoker bellowed around his cigarette. All chatter immediately came to a halt. Asuma never yelled. "Sensei?" Naruto ventured. The blonde was distinctly unsure about the whole situation. "If I have all of your attention," the jonin began with a pointed glare at his two rowdier students. "I have some details that need to be gone over." "What is it now?" Ino grumbled. This mission was rapidly shaping up in ways that she both hadn't expected and hadn't wanted any part of. "Are we not getting paid?" "Not if we're all dead," Asuma thought morbidly. "No, Ino, we're still getting paid. The Konoha Reserve Bank will reimburse us until such a time when Wave can pay off its debt. This is far more serious than money." He immediately had his genin's attention. "Is this about Zabuza?" Kiba was the one to raise the question, surprisingly enough. The boy had his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Asuma nodded grimly. "It is. I believe that Zabuza is alive." Whatever reactions he had expected, they weren't the ones he got. He had expected surprise and denial. Instead he got grim resignation. Ino and Naruto sent their teammate a nod. Kiba took the lead. "I smelled something off about that hunter nin when he left the clearing. I couldn't pinpoint it, but it definitely didn't smell like it was supposed to. There was no blood in the scent, something that should be common for hunters." Asuma was impressed, and took a moment to remind himself that the Inuzuka family heavily populated Konoha's own hunter nin units. "A scent can be masked though, right?" he asked, more out of genuine curiosity than anything. Kiba shook his head. "Not from an Inuzuka's nose. A scent remains for up to 2 months before the body's natural odor displaces it. While it is possible that the hunter hadn't had any other missions in that time, it's unlikely. On top of that, I also smelled a few different emotions rolling off the guy." The boy shook his head. "I couldn't really tell, but they weren't emotions a hunter nin would be feeling right after a kill." Asuma nodded along with the boy's deductions. "I take it you informed your teammates and they helped you come up with your idea?" The three nodded. Asuma was pleased with the minor sleuthing job his team had done. It showed a growth in their analytical skills. "That's a good deduction. Obviously, I had the same thoughts, though on a slightly different track." Asuma leaned back. "Anyway, Zabuza is alive, most likely, and he will be back. I'm nearly certain of that," the jonin postulated. "What does that mean for us?" Naruto questioned. The boy had tensed significantly when his sensei had backed up Kiba's deduction. The mission had just re-entered his comfort zone and now this happened. "Training," was the simple answer. "When he returns, he'll probably have an accomplice, and I doubt I'll be able to handle them both on my own. Our last fight showed that he was capable of going toe-to-toe with me, and I'm not going to be getting any stronger in such a short time." The man regarded his students with an appraising eye. The three shifted uncomfortably in the silence. "You three, on the other hand, can do just that." // Naruto dropped back with a heavy breath, his arms close to his chest. He inhaled deeply, and then blew it out steadily. The wind swirled around his kunai again in the blink of an eye. A flex of his leg muscles and a burst of chakra turned into a sunshine that carried him past his assailant with a clang of metal on metal. To attack or defend? He thought. His body was carrying him toward his opponent before he knew he had made up his mind. Asuma calmly, casually parried the strike of the kunai with his trench knives. The whirling sound of the combined Fuut and chakra rubbing together became an almost deafening whine. A shift in his footwork put Naruto in striking position, and he punched out with his right kunai held in a reverse grip, deliberately keeping the blade close to his body. It was blocked as easily as the last. Naruto leaned back to avoid the retaliatory slash, and brought himself around for a low cross slash with his right blade. The strike was off balance, as Naruto wasn't used to using his right hand to strike across the body. It was important, however, as showing your back to an opponent was tantamount to suicide. The boy struck out with his leg at knee-high, and was rewarded with a thud as it connected. His attack was aborted as a blade whistled through the space where his head had been a moment earlier. Naruto redirected a blow at his chest with the outside of his wrist, and ducked under a second slash at head level. He switched from a reverse grip to a standard in both hands and slashed high at Asuma's head. The Jonin avoided the blow with ease, but Naruto continued his motion and spun his body around. His left blade missed the Jonin by 2 feet. On a sudden impulse, the boy released the wind chakra from around his knife and watched in satisfaction as it continued on toward his sensei at high speed. Asuma's eyes widened as the sharpened chakra tore toward him, and only a rapid sunshine saved his skin. The smoker watched in fascination as the Fuuten chakra tore into the ground where he had just stood. The earth was torn and ripped to shreds with the grass and dirt still falling to the ground. A hole the general shape of a kunai's blade was left. Naruto stared at the mark in the ground in fascination. That technique might be useful in the future. Instinct forced the boy to duck the slash at his head, and he grimaced as he felt a few of his hairs be sliced off. Naruto retreated swiftly from the Jonin with quick steps. Asuma was having none of that, though, and he blurred into motion toward his student. Naruto ducked another slash at his head, but was forced to cross his arms in a block over his chest. He received a hard thrust kick for his efforts, and was sent flying into a nearby tree. His back hit the trunk hard, and he was sent crashing to the ground in a heap. That should teach you to never take your eyes from the objective in a fight, Asuma told the boy as he reholstered his knives. The Jonin retrieved a cigarette from his supply pouch, and lit it up with a snap of his fingers. I think I got the point, Naruto groaned. He sat up with a little difficulty, wincing at the bruise rapidly forming on his left arm where Asuma had kicked him. You kicked pretty hard. The Jonin shrugged his shoulders as he leaned against a tree across from his student. You always bitch about me pulling punches in our spars, I just did what you asked. Naruto scoffed. It was what he had asked for. It was the only way he would learn, in the end. Maybe I didn't know what I was getting into. I reckon you didn't, Asuma laughed. There's a reason I'm a Jonin. Naruto sighed at that, his shoulders sagging. This mission was rapidly showing him his limits. First the fight with Zabuza, and now his spars with Asuma, they all reinforced the knowledge that he was far from his goal. Much too far. Stop that, the Jonin ordered the boy. You're moping, he continued when the boy looked confused. It's hard not to, knowing that your goal is so far out of reach, Naruto grumbled. Asuma sighed. He preferred the happy Naruto from his team back in the village. Out here in hostile territory, the boy wasn't the same. S rank is achieved by a select few, Naruto, it's not easy to do. The Jonin sat down with a sigh. I have an A-ranked bounty on my head. 35 million, Naruto interrupted. His sensei smiled slightly. He was proud of the amount of money on his head. That's right. Even so, that places me quite a bit below any ninja who's considered S-ranked, and I like to think that I'm pretty tough in my own right. Naruto couldn't help but agree. The fight between his Asuma and Zabuza represented a level of shinobi combat that he had no hope of surviving now. Asuma had been much stronger than he had thought, even given his sleuthing. It also put a seed of extreme doubt in his mind. If 2A-ranked shinobi were so impressive, what would an S-ranked one be like? The thing about S-ranked ninja, Naruto, Asuma continued, is that there is always something that sets them apart. Take my father, for example. He's known throughout the continent as the shinobi no kami because of his mastery over all the ninja arts, bar none. That sets him apart from even the elite Jonin. And you? Naruto asked. Why aren't you like that? Surely you could do the same if you put your mind to it. Asuma shook his head with a rueful chuckle. If only. There are some of us that just don't have the ability. At my level, I'd have to delve into more obscure arts in order to get much stronger than I am now. That's something I'm not really willing to do. But why not? Naruto asked. The thought of willfully not getting stronger just didn't compute with the boy. I'm nearly 30, Naruto, and I've been in the business since I was 10. If I have my way, I'll retire in a few years. There's no reason for me to attempt to train in some obscure art just so I can retire without ever having to use it, Asuma explained. It's not worth the time, especially as I highly doubt that I'll be coming into contact with any S-ranked ninja anytime soon. Naruto didn't understand, but he let it slide. The gist of it was that Asuma didn't want to devote hours of time to training himself, given his age. It made sense sort of, but the idea of it couldn't rest in Naruto's brain. Maybe they were just wired differently. I think I get it, sensei, but it seems weird to me. Asuma just nodded. He didn't think that the boy would be able to really understand his need to settle down. It was a mature idea, and Naruto was too focused on his shinobi career to ever think about giving it up. The truth was that Asuma was tired. His original reason for joining the shinobi corps was to step outside the shadow of his father. Once it had been made abundantly clear that that was never going to happen, his motivation slipped, and he had had to find new sources of drive. He had found one in the 12 Guardians, but that was so far in his past now that he had trouble remembering his mindset from back then. Naruto sighed heavily. I just feel like it's so far away, the boy muttered, more to himself than to Asuma. The Jonin kept his surprise in check, like he had done for the rest of the mission. He had never thought for a moment that his best student was so insecure about his own abilities. The boy had hidden depths that kept coming to the fore. You'd do well to stop dwelling on it, Asuma began. There's not much you can change about your situation in regards to other ninja, so you can only focus on getting yourself better. Naruto gave him a smile devoid of humor. That's easy for you to say. You're a Jonin now, and you were a Chunin when you were my age. I'm just a Jonin. Will you shut up? The Jonin reprimanded the boy harshly. The rebuke surprised the moping boy. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Stop comparing yourself to everyone else. People mature at different rates. I may have been a Chunin when I was your age, but Hatake Kakashi was one when he was 6. That doesn't mean that he's any better than I am. Asuma held up a hand to stop the boy's incoming protest. Yes, he might be, but not because of how strong he was when he was your age. Some people are just naturally gifted. Others had help, me included. I had a private tutor during my academy years teaching me the ins and outs of the profession. Asuma locked eyes with Naruto. You didn't have any of that, if the records are to be believed. Yet here you are. Worrying about how strong someone else is in comparison to you gets you nowhere. It might motivate you for a while, but in the end it gets so depressing that all your drive eventually gets sapped if you chose someone who's much stronger than you. It distracts you from what's important, and that's your own ability. You sound like you speak from experience, Naruto said in a smallish voice. Asuma smiled ruefully. I do. I made the same mistake you are now, but I chose my father to measure myself against. Needless to say, it soon became abundantly clear that I was never going to reach his level, at least not in the time frame that I set for myself. He was stronger than I am now when he was 15, that should tell you all you need to know about how good he is. But he was a freak of nature, Naruto exclaimed, not unkindly. It was meant in a flattering way. So was Hatake Kakashi, the Yondaime, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto tensed involuntarily at the last one. Asuma passed it off as his connection to Sasuke. So was I, to a certain extent. Your problem, Naruto, is that you say that you want to be S-ranked, and now you've been shown a level of fighting that you've never even dreamed of before. You're trying to measure yourself against me and Zabuza, and it's getting you nowhere. Your circumstances were different from theirs, and you still think that they'll serve as a decent measure for your skills. Asuma paused to let the boy try to wrap his head around the idea. Doing that makes you lose perspective. You lose focus. Naruto nodded hesitantly. He could see where Asuma was coming from. He had been comparing himself to Asuma and Zabuza, and Itachi, to a lesser extent, and he had come up with nothing good. He hadn't had any help in getting his skills thus far, save for what he learned from Asuma, and he was pretty good for his age. Maybe there was some truth to the Jonin's words. If there's anything that my experience has taught me, Naruto, it's that the only way to get stronger is to focus on yourself, and what you need to get where you want to go. The Jonin paused to formulate his statement. It's about finding and breaking your upper limit. Naruto leaned back heavily as he digested the words. Was that what made Asuma and Zabuza so strong? Was that what had made Itachi so strong that he had been able to massacre his clan single-handedly? If so, he had a new goal. He knew that there were certain unchangeable things in the world, his childhood had taught him that much, and this mission had only reinforced that notion. His status now wasn't one of them. He could get stronger, he would get stronger. Asuma didn't matter. Zabuza didn't matter. Sasuke didn't matter. All that mattered was how strong he was, irrespective of all else. He would find his upper limit. Then he would break it. To measure one's own capacity, Asuma concluded, sounding rather pleased with his phrasing and intruding on Naruto's thoughts. The blonde nodded, a new fire lit within him. To measure my capacity. That's all that mattered. Chapter 5, Strange Days. // Mist was apparently a staple of wave country. So much so that after 3 days, Naruto thought that Kirigakure ought to be relocated. Between the rain, cold, and almost perpetual misty atmosphere, the Kiri ninjas would feel right at home. The blonde pulled his cloak about him tighter to combat the early morning chill. Fire Country was aptly named, and it wasn't for its trees. Naruto was unused to chilly temperatures during all but the winter months. Even then, that was only in the morning before it warmed considerably. It didn't help him now that he wore short-sleeved clothing and shorts. He was lucky that he brought his cloak with him on a whim. He wasn't sure how the workers could stand working in such conditions, but they all seemed perfectly adjusted to the climate. Many of them were even wearing shorts. Naruto frowned from his elevated position in one of the nearby trees in Wave Country. Kazuna was up and alert, directing his workers in a way that Naruto wouldn't have thought capable of the drunk had he not seen it with his own eyes. The blonde's conceptions of his client were rapidly being destroyed. He was still an ass, though, and it seemed to have rubbed off on his grandson. "Why do you try so hard?" The boy had tears in his eyes. Naruto raised a curious head to face the 8-year-old. This was first the boy had spoken to the group since they had arrived days previous. "Excuse me?" That was Ino, collapsed in the corner after a day's training. "You heard me. Why do you try so damn hard when all you're gonna do is die?" Tears were freely streaming down the boy's face. "It doesn't matter how much you train, none of you are a match for Gato's men." Blue Eyes found the orbs of his team members, and Naruto raised a silent eyebrow. 3 head shakes met him. They didn't know what was up either. "No matter what claims you make or how hard you work, you're still gonna die. The weak always get killed by the strong." The boy yelled. Team 10 was stunned. The boy hadn't said so much as a word for nearly a week, and suddenly he was bursting out in tears. It wasn't expected. Asuma glanced at Tazuna and Tsunami to see them looking downward, not even making an attempt to stop the boy's tirade. Naruto leaned back in his chair, idly draping an arm around the back. "Who are you to call us weak? We've protected your grandfather so far, haven't we?" He raised an eyebrow at the boy. That sent the boy over the edge. He slammed his hands on the table. "You don't know a thing about us, yet you're being nosy. You're always acting up and being cheerful, but you don't know a thing about having a hard life." The boy snorted and sent a glare at the now fuming Naruto. "I'd hate to be like you." "Who are you to call us nosy, huh, shrimp?" Kiba crowed from his rest on the floor. "Your grandpa is the one who brought us into this, and we're helping him when we don't have to. Show some damn respect." "You're all so stupid," the boy whispered aghast and as if their deaths were a foregone conclusion. "Gato is too strong for you guys. You're just gonna die like the rest of them." Naruto shook his head in disbelief. "You know, kid, you grandpa's a pretty strong guy. He's standing up to Gato. Is he going to die too?" His voice was deceptively calm. Inari had no answer. "You've got some fucking nerve coming up in here, acting like this is all some tragedy for you to star in. Your grandpa's a lying, cheating, drunk piece of crap who dragged us into this mess, but he's doing something good for your country. I thought you'd have some respect for that." Naruto's disgust dripped through his every word like venom, "but I guess I was wrong. You say you'd hate to be like us, but I'd hate to be like you. You sit here and cry all day, acting like you have some right to wallow in misery while your grandfather risks his life to help you. You disrespect him, and you disrespect us, the people who are trying to keep him alive." Naruto rose in a swift motion, towering above the terrified boy. "You're nothing but a weak little crybaby. Grow up." He spit at the boy's feet before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto really couldn't care less about the boy's respect, but he wasn't about to let the boy talk down to him about not having a hard life. His life was full of sensitive information, however, and he couldn't exactly tell the boy about the QB, so he had settled for the next best thing. Tsunami had pulled him aside later on to apologize for her son's behavior. She had fed him some sob story about a guy named Keiza, who Inari had thought of as a father. It had only increased Naruto's disgust with the boy. He was not only dishonoring his grandfather, but his adopted father as well. Naruto supposed that he may have been a bit unreasonable with respect to the boy. He was only 8 and had been the subject of his very own tragic life, but he couldn't help it. Weakness was one of the few things that Naruto hated, mostly as a result of what lay ahead of him in the future, and Inari had it in spades. He had had countless opportunities to pussy out and give up when he had been younger, but he hadn't. Even in the face of overwhelming odds in the form of a high-level ninja group bent on his eventual death, he had refused to bow to fate and give up. More than anything, Naruto couldn't help but look at Inari and see a reflection of himself. It wasn't clear, and it wasn't accurate, but it was a picture of what he could have been if he had been less resilient. Weaker. It was disturbing how easily Naruto could see what he might have been when he looked at Inari, and he hated it. He hated it with every fiber of his being. Weakness wasn't something he abided. It would get him killed, and everything he had ever done for over 4 years had been to avoid that outcome. He blinked quickly to refocus. A new man had come to the bridge, and Naruto ready to kunai in case he was hostile. A quick wrist movement and he would be dead before he knew what happened. The man was nervous, that much Naruto could see from his position. He kept glancing to his left and right, checking for people near him, before looking over his left shoulder. Whoever he was, Naruto was sure that he was no assassin. "Iwamoto-san." Kazuna called from his spot looking over plans. A bottle of sake lay half drunk next to him. "What can I do for you?" Naruto lowered his kunai as the man was recognized. He wasn't sure what the man's intentions were, but he obviously knew Kazuna. It didn't stop him from remaining alert, however. The man named Iwamoto shuffled over to the bridge builder quickly. "Kazuna-san," he stuttered. I'm not quite sure what to say, but," he glanced over his left shoulder once more, and Naruto followed his eyes. A small shack stood off to the side of the bridge, with a clear view of where Kazuna and his friend were standing. Cerulean eyes narrowed as they attempted to pinpoint what the nervous man was looking for. A glint of sharpened steel was all the warning Naruto had. "Archer." The blonde was in motion before he knew what he was doing. Concentration was sharpened to a pinpoint in a split second, and Naruto exploded into sunshine. The man named Iwamoto went flying as Naruto barreled through him. One hand pushed Kazuna to the ground, while the other hand reached up and plucked an arrow out of the air easily. Naruto's eyes searched it for a moment, and he chucked to the water as he caught sight of the tag on it. "Get down," he yelled as he roughly pulled Kazuna under his body. The arrow detonated in mid-air. Naruto felt the impact, but was hardly shaken. The tag had been low grade. I'm sorry. Iwamoto was repeating, his head tucked into his hands. The other workers had pulled him away from Kazuna hurriedly and had thrown him on the ground. "He took my family. You have to understand." The man continued to sob. A crowd of workers had gathered around him threateningly. Naruto tore his gaze from the man and gestured for Kazuna to stay down. "You all right?" The drunk nodded shakily. "Why, yeah. I think so." "Good. The rest of my team would have heard the explosion from nearby, and they'll be on their way. Stay down until they get here. I'm going after the shooter," Naruto explained quickly. This had been a one-shot deal, and he had little time to catch the would-be assassin before he disappeared if the man was any good. Kazuna nodded once, resolutely. "Okay." Naruto glanced about, mentally doing a few hasty calculations to determine the likely escape route of the archer. Blue eyes rested on the rickety house that was adjacent to the bridge's entrance and about 150 yards away. The archer had been a good one to make the shot as accurate as he did. The tag would have taken care of the rest had he missed. "Is that building abandoned?" he asked Kazuna. The man followed his line of sight and nodded. "Yeah, it was abandoned when Gato's men killed the family inside. No one wanted to live there. It was perfect. With close proximity to the bridge, the archer would have had a clear shot at Kazuna. All he had needed was to know which one he was among the workers. That's where Iwamoto had come in." Naruto sped through seals with the precise expertise of a master. He reared back and expelled a few Rinkudan at the house, watching with satisfaction as the concentrated bullet of wind blew the wooden abode to pieces. A quick kawarimi later, Naruto was amidst the rubble, ignoring the shouts from the nearby city streets. Naruto turned his head about quickly, searching for a sign of the shooter. There was no sign of him, but Naruto picked up a discarded longbow that was left behind. This was no shinobi's work, at least not the work of a good one. There wouldn't be any evidence left behind. That fact alone reassured Naruto. He could wait for his team. The man wouldn't have gotten far. The cacophony of confusion was left behind as Naruto made his way back to the bridge. // "You're not surprised?" Asuma shrugged. "It makes sense. Gato's not stupid. Even if Zabuza is alive, he has to be pretty expensive to employ. Remember, Gato's a businessman, and taking a shot at Kazuna while he's more exposed makes sense from a monetary standpoint, especially if he doesn't need to use his more expensive help." Naruto nodded in acceptance of the point. The attack almost worked anyway. I didn't see the note until the last second. All the more reason to have both Kiba and Ino on the bridge at the same time. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, and Akamaru can help Kiba smell a hostile long before they get within sight. Naruto sent the man a questioning look. "You think that God'll send another attack?" Asuma shook his head in the negative. "No, I agree that this was probably a one-shot deal, but there's no sense in not being prepared if he does. Kiba and Ino can complete their training there, in any event, and I'll be by to supervise for the most part. They're not done yet? Naruto asked with a small laugh evident in his voice. You'd do well to remember that they both had to learn the water walking exercise before attempting the Shunshin, Asuma chided his smug student. You had a leg up on them in that regard. The Jonin neglected to mention that Naruto probably had double the inherent ninjutsu talent of both his teammates, plus the chakra to burn while training longer. There was no use inflating the boy's head though. It wasn't like it wasn't big enough already in some regards. Honestly, the boy could be humble and calculating one moment, worried about his skill in regards to someone far out of his league, and be the most arrogant, hard-headed idiot the next. It was like he had a switch that he flipped at his leisure. It was damn annoying for the Jonin. Yeah, whatever you say, sensei, Naruto said. So, what are we gonna do about this? We? Asuma questioned. Yeah, we. Aren't we going to do something about this Gato guy? We are doing something, Naruto. We're guarding Tazuna, Asuma deadpanned. You know what I mean, Naruto grunted in frustration. His sensei could be so annoying at times. Asuma just chuckled. Calm down, Naruto, I know what you're talking about. The Jonin frowned. I wasn't planning on doing anything directly, but this attack means that Gato's not afraid to use people besides Zabuza, and we don't know who those people are. Naruto nodded vigorously. I agree, sensei. Do you think it would be a good idea to assault Gato directly? He's our major adversary here, and with him dead, the mission is as good as done. Asuma shook his head. It's not a bad thought, but we've no idea how many men Gato has on retainer. Some may even be shinobi, and the last thing we want is to charge headfirst into another trap. It was logical, and Naruto accepted the point, though he wasn't happy about it. Preemptive striking made sense given their situation. They were stuck in hostile territory with no backup in sight, and with the looming threat of an A-rank shinobi's imminent attack hanging over their heads. It wasn't a good situation to be in, and Naruto felt horribly out of depth. He had never been made so aware of his limits before and he didn't like it. That said, Asuma began, I wouldn't be against some reconnaissance. Me? Naruto asked, slightly bewildered at being given a side mission. Asuma shrugged. It would have to be. Neither Kiba nor Ino have the stealth skills to manage it, and they have their training to complete anyway. I can't be too far from Tazuna in case Zabuza makes another appearance. So I'm expendable? Naruto joked with a light laugh. You're available, Asuma countered. And I should hope that you wouldn't have much of a problem sneaking past civilians. Naruto leaned against the wall with a shrug. Civilians were easy pickings. He had been duping them for years now. What, exactly, would I be looking for? Information about Gato's company, logs, histories, what shinobi he's currently employing. Any information that might be sensitive. Asuma pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a snap of his lighter. Other than that, location. Once we deal with this mess with Zabuza, I want to go after Gato. I thought you didn't want to take him on directly? Asuma shook his head. You misunderstood me. I don't want to walk into a trap with no information, and no idea what we might be up against. That, and Zabuza's still dangerous. Other than that, though. Asuma frowned and narrowed his eyes. Gato's been allowed to work unchecked for too long. He needs to be eliminated if Wave is ever going to recover. Naruto raised an eyebrow and wrinkled his nose. Is it a good idea to get so heavily involved? Outside the mission, Gato's not our problem. He knew he was contradicting his earlier idea, but with preemptive assassination off the table, Gato really wasn't Team 10's problem. Asuma looked at him sharply, and Naruto reflexively leaned back from the man's hostile gaze. You'd do well to think about more than just the mission and yourself, Naruto. While we're here, helping these people should be a priority. They've been subjected to untold cruelty from one man, and we have the power to stop it. It's practically common courtesy. Naruto just nodded while he processed the information. You may be right, sensei, but I still feel uneasy about this whole thing. Naruto shook his head. We sent for backup back in Fire Country, and that was weeks ago. I don't feel comfortable here knowing that we might not have any help on the way, and that we don't actually have to be here. Asuma just sighed. The boy's point certainly had merit. Team 10 had no responsibility here other than the protection of Tazuna, and even that could be invalidated due to Tazuna's lying about the mission. It didn't make it the right thing, however. Sometimes, Naruto, it's down to the people in the world who have power to use it justly, even if it means exposing themselves to danger, Asuma lectured. In this case, the people with power are us. It may go against common shinobi thinking, but it is our responsibility to help those less fortunate than us, if given the opportunity. The Jonin locked eyes with the boy. It's a choice between what is right, and what is easy. Naruto averted his eyes, Asuma's idealism making him uncomfortable. He certainly felt sympathy for the people of Wave, but he couldn't help but think that Gato simply wasn't his team's, and Konoha's, problem. Call him jaded, but Wave had just rolled over and died when Gato strolled in, to the best of his knowledge, and Naruto couldn't stand that. They had made their own bed by doing nothing, and Naruto was perfectly content to let them sleep in it. It was true that Gato had crippled their economy, but how hard was it for a country, albeit a small one, to rise up and kill one man? Hell, they could have appealed to the Sandaime. Konoha had no real stake in Gato's affairs, and he would have listened. The old man had enough pull with just about everyone important on the continent to get Gato to leave Wave alone. No one fucked with Konoha when they got involved in international affairs. Naruto snorted when he realized that he was having a proud citizen of Konoha moment, and especially in civilian matters. As long as it didn't directly hurt another of the big five, and sometimes even when it did, no one really bothered with it. They might make a bit of a stink, but they got out of the way eventually. One emissary from the daimyo to the Hokage and Gato would have been out of Wave or dead, with his empire divided for Konoha's use. But no, Wave had rolled over and died, letting one rich asshole completely dominate them. It's disgusting, Naruto thought. In his own way, he was a go-getter, a proactive person and a man of action. He had proved that through his training. Wave's attitude toward Gato went against everything he stood for. Seeing a country of people so totally submit to one man's tyranny, especially when he wasn't a shinobi, was as disgusting to him as Inari's attitude toward his life. People like that might as well be dead, in the blonde's esteemed opinion, though he would never share that view with anyone, let alone his sensei. Such an attitude was frowned upon in Konoha, despite being a shinobi village, and he was sure that it wouldn't help his standing with anyone there. He honestly didn't know why he stuck around the village. The people hated him, he lived at the grace of the Sandaime, something that was sure to expire as soon as the old man, and he had been treated like shit until he had bothered to shut up and prove he had some skills. He was still treated like shit sometimes, though not as openly. It was his home though, and it was only one he had at present. What a sad state of affairs. Suggest that you keep your investigations until night, Asuma spoke. It never hurts to be careful, and I'd hate to lose my best student because he made a rookie mistake against a few samurai. Naruto shook his head with a small chuckle, trying to dispel the tension in the room. I thought you knew me better than that, sensei. The Jonin snorted. Humph. Maybe so, but things can from manageable to you being dead in an instant if someone like Zabuza detects you. You might be strong for a genin of your age, but Zabuza is way out of your league. If you come anywhere near him, get out immediately, he said, dead serious. Naruto nodded once, sharply, at the order. There was never any question that he would get the hell out of any situation where Zabuza was involved. He knew his limits, and they were far from Zabuza's, even while the man was injured. There was also that Hunter Nin to worry about. Of course, sensei, he reassured the man. He would follow orders, even if he didn't like his situation here. There wasn't all that much he could do about it at present, so he would just do his part to make sure his team got out of this debacle in one piece. I'll be in touch, he said on his way out the door. Asuma just gave him a small nod before turning to the window. He stared out over the water with a melancholic expression. He had a bad feeling. // The rain made for a steady beat on Naruto's casa. It slid off in waves as the water steadily pounded to the ground. He would have to remember to thank Tazuna for the traditional bamboo hat. It served the same purpose as a hooded cloak, while looking far less conspicuous. The casa was commonly worn in these parts. He still thought he looked stupid. So did his team, if the combined jeering from Ino and Kiba he got on his way past them was any indication. He contented himself with the knowledge that it was a pragmatic choice of attire. At least it kept him dry. The hat was the last thing on the blonde's mind as he wove through the streets of Wave Country's westernmost city. Maintaining a low profile in the streets was more difficult than he had originally thought. He was used to the busy streets of Konoha, filled with people. The city's streets he currently walked were nearly empty, the general populace in their rickety shops, hoping for the occasional customer. He had graced a few with his patronage, and had been rewarded by gracious smiles and some damn good yakitori. It had been almost as good as ramen. The few smiles didn't make up for the vast majority of depressed people, and they certainly didn't stop him from planting his foot in the face of the dumbass who had tried to pickpocket him. He reminded himself that he was disguised here, and the man hadn't just been so retarded as to try to pickpocket a known shinobi. He just got unlucky with his mark. It didn't help that the man was horrible at pickpocketing people. Naruto had more than a little experience in the fine art, and the man's technique had been horrendous. It had nearly offended the blonde's sensibilities. In any event, the incident hadn't helped with his cover. News spread fast in the city, and most of the populace seemed to be giving him a wide berth. That was fine, though. He wasn't trying to be overt in his intentions, but he was fine with a wide berth. It gave him more room to maneuver if it became necessary. Having scrounged for necessities for much of his young life in Konoha, Naruto knew the advantages of both being in a crown and out of one. He idly fingered the leather-bound book in his pocket as he turned onto a side street. Lined with bars and cheap prostitutes on the street corner, it was the unofficial red lights district of the city, and one of the parts that Gato had the most influence over. His thugs hung out here regularly. That was perfect for Naruto. He moved toward the most packed bar. It was only 5 in the evening, but the establishment was booming with noise. He stopped in front of the bouncer. "Can I help you, kid?" the man asked, his hand drifting to his katana in what should serve as a threatening gesture. His partner wandered over to back him up. Naruto wasn't impressed. "Yes, actually," he began pleasantly. His blue eyes bored into the man's as he stepped closer. "I was wondering if you could." He cut off as he stepped on the man's foot, hard. The bounder screamed as his toes were crushed, and Naruto's used his distraction to lay one in his gut. A single chop to the neck was likely overkill, but one could never be too careful. The second bouncer had his wits about him in a moment, and slashed out at Naruto with his katana. Naruto avoided the swipe casually, and used the outside of his right arm to push the blade away from him. 2 quick steps put him inside the man's guard, and a strong uppercut laid the second bouncer out. "Hey!" was the call from the bar as people began to notice what was happening. Naruto ignored them in favor of looping 2 sets of arms over his shoulder and disappearing in a swirl of leaves. He left a wink for the customers who had moved toward him when he knocked out the guards. The group was stunned. He reappeared with his luggage on top of the highest building in the city. His target for the day was an archer. He wasn't about to give him a good shot if the man came looking for him. Naruto dropped the bouncers to the ground unceremoniously, and surveyed the city as the 2 men groaned in pain. The view really was quite nice from up here. The sea and the sunset made for a majestic sight. "So," Naruto began after he was pretty sure the men had regained some semblance of coherency. "How long have you 2 been working here?" he asked pleasantly. He wasn't quite sure how to start something like this. It was his first interrogation, but giving the men some time to give up information willingly might be a good idea. It would also assuage his conscience later if he had to resort to some more extreme methods. The men just groaned some more. Naruto turned to regard his prisoners, and raised an eyebrow at the baleful look one man sent him. The other was looking at him in fear. "The sooner you cooperate, the sooner this is all over," Naruto said, his voice now flat. He wasn't screwing around here. He needed information from these guys, and he would get it. Being stationed at the entrance to one of the most popular bars frequented by Gato's men, these men learned a lot about the organization simply by standing around and listening. They could probably identify a large number of Gato's thugs and associates just from sight alone. That didn't even begin to cover what they likely overheard on a daily basis. "I'm not gonna tell you shit, kid," the first man grunted as he stood up. Naruto hadn't bothered to bind either of them. The bouncer reached behind him in what was supposed to be a subtle gesture, and Naruto smirked as the man's face went slack. "I'm a trained shinobi, sir. You're going to talk to me one way or the other." The blonde gave a feral grin as he brandished the formerly hidden knife he had lifted from the bouncer. "Your cooperation will just make it go faster." He could see the man thinking about it. Not having a weapon on him had taken the man out of his comfort zone. He had no idea what he was dealing with. For all the bouncer knew, Naruto could have been a trained interrogator. A quick flick of Naruto's fingers and the blade was buried handle deep in the second bouncer's right shoulder. The screams were oddly satisfying as the man dropped to the floor. His partner's eyes kept flickering back and forth between Naruto and himself, unsure of what to do. "That's just a taste of what might happen if you don't spill." Naruto walked over to the kneeling man and unceremoniously yanked the knife back out. He was inwardly surprised that the blade had penetrated that deep. It wasn't very sharp. "If you do, however, that won't need to happen again," he continued over the howls. He contained his sneer for the man's reaction by reminding himself that this man wasn't a trained shinobi. Hell, he wasn't a trained anything. Naruto casually moved back to the building's edge, surveying the sea with an appraising eye. It really was quite the sight for a person not accustomed to its majestic beauty. He'd have to make a trip back at some point. So, what can you tell me about Gato's men? Naruto asked, his pleasant demeanor making a comeback despite the howls of pain. The uninjured bouncer, relatively speaking, continued to look apprehensive, his eyes settling on his screaming partner in shock. Naruto sighed, he wasn't cut out for this sort of stuff. He'd do what was necessary, though. A deft flick of the fingers sent the knife sailing into the injured man's other arm, and the screams doubled in intensity. The second bouncer's attention snapped to Naruto, his eyes wide with fear. I'm not dicking around up here. Tell me what I want to know, and nothing's gonna happen to you, he delivered in his best menacing voice. If not, he gestured to the screaming man. I'll start on you. The man squealed like a pig, and Naruto did his best to contain his satisfaction amidst the slowly dying screams of pain. // Kawasaki Gendo, Naruto began, pointing to a picture of a young man posted up on the wall. 19 years old, Jinan. Former Ame Nin, and classified as a D-ranked nuke Nin. No special abilities of note. He's an archer, though, Asuma clarified from his position against the wall. He absently puffed on a cigarette. Yes, and a crafty one if his trick with the explosive tag is any example. Team 10 had transformed the attic, small though it was, of Tazana's house into a form of situation room. Naruto had his information that he retrieved from the two bouncers posted up on the walls. Various arrows and lines connected names to the few faces that they had access to. The two bouncers had been a veritable gold mine of information regarding Gato's network of enforcers. Everything from names, likely hangout spots, to where many of them lived and collected their pay was almost common knowledge to the two men. It was amazing what someone could learn in a bar. Among the most valuable of the information gleaned from the two bouncers were the identities of the few people who made the most on Gato's payroll. Aside from Zabuza, of course, who remained an elusive figure to the average thugs. Thanks to Asuma's super handy bingo book, they were able to match all four men to faces of missing nin. None were over C ranked, and the team had already dealt with two of them. The Demon Brothers. That left Kawasaki Gendo, the Ame archer who had taken a pot shot at Tazana when Naruto had been on duty, and Funino Futaba, a C-ranked Iwa nuke nin accused of the murder of his own comrades. That's great and all, but why exactly are we dealing with this? Kiba asked in a whine. He had just completed the Shunshine earlier in the day, and, instead of getting some quality time to play with Akamaru, he had to sit through some briefing that he had no idea about. On top of that, Naruto apparently had some super secret mission that he hadn't known about. Now that just wasn't fair. Naruto sighed and made to explain the situation, one that Asuma had just barely glanced over, preferring to leave it to him, but was cut off by Ino. Baka! She snarled, cuffing Kiba on the head. Asuma-sensei and Naruto-kun are getting to that. Kami, keep your hands to yourself, you degenerate harpy. I was just asking a question. Ino glared viciously at Kiba for his comment, but refrained from further hitting after a meaningful glance from Asuma. Thanks, Ino, but that wasn't really necessary, Naruto started. Despite his amusement and exasperation with the situation, there was no need for Kiba to get hit over it. Anyway, Kawasaki here, along with Funino, serve as two of Gato's top enforcers. They're also the only other shinobi he has on his payroll, aside from Zabuza and that hunter nin guy. The idea, Asuma took over for the blonde, is to mount an operation to flush out and eliminate the two. We don't need them interfering in any future confrontation that we might have with Zabuza. While we're at it, why don't we go for the kill on Zabuza too? Ino asked, perplexed. If we're looking for some preemptive striking, why not hit the big guy? Asuma took a drag from his cigarette. As I've already explained to Naruto, Zabuza is far too dangerous at present to mount a full assault against without knowing exactly what we're getting into. He's already proved that he can pretty much go toe-to-toe with me, and he'll have backup this time. I couldn't get any info on his whereabouts anyway, Naruto grumbled. He wasn't pleased with not being able to get any information on the Kirigakura no Kijin. No one around here really knows about him. So, what, we just make up an attack plan for these two guys? Kiba asked. Yep, was Asuma's answer. And you won't be helping us? Ino questioned dubiously. Nope. So, Naruto began, instead of dealing with two nuke nin who would be child's play to you, you're having us do it. That about covers it. Why? That was Ino. Asuma took a seat in a nearby chair with a sigh. There's going to be a time when you three will be promoted to Chunin and will be taking your own missions. Given your skills and potential, I have reason to believe that time is sooner, rather than later. That means that you three have to be prepared to deal with threats like these two men. When that happens, I won't be around to be there as a safety net in case something goes pear-shaped. You'll be leading your own missions with your own teams, and you'll be responsible for them. Asuma took one final drag before chucking the cigarette out the open window. Experience with the unknown isn't something many talented Genin get to face, but it's necessary for their futures. Putting you three in a situation like this, with enemies who aren't particularly strong and with me as an indirect supervisor, simulates a situation that you'll likely be in for the rest of your lives. The three Genin exchanged looks, each conveying their understanding of what their sensei was doing. It would help them down the road, but it didn't mean they had to enjoy putting their lives on the line. It's best to get it out of the way now, rather than wait for the mission to really mean something down the road, and you to be inexperienced, Asuma finished seriously. I think, we understand, Sensei, Kiba ventured. The difference between knowledge and wisdom is experience, Naruto quoted from an old ninja code. As knowledgeable and well prepared as they were, Asuma was right in saying that they were inexperienced in terms of being actual ninja. That type of experience could be the difference in a fight or mission down the road. Without experience, they wouldn't be able to anticipate or react properly to threats that may reveal themselves, no matter how well trained they might be. Very good, Naruto, Asuma commended. That quote is something to keep in mind for the rest of your shinobi careers. Kiba got back into the thick of the planning. You said you would be an indirect supervisor? He asked. You'll have a cage bunshine of mine watching over you in case something goes south. If anything happens, it should be able to buy you the time needed to escape, if not outright kill the target. Otherwise, I need to be at the bridge with Tazuna-san. Kiba nodded and Akamaru yipped. Well, I'll leave the planning to you three, Asuma said as he made his way out of the room. Just be sure to run it by me before you guys start. Yes, Sensei, the three Genin chorused. The door shut behind him with a click. You think he's just being lazy with having us do all the work for this one? Ino asked her male teammates. Naruto and Kiba exchanged smirks. Definitely. Lazy bastard. It was a good speech though. Yeah, Ino, Kiba waved her off. How are we gonna handle this one? I don't know about you guys, but me and Akamaru have been itching for some real action. Ino smirked in agreement while Naruto gave a soft smile and a laugh. I've had about enough action for one mission. Bah! Don't be such a pansy, Naruto. Ino argued. And what's this about some super secret recon mission that we weren't included in? She asked rather menacingly. Kiba growled in agreement. Naruto palmed his forehead. He knew that they were going to give him hell for that. It was just a little information gathering. Nothing serious. It was pretty boring actually. As if, Naruto. Kiba snarled. Tazuna said there were rumors of two of Gato's thugs getting stuck up on some roof in the city and having the crap beaten out of them. Anything to do with that? Naruto just shook his head and shrugged. Maybe. Can we just focus on the mission here? He asked desperately. Kiba humphed, but the severe expression on his face melted. Yeah, whatever. Just bring us along next time. Might I remind you that you were training? Naruto asked smarmily. I was under the impression you were still struggling with the shunshine. Ino interrupted the squabble as Kiba made to retort. Hey idiots, we have a mission to plan. We can deal with Naruto's side projects later. She sent a vicious smirk at Naruto, who now looked a little apprehensive as well as incredulous at the change of attitude. He didn't want to be on Ino's bad side. He regained his composure quickly. Absolutely, Ino Taiku, he snapped a mocking salute that she couldn't help but laugh at. So, she began after her giggles died down. Let's get down to business. You said these two meet up sometimes? Naruto nodded and Ino's eyes gleamed. Is that so? She trailed off with a smirk. Naruto and Kiba couldn't help but grin back as Ino described her plan. // The boy removed his casa as he stepped inside the high-end apartment complex. The city on the western edge of Wave Country had once been quite prosperous. The complex Naruto had just entered was a remnant of Wave's brighter days. The days before Gato put a vice grip on the country's economy. Crisp, air-conditioned air met Naruto's face, and the boy idly traced the places where his whisker marks usually stood out. It was lucky that Ino still carried a small makeup kit with her on missions. Girls will be girls, Naruto thought fondly as he passed the pretty receptionist and tossed her his best charming smile. He wouldn't need her help to find the rooms he was looking for, but making a good impression was never a bad idea. The blonde Yamanaka had left her academy misconceptions behind, for the most part, but she still wanted to be able to look pretty if the occasion called for it. Naruto thought that she looked plenty pretty enough even without makeup, though he would never admit it to his fellow blonde. It would only serve to increase the girl's already unbearable teasing. That was something that Naruto could definitely do without. "Hold that, please," he called to a girl who had just entered the elevator. A plain-looking brunette smiled at him as he darted inside the doors as they closed. "Thanks." "No problem," she said. She seemed nice enough for Naruto's tastes. It was a far cry from the treatment he received back home. Not for the first time did the blonde boy think about what life might be like outside of Konoha. It certainly had its appeals. The general treatment was only one part. "I've been going up and down all day," the girl said, making small talk. "Really?" Naruto asked, trying to sound interested. "Live the role," he reminded himself. "What for?" "Oh, I run errands for a few of the tenants here." Naruto shrugged slightly. "Sounds, well, I don't want to say boring." The brunette giggled appreciatively. No, it is. Some of the tenants have the most mundane errands that need running. One of them constantly needs his clothes cleaned. Naruto chuckled, appreciating the small blush that moved up on the girl's cheeks as he brushed against her slightly. No one had ever accused him of being ugly. "I can only imagine why." The girl shrugged slightly. "Oh, I don't know, but half of the time I think the man just needs his things dried. They're always soaked. I mean, I know we're next to the sea, but the amount of water he gets into his clothes is just ridiculous. You'd think he played with water all day." "Maybe he's a fisherman," Naruto suggested as the girl stepped out of the elevator. They were going to the same floor. "No, I don't think so," the brunette argued. "Most fishermen aren't paid nearly enough to rent one of these apartments. That and he's out at odd hours. I don't even want to think about all the times I've been called at my parents' house to pick something up from the docks for him." "Maybe he works for the shipping company that's based out of here, Gato Corporation?" Naruto inquired politely. The girl nodded, almost melancholically as she strolled down the hallway, Naruto in tow. "I think so. A lot of the tenants in the building do. I'm not quite sure what they do though. The apartments cost too much for regular shipping hands, but some of the men are so big that I can't think of anything else they could do." Naruto hummed thoughtfully as the duo stopped outside one of the rooms. The girl knocked 3 times. The door was answered by a youngish-looking man dressed in a loose t-shirt and black pants. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the hand hidden behind the man's back. It almost certainly held a knife. "Ah, Ami," he addressed the brunette. "You're here for the laundry?" "Of course, Kawasaki-sama. It's the usual pickup time, isn't it?" The man looked thoughtful for a moment before his eyes lit up in remembrance. "Ah, so it is. I see you've brought a friend to help you." He gestured to Naruto. "How do you do, Kawasaki-sama? My name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto introduced himself. "Uzumaki, that name sounds familiar. I wonder," the man trailed off in thought. "Gendo." A coarse voice yelled from inside the apartment. "What's keeping you? We have business to discuss." "I'll just be a minute." Gendo called back. "Now, where were we?" "The laundry, Kawasaki-sama?" Ami prompted. "Yes. That." He turned to enter the apartment, no doubt to gather his laundry. Naruto moved to step in behind him, but Ami blocked his way, and he ended up pushing the girl into the retreating man. Metal flashed briefly in the light of the room before it was concealed once more. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Kawasaki-sama." The girl apologized as Gendo's body hit the floor. Naruto felt a brief surge of satisfaction before the body burst into water. He cursed explosively as the floor was soaked and his reflexes kicked into high gear. "Move," he commanded the girl in front of him as he pushed her further into the apartment. It wasn't a moment too soon as the space they had occupied a moment before was peppered with shuriken. "Motherfucker." Ino cursed as she dropped her cloaking genjutsu, her impersonation of the local girl finished, and dove behind a nearby bookcase. The brunette was no longer in existence, having been replaced by Ino in full combat gear, tanto in hand. Naruto rolled right the second he had secured Ino, and brought twin kunai up to block an overhead slash of a blunted tanto. The boy locked eyes with Team 10's second target for the day, Funino Futaba. "Contact Kiba," Naruto shouted back to his teammate. The dog ninja had to know that Kawasaki was making a run for it. In his haste to order his teammate, Naruto ignored his quarry, and the former Iwa ninja used his free hand to land a solid cross punch on Naruto's face. The blonde boy was sent spiraling into the glass window looking out at an adjacent building. The reflection of his target made to stab Naruto, and the boy dove to the left, watching as the blunted blade broke through the glass with ease. He was glad he moved. Shifting into a defensive stance, Naruto readied his twin kunai. The Iwa nuke nin came high with his slash, and Naruto blocked with his left kunai. His arm shook from the weight of the blow, but he endured, striking out with his right blade. The knife was halted by the man's hand, and the ninja made to throw Naruto. The blonde avoided the inevitable by stepping inside the man's guard, throwing off his sense of balance, and kneeing the larger man in the gut brutally. The blow succeeded in knocking the wind out of the man, and he stumbled backwards. Naruto made to end the fight then and there, but was halted by a hastily thrown kunai at point-blank range. Only his reflexes saved his head, and Naruto grimaced as the blade dug into his left shoulder painfully. "Where the fuck is Ino?" he screamed mentally. The lapse allowed for the nuke nin to regain his bearings, and he struck out with an open palm to Ino's neck. The Genin stumbled back in pain, and was powerless to stop the follow-up thrust kick to his stomach that sent him crashing into a wall. Futaba grabbed his tanto to deliver the coup de grace, but was forced to abort the strike as Ino reasserted herself in the fight. About damn time, Naruto groused internally as he regained his bearings. A quick stab to the man's right shoulder had him screaming in pain, but Ino couldn't do much more as she was brutally slammed into a glass table via 2 elbows to the face and a thrust kick when the man didn't bother to turn around to face her. The interruption had allowed Naruto to reclaim his breath, however, and he kicked out from his prone position. The kick knocked the man to the floor, and gave Naruto the time to quickly stand, flipping himself to his feet from his hands. It wasn't a moment too soon as he leapt over a sweep of his legs and engaged the man in a hasty taijutsu exchange. Naruto's taijutsu was probably better than the man's, but the difference in strength and the confined space limited Naruto's ability to land decent blow on the Iwa nuke nin, and he soon had his arm caught in a grapple. The man used his superior strength to grab Naruto by the collar and slam him into a glass cabinet before pushing him back into the wall. Naruto grunted as glass shards penetrated his skin, and braced himself with his arms as he hit a doorframe. He grabbed hold like it was a lifeline, and sent a low thrust kick at the man's left knee. It connected solidly, and Naruto regained the initiative as he swept the nuke nin's legs as the man struck out with a desperate punch. It succeeded in distracting Naruto for one precious second. Futaba recovered quickly, and landed a heavy kick to Naruto's stomach that had the boy hunched over in pain. An elbow to the back of the head sent the blonde boy to the ground. Naruto rolled out of the way of the man's attempt to stomp on him, and grabbed a thick book from nearby. It wasn't a moment too soon, as the man had picked up a discarded metal table leg and swung it toward Naruto's head. The book absorbed the first blow, and Naruto rolled right to avoid the second as he kicked at Futaba's legs. The kick pushed the man back enough for Naruto to stand, and the boy sent a wicked cross punch across the man's face before he slammed the book into the man's foot. Arg! The man bit out as the heavy tome nearly broke his foot. Naruto pressed his advantage by thrusting the tome into the man's neck and pushing him back into a glass cabinet. He snarled in satisfaction as the man was forced to drop the table leg. Naruto slammed his hand into the book, pushing it harder against the nuke nin's neck, before rotating it and using it to deliver a vicious blow to the man's face. 2 solid haymakers sent the man stumbling to the wall, where Naruto pinned him by the neck. The boy ducked swiftly to avoid a desperate punch to the face, and caught his opponent in the stomach with a powerful uppercut. Naruto used all his body weight to spin the man round and throw him to the floor of the apartment, but found himself airborne when the man kicked out with both legs and caught him in the chest. The nuke nin flipped to his feet deftly and picked up his old table leg before he stumbled, once, glancing down at a blade sticking out of him in shock. He fell to his knees with a look of shock etched on his face, blood pouring from a gaping wound in his neck. Ino withdrew her tanto from the man's neck, breathing heavily and looking panicked. Blood spurted from the wound and the blonde girl stumbled backwards as she took in the sight of her kill. The tanto fell to the ground with a sharp clang. "You couldn't have done that earlier?" Naruto grumbled as he gingerly rose to his feet, having already brushed off the man's rather gruesome death. It was him or them. He clutched his chest in pain as he surveyed the damage done to the apartment. His eyes found Ino's shocked sea foam green orb staring down at the dead man. "Hey," he said gently as he approached the girl. "You all right?" He laid his hand on her shoulder in a comforting gesture. The touch seemed to break the girl from whatever stupor she was in, and she locked eyes with Naruto. "Why yeah. Just shaken up a bit." Naruto nodded. Didn't quite go as planned, but it worked out in the end. His eyes found the bleeding body on the floor and he grimaced. He would no doubt have the image etched into his memory. The only thing keeping him from collapsing right now was the leftover adrenaline from the fight. He had no doubt that he would be freaking out right now if it were under normal circumstances. He had made kills before, even on this mission, but he still wasn't used to the idea. It didn't matter that he hadn't been the one to actually make the kill this time, the whole experience was shocking enough. Ino leaned against him gingerly as her breathing stabilized. Yeah, it did, she breathed. She was still staring at the cooling corpse in a muted sort of shock. What happened to the other guy? Kiba should have gotten him if he left the building. Naruto pressed a finger to his ear, where his radio was. Kiba, what's your status? The sound of crackling came over the calm link. All good Naruto. Me and Akamaru got him, Kiba boasted. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as the tension rapidly left his body. Good to hear. Where are you guys? Just across the street from you guys. We chased the fucker to the rooftop before we got the drop on him. Naruto glanced out the shattered window to see a dark form waving at him from atop the closest building. He's still alive? Yeah, came the dog ninja's reply. Akamaru yipped in the background. Good. Bag him and tag him. We'll let Asuma talk to him when we get back. Copy that. You guys all right over there? Kiba questioned, concern marring his voice. Naruto sighed and glanced about the ruined apartment. He was more than a little surprised to find that Ino had somehow made her way into his arms in a comforting hug. Yeah, we're fine. We'll meet you back at Tazuna's. See you guys there. Naruto glanced at the girl in his arms with confusion and a little trepidation. He wasn't used to such contact, and it made him a little nervous. He didn't particularly feel like pulling away though. Ino? Yeah? Came the muffled reply. Her face was buried in his shoulder. You sure you're all right? She picked her head out of its resting place and locked eyes with him for a moment. She looked away just as quickly. Yeah, it's just that, it happened so fast. I couldn't do anything and you were getting hurt and... Ino, Naruto shushed her. It's all right. I'm fine. We got the job done. She slapped him on the chest. Idiot, I don't care about the mission. You almost died. Naruto sighed heavily, realizing just how close to death he had come in the fight. He had a long way to go if he wanted to go toe-to-toe with S-ranked monsters. Maybe, but you bailed me out when it mattered. That's all that matters now, he comforted somewhat uneasily. He wasn't used to doing this at all. The blonde girl just buried her head back in his shoulder and squeezed him. Naruto smiled gently as his heart fluttered at the notion that Ino actually cared about him. Their teasing was all in good fun, but realizing that he had people that genuinely cared about him made him happier than he had been in a long time. It only helped that it was Ino, of all people. Hold on, he said gently as he channeled chakra. The girl gripped him even tighter as he made a single hand seal and let the sunshine carry them.